Prescott Russell va nous mener dans la chanson dans le chant de l'hymne national.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton race est portée paix, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. See.
Let the doors be open. Déclaration de députés, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Wednesday, our community celebrated the 100th birthday of George Marco, a Second World War veteran and a community hero. At the start of the pandemic, George vowed to walk 100 kilometers around his retirement home in Newmarket to raise $100,000 for medical research before his 100th birthday. A year later, George has raised over $160,000 and walked more than 150 kilometers. And at 100 years young, he says he will continue to walk to raise funds to help fight coronavirus. May George's kindness motivate all of us to help those in need, and may his determination to give back to his community inspire all of us today and into the future. On behalf of Newmarket Aurora, happy birthday, George, and thank you for your service.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada-U.S. border agreement includes an exemption for Campobello. Residents of this New Brunswick island must drive to the state of Maine to re-enter Canada for essential reasons. On April 9th, Ottawa decided that islanders must comply with its new registry, ArriveCan, each time they drive on and off the island or risk fines. This means the responsible minister wants to know whenever islanders go to and from work, buy groceries or fuel, go see a doctor, or comply with child custody arrangements. Yet New Brunswick already collects this health and travel data. Ottawa's work is redundant. Campobello should be exempt from ArriveCan given their unique situation. Canada is in a troubling third wave because of Ottawa's incompetence securing vaccines. From April 4th to 16th, 120 international flights with COVID-positive passengers arrived in Canada. Leave Campobello alone. The provincial government has it covered. Ottawa should instead do its job where it will be effective.
Member for Etobicoke North.
In Canada from COVID-19 hotspots.
Mr. Speaker, Muslims in Etobicoke North and across Canada are celebrating the holy month of Ramadan. It is a month-long religious journey, a time of spiritual reflection, and opportunity to show gratitude for the many blessings we share through fasting, prayer, and charity. While fasting during the daytime, many Muslim Canadians continue to be on the front lines of our fight against COVID-19. During these unprecedented times, we remember the many contributions Muslim communities have made to our country since the pandemic began, as they have done for many generations. I would like to especially recognize President Omar Farouk of the International Muslims Organization that provided food weekly to the community, and Osman Ali of the Somali Canadian Association of Etobicoke for providing groceries to families. As we continue to follow public health guidelines to keep our community safe, I wish all celebrating a blessed, peaceful Ramadan.
L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, rail safety is something that the people of Saint-Basile-le-Grand, Saint-Bruno de Montarville, and Saint-Hubert are very concerned about. And they're not the only ones after the avoidable tragedy of Lac Mégantic that I witnessed as the Minister of Public Safety in Quebec at the time. My predecessor and the current mayor of Saint-Basile had managed to limit the number of wagons going through the riding to 100. But since then, that number has increased. Sometimes it goes up to 200 train cars. There have been a lot of wagons going through that cause serious vibrations and also pose a safety risk. They may also be transporting hazardous materials. And the town of Saint-Basile-le-Grand is literally cut in two, which can limit the ability of emergency services to get from one end of the town to the other. We need to meet these legitimate concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to highlight the involvement of religious leaders in the fight against COVID-19 in Montreal North in my riding of Bourassa. About 30 leaders, including pastors, imams, priests, and a Buddhist monk, took part in a virtual meeting that I had the honor of organizing. These leaders were accompanied by specialists, such as the Director of Public Health of Montreal, Senator Meiji, a sociologist, and medical associations from the Haitian community, as well as leaders of the North Island University Health Network. In order to foster positive attitudes toward vaccination in religious circles, they proposed a communication campaign to fight against false beliefs and misinformation about vaccines. Many said that they would be happy to have the health network set up temporary vaccination sites in their places of worship. I want to recognize the dedication and commitment of these religious leaders who participated in the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, improving access to mental health care is essential for all Canadians, now more than ever, and especially for our youth. Right behind me is Simcoe Street United Church, home of the Backdoor Mission. Since COVID, those seeking help are younger than ever, as young as 15 years old, and almost all are struggling with mental health issues. Clarence Kiesman, head of the Refuge Youth Outreach Center, said that this week they lost another of their beloved youth. That brings the total deaths to 5 since last fall. 5, Mr. Speaker. My own daughter, Grace, like too many young women, has seen the prolonged COVID shutdowns play havoc on her mental and physical health, jeopardizing her education and healthy future. She asks, for young people, is the cure worse than the disease? I'm very thankful to Oshawa organizations working every day to help these young people, but they can't do it alone. Access to mental health care must be a priority. Let's set aside the politics of division and recognize our common humanity. Let's stand together and improve access to mental health care for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, it's a real privilege for me to thank essential workers in my riding and across Canada. Essential workers bravely go to work every day in these very challenging times. Thank you to our armed forces, first responders, daycare workers, teachers and school staff, grocery store clerks, pharmacists and their staff, automotive technicians, truckers, municipal workers, bus drivers, waste collection employees, taxi and ride-share drivers, pilots, warehouse workers, delivery drivers, veterinarians, farm workers, food processing plant workers, security guards, pharmaceutical manufacturing workers, restaurant employees preparing takeout, HVAC technicians, plumbers, electricians, roofers, contractors, and so many more. We will never forget the sacrifices that all of our essential workers are making, and I thank them on behalf of all of our neighbours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Château-Galacol. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this National Volunteer Week, I want to take this opportunity to thank the thousands of Canadians who give generously of their time and energy to help their community and their fellow citizens. I especially want to mention the volunteers of Château-Galacol and our volunteer centres in Châteauguay, Napierville, and Saint-Rémy, Or I could also mention the organizations Sourire Sans Fin and Entraide Mercier.
Volunteering is the oxygen our country needs to thrive. We see how much volunteers do for all of us, and this is all the more true during this pandemic. I would like to thank each and every person who chooses to volunteer for this precious gift of their time. Merci à tous.
Thank you to all of you.
Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Like all communities across Canada, Barrie Innisfil has not been immune to increased anxiety and increased mental health issues because of this crisis. The pandemic, resulting lockdowns, restrictions, and failures by government have taken an unimaginable toll on everyone's mental health, sparing no one and no age group. So it shouldn't surprise anyone that we've seen a marked increase in suicides in every community, including ours. As we approach Canadian Mental Health Week and Children's Mental Health Week, I encourage the Liberal government to move quickly and implement a national 988 crisis and suicide hotline. Let me remind the Prime Minister that a motion was passed unanimously by Parliament 129 days ago to implement the hotline. And I was glad that both Barrie City Council and Innisfil Town Council recently moved motions in support of a 988 hotline, and I thank them both for their endorsement. Finally, for everyone who is suffering, no matter where you live, no matter your age, and no matter the reason, please know that there are resources within your communities across Canada that you can access. Know that you're not alone, and there's always someone to talk to.
L'honorable député de...
Honourable member for Brassard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, 95 years ago today, a princess was born in London whose destiny seemed rather uneventful, and yet she ended up making history.
Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, marks today 9.5 decades of a life so profoundly dedicated to service that few, if any of us, can ever begin to imagine or comprehend. But today Her Majesty is also living her greatest loss. Mourning for the Duke of Edinburgh, her closest companion for 78 of those 95 years, can only be a profoundly painful reminder that the solitude of her reign is now total.
I've always had strong monarchical convictions, but today I especially want to salute our extraordinary sovereign, Her Royal Highness, Queen of Canada. To salute her sense of duty, her undeniable dedication to the aspirations and harmony of the Commonwealth, and above all, her refusal to let adversity win out over hope.
With deep respect, Your Majesty, my heartfelt wishes for a day blessed with the affection of millions of people throughout the Commonwealth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is real. Constituents in my riding and across Canada are committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions at home and abroad. Canadians know that an environmental plan that is realistic, proportional, and achievable is long overdue. Over 5 years, the Liberals have made grand pronouncements but failed to deliver concrete results. Canada has the highest environmental standards in the world, but we must do more. A Conservative plan with a carbon border tariff will deliver results. It will reward industries for their emission reduction innovations while incentivizing other nations to strive to meet Canadian standards. If other countries were to adopt Canadian practices, worldwide greenhouse gas emissions would be reduced by 25%. Real progress on climate change will come when Canadian companies can remain competitive and other countries move closer to Canada's world-class standards. Only the Conservative plan will secure our environment and our future.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is facing the worst health and economic crisis in a generation. While the government has announced record spending in their budget, what they didn't introduce is a responsible recovery plan. Many of my constituents are rightfully concerned that the debt introduced by this government will be felt for generations. Canadians deserve a government with a plan to secure jobs, accountability, mental health, our environment, our economy, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, our country. Now is the time to get back to work and secure the future for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, after 28 years of broken promises, this government announced plans to invest $30 billion into a national child care program. Today, I want to thank organizations like Child Care Now and the Child Care Coalition of Manitoba for their efforts in this long fight. But, Mr. Speaker, I am not holding my breath. It has been 28 years since the Liberal government promised a national child care program. Our party is ready to push this government to finally implement a childcare system that must be universally accessible, affordable, and high quality. It must be publicly and sufficiently funded, publicly managed, and provide fair conversation that respects this critical and vital profession. And Mr. Speaker, this system must be tied to national standards, developed with those on the front lines with expertise in the field, including early childhood educators, childcare staff, unions, and activists. As a former childcare educator myself, I know that children, caregivers, and workers deserve nothing less.
L'honorable The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to inform the House that the National Assembly of Quebec has unanimously adopted the following motion. That the National Assembly note that the Canadian budget tabled yesterday represents an unacceptable encroachment onto its jurisdiction, that it reaffirm its full confidence in Quebec's child care network, and that it reject out of hand any conditions that might be imposed on Quebec during the upcoming negotiations on the full compensation that it will have to receive. That it reiterate its resolution of December 2nd, 2020, which denounced Ottawa's desire to impose Canadian standards on long-term care homes and seniors' residences and call for an increase in health transfers to 35% of the network's costs. That it deplore the absence of this last issue in the Canadian budget. That it reiterate Quebec's exclusive jurisdiction over mental health, as well as its opposition to the establishment of Canadian standards in this area. Mr. Speaker, this was a unanimous message from Quebec, and this House must take note of it.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, today is the Queen's birthday. Her Majesty is 95. This birthday takes place at a sad time following the death of Prince Philip. Her reign began on February 6, 1952. At that time, Louis Saint Laurent was Prime Minister. Since then, she has worked with 12 Canadian Prime Ministers and has been Canada's Queen for almost half the time since Confederation. At 18, she joined the armed forces, training as a driver and mechanic during the Second World War. At 21, she said, "My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service," a commitment she has more than fulfilled. La Reine Elizabeth II.
Queen Elizabeth II has supported Canada through some of our key moments of our history, and she imposed herself as a guardian of our traditions.
With me in wishing Her Majesty the Queen all health and strength on her birthday. Long live the Queen. God save the Queen.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, he cried for his mother. He begged to breathe, a police officer's knee pressing on his neck, and minutes later he was gone, and everybody knew his name, George Floyd. There were marches across the globe. A sea of people took to the streets chanting Black Lives Matter, demanding justice. And for anyone who ever questioned systemic racism, George Floyd was an answer. But even still, with video captured from the cell phone of a brave 17-year-old girl who chose to stop and record what the world would see, I wasn't sure what would happen. Would there be a guilty verdict? Yes, on all three counts. I wept, not tears of joy, but of relief and resolve. This is not an ending, it's a beginning. There is no joy, there is no complete justice, there is only work. And Mr. Speaker, we have much more to do.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
58% capacity. That's what the Public Health Agency of Canada says the vaccine rollout is operating at because we don't have the supply to do more. It was operating at close to zero when the third wave started building in January and February. Why does this Prime Minister think that 58% is good enough for Canadians?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are working closely with the provinces and territories to support them in their responsibility of administering vaccines. We've sent more than 13.6 million vaccines to provinces and territories, with millions more arriving in the weeks and months to come. We know that in the month of May, there are at least 2 million Pfizer vaccines and more of others coming in every single week. And in the month of June, there will be tens of millions coming in. That's why it's important that the provinces be ready, as they are, for the ramp up as we move forward on getting everybody vaccinated.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
More will be coming when the countries that had a plan are finished vaccinating their population, Mr. Speaker. We're in a race against variants in this third wave, and we're losing because we didn't have the vaccines needed in January and in February. In fact, we still don't. But the Prime Minister is now not even restricting flights from COVID hotspots to stop the entry of new dangerous variants. The Prime Minister failed at the border last year. Why is he failing again?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we've delivered more than 13.6 million doses of vaccines to provinces and territories. We actually passed by about 50% our targets of delivering 6 million vaccines by the end of March, and we will continue to deliver more and more vaccines to get Canadians through this. On the borders, we have some of the strongest measures in the world on the borders, but we will also continue to look at other ways based on science and data to keep Canadians safe. Importation from the border is a fraction of the cases we're coming in, but we will still make sure we are doing everything necessary to keep Canadians safe.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's a sad day, Mr. Speaker, when a Canadian Prime Minister celebrates making his targets by stealing vaccines from the developing world. And no vaccines in January or in February means we're having a third wave in April. No border measures immediately means that the third wave could last until June. The Americans have introduced new border measures, Mr. Speaker, against Canada because of the lack of control of variants by this Prime Minister. What is it going to take for Canadians to finally see action on COVID from this Prime Minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, once again we see Conservatives peddling falsehoods when they say no vaccines in January or February. That's simply not true, Mr. Speaker. We have continued to deliver. We've continued to increase our vaccine supplies, and we actually went well beyond the predicted targets. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we see once again the Conservatives aren't asking any questions about the budget. Why? Because they must support it. They must think it is excellent because they recognize how targeted it is for Canadians, how it's going to get us through this COVID recession, how it's going to build back better. Thank the Conservatives for their support.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question about the budget. We're in the third wave, and variants are out of control. That's a fact. Canadians are tired of this. The Prime Minister has promised to increase health transfers to the provinces, but only after the pandemic. He is sending water after the fire. Why is the Prime Minister neglecting the provinces again when they need help now? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Conservative leader only asks budget questions in French. There must be some reason for that, but let's move on. And then he keeps saying anything and everything. Billions of dollars have been transferred to the provinces to help them with their healthcare systems during the pandemic. And with this budget, we're sending another $4 billion to the provinces and territories. We are there for Canadians, despite the Conservatives who keep saying we're spending too much, we should spend less. We shouldn't be there for Canadians to the same extent, but we will always be there to support Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Besoin d'un leader.
The provinces need a leader, not a talker. Last year, the Prime Minister failed to shut down the borders because he didn't have a plan to slow down the virus. Yesterday, the U.S. took new steps at the border because of how slow this government has been in stopping the variants. We are fully into a third wave here, and the Prime Minister is always slow to slow things down in the hot zones. What's he waiting for? Why isn't he taking action? 5 questions today, Mr. Speaker, from the opposition leader, and in each question he made facts up. I understand that it's the responsibility of members of Parliament to debate here, but when he says things like the U.S. have just changed their position on Canada, that's quite simply false. Since November, Mr. Speaker, the United States has been expressing concerns with a number of countries, including Canada, and that's still the case. But the Conservatives are simply peddling falsehoods to play politics, and that's not the way things should be done. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of things said in English versus French, the Prime Minister promised in English to increase long-term health transfers to the provinces, and that's good news. But we need that now. When you look at the budget, it's nowhere to be found. So my question is quite straightforward. Is the increase in health transfers going to happen now? And will it reach 35% of the costs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc leader has obviously forgotten this, but in November we had a meeting with all the provincial premiers and territorial premiers, and I said clearly at that point that yes, we would be there to increase health transfers in the long term, but only once we're through this pandemic. And while we're in the pandemic, we will continue to be there with billions of dollars to support the provinces, $19 billion for recovery, $4 billion just now in the budget for health transfers, and all the help they need now. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, in the Prime Minister's mind, the pandemic is going to last another 5 years or more, I guess. The National Assembly of Quebec passed a unanimous resolution repeating its previous resolution, rejecting national standards for long-term care and calling for an increase in health transfers to 35% of the cost. And they're condemning the fact that there's nothing about this in the budget. So it's not just me, it's not just the Bloc, it's the Quebec Premier and the National Assembly unanimously. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians and Quebecers are concerned about the fate of our seniors all across the country. They recognize that all seniors in the country need to be able to have a decent retirement, a safe, secure retirement. And that's precisely why we're working with the provinces and territories to ensure that our seniors have a safe, secure, protected retirement, whether it's in long-term care or elsewhere. We are respecting provincial jurisdiction, but we are moving forward to ensure that all seniors are protected. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
A doctor in Ontario wrote to the Prime Minister urging the Prime Minister to invoke the Emergencies Act and to step in and help. She writes that the situation is so bad in Ontario that not only COVID-19 patients, but any patient seeking health care is limited in the health care they can receive. She wrote again specifically, how angry would you be if your loved one had a heart attack and there was no hospital or ICU bed for them? Will the Prime Minister declare a public welfare emergency and immediately get the help that people need, getting vaccines to those who need it most?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, the federal government is there to help all Canadians. We have your backs. That's why we have indicated to the Government of Ontario that we are there to provide more sorts, whether it's Red Crosses, whether it's more vaccine doses, whether it's investments in health care and supports. We will continue to be there to support Canadians right across the country. I find it interesting, however, that the NDP is now calling on us to invoke the Emergencies Act when Tommy Douglas famously criticized my father for doing the same thing. We believe in working with the provinces and delivering concretely. That's what we're going to continue to do.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
The Prime Minister knows that it's a completely different act, and the Prime Minister knows that having someone's back means actually stepping in, helping, not standing back and watching. Radhika from the Greater Toronto Area lost her father to COVID-19. Her father worked for 26 years in the same factory in the Greater Toronto Area before getting COVID-19, getting sick, and then dying. She says that the way forward is to make sure people have paid sick leave. So will the Prime Minister, if he believes he can have people's backs, will he improve access to paid sick leave and protect workers?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the tragedies faced by far too many Canadian families over these past many months have been heartbreaking. And every step of the way, governments have been there to support people. We've been working hand in glove with provincial and territorial governments. We've been delivering direct supports to families. And we know, Mr. Speaker, there continues to be more to do. We move forward with paid sick leave to make sure that people didn't have to face the impossible choice between going to work or putting food on the table. And we will continue to work to do more. We know people need us to continue to have their backs, and we will.
L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in January, February, Canada went through a vaccine drought, and the result is being felt today. Because of that drought, which is the Prime Minister's fault, the third wave is hitting much harder than it is elsewhere here in Canada. And the Prime Minister is telling people not to travel. But the Prime Minister recently said he was getting ready to go to Great Britain this summer. Mr. Speaker, why does the Prime Minister say one thing and do the opposite? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we can see the Conservatives are having to look pretty far afield to find attacks. I do hope to be able to attend the G7 Heads of Government meeting in person in June, but obviously it will depend heavily on the situation we're in. That's precisely what I've said. We will be responsible. We will continue to work with our counterparts around the world to get through this crisis. It's a global crisis, and to get the economic recovery started, which is so important to everyone. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Yeah, if we want to look for examples, look abroad. CNN said recently that the government had recently failed Canadians who deserve better. That's the foreign opinion of the Prime Minister's management of the COVID-19 pandemic. And Boris Johnson had to correct the Prime Minister because the Prime Minister falsely asserted that they had a serious problem right now in Great Britain. This Prime Minister has not dealt with the vaccine problem properly in January and February. Can he at least admit that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. When it comes to health care, we'll take no lessons from the Conservatives. They said that we wouldn't be in a position to deliver vaccines as early as we have. We do recognize that there is still work to be done. Nonetheless, 25% of Canadians have now been vaccinated. We've hit that mark, but we have to do better. And in the weeks to come, in May, we will receive over 2 million vaccines per week, and we will continue to increase the rhythm because we're working very hard on that every day. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Canadians remember that in December 2020, the Prime Minister was proud to put on a display about vaccine orders, but in January and February there was a 10-day vaccine drought. No vaccines arrived, and now the third wave is hitting much harder in Canada than elsewhere because the Prime Minister created losing conditions in Canada, and that's making Canadians suffer. Can the Prime Minister admit that he has fallen down on the job, and he did so in January and February? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's time to talk facts. We promised Canadians we would receive 6 million vaccine doses in the first 3 months, the first quarter of 2020, and we exceeded that by 50%. We got more than 9 million doses in the first quarter. Mr. Speaker, we are exceeding our projections, but we do acknowledge that there's much more work to be done, and we will continue working around the clock to deliver more and more vaccines to get us through this pandemic.
Donan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, 4,000 Manitoba essential workers will be fully vaccinated months earlier than the Prime Minister planned, thanks to the kindness and generosity of the North Dakota people. Manitoba truckers will receive both recommended doses, 2 doses within a short 6-week period, while transporting goods to the United States. Full credit to Manitoba's Premier for his visionary leadership on this. But will the Prime Minister admit it is in fact his vaccine shortages that caused the third wave of the pandemic and encouraged multiple premiers to go cap in hand to the Governor of North Dakota?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I think, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives would do well to pay a little more attention to science rather than grounding everything in their partisan attacks. But I'd like to remind the honourable member that we've worked every step of the way with the provinces and territories through this pandemic, including on procuring and supplying them with vaccines. Provinces are free to make their own decisions on who should be prioritized for vaccination. We're happy to see the province of Manitoba is making essential workers like truckers a priority. And as I've said many times, every Canadian who wants to will be fully vaccinated by September.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister would do well to remember is the third wave is raging in Canada, and Canadians are tired of waiting for vaccines. We're seeing dual citizens in Ontario crossing the U.S. border to get vaccinated. Many Canadians know snowbirds who have done the same. Everyone but the Prime Minister can see the U.S. and the U.K.'s success has allowed them to begin reopening, and yet Canada has resorted to taking vaccines from developing nations, an international embarrassment. Canadians deserve far better than this Prime Minister's mediocrity, and will he admit his failures to deliver enough vaccines in January and February led to the third wave of the pandemic in Canada?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, instead of talking down the hardworking Canadians across the country in provinces, territories, and in the federal government who've been working unbelievably hard to get people vaccinated, they should respect and reflect on the fact that Canada is now third in the G20 in terms of people who've been vaccinated. In terms of the G7, we're also third, behind the US and the UK indeed, but ahead of many of our European counterparts. We will continue to do even better. We will continue to bring in even more vaccines because we know that vaccination and science is the way through this pandemic.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, this is serious. People are getting sicker and they're dying. Provinces are heading back into the third wave of the pandemic lockdowns. ICUs are overwhelmed. Field hospitals are being built in Ontario. A Vancouver nurse is asking for prayers because the situation is worse than she's ever seen. She's seeing people as young as 20 years old in her ICU, Mr. Speaker. And Canadians are frustrated, they are tired, and it's costing more Canadian lives and livelihoods. This is the COVID-19 legacy of this Prime Minister. Will he show humility for once and acknowledge that it is his failures to get vaccines to Canada adequately in January and February that led to the third wave of the pandemic and is costing Canadian lives?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this we can agree. Canadians are tired of this COVID pandemic. People are frustrated about the restrictions that continue. We need to get through this as quickly and as best as possible, and that is why we are working day and night to bring in even more vaccine doses so we can end with this pandemic. In the meantime, we're going to need to continue to follow local public health guidelines, and we actually, as a federal government, brought in measures so that premiers across the country could make the tough decisions around closing down various sectors of the economy, knowing that the federal government was there to support workers, to support small businesses, to have Canadians' backs.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A judgment was finally delivered recognizing the viability and the legitimacy of the National Assembly. But it removed a part of Quebec from the National Assembly's jurisdiction. Quebec will obviously appeal that decision. Does the Prime Minister recognize Quebec's jurisdiction, and does he undertake not to finance those who oppose it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, obviously we're aware of the decision. We will allow the court process to follow its course, and we continue to monitor the situation closely. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, it's going to take a bit more than that, so let's do some reading. The National Assembly would like to remind everyone that the Quebec nation never signed on to the Constitution in 1982 when it was brought home by the... Excuse me, I'm just going to have to interrupt you for a second. Someone has their microphone on, and so I would ask everyone to put their mics on mute.
Put their mics on mute, et on va laisser...
And we'll allow the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly to start over again. So for the sake of the Prime Minister, I'm going to do some reading here. The National Assembly points out that the Quebec nation never agreed to the repatriation of the Constitution in 1982 by the Government of Canada. The Quebec nation can establish its own rules with respect of its culture of institutions. All Quebecers are equal before the law, and all laws passed by the National Assembly apply throughout Quebec. Once again, that's a unanimous motion. 100% of MNAs in Quebec passed this motion. Will the Prime Minister respect Quebecers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are obviously aware of the court decision. We will allow the legal process to follow its course, and we will monitor the situation closely.
Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't get over this because the Prime Minister's standing in question period today, while millions of Ontarians are under lockdown again, the third wave is raging, and he's speculating about his own international travel. I guess international travel, it's not the time for that unless it's FOMO for the Prime Minister missing out on a cocktail party or some sort of photo op. The reality is that by the end of February, only 5% of Canadians had received even their first shot. That's unconscionable. Will the Prime Minister admit that if he had...
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is Canadians have now 25% of Canadians have received at least their first shot of the vaccines. And in the coming weeks, we're going to start getting more than 2 million vaccines every single week. And those numbers are going to keep going up. We know how important this is. On the issue of international travel, it is amazing to see the lengths to which the Conservative Party will go to make attacks. I highlighted that I was hoping to attend the G7 heads of governments meeting in June in Cornwall to work on the global recovery, but the Conservatives certainly can't have any of that.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
You know what? There's a lot of Canadians who want to travel to go to funerals, to visit ailing loved ones. But they're not having any of that. And that's because the Prime Minister only delivered enough for 5% of Canadians to get their first dose of vaccine within the first 2 months of the year, that critical time when we could have stopped the first wave. He spent last summer covering up the WE scandal and shutting down Parliament instead of negotiating contracts that could have gotten us those vaccines. Will he admit that his failure to procure vaccines in January and February led to the third wave?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, we have now passed the threshold of having vaccinated 25% of Canadians, and we need to continue to do more, and that is something we're going to continue to do. In terms of the opportunities for the global community to come together, and particularly the leaders of the 7 largest economies, as I said, it is not certain, but I am hopeful to be able to sit with them in person, and I would do it wherever it was, whether it was in Cornwall, whether it was held in Oklahoma. I would be there to be there for the G7.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
You know, the Prime Minister can mock his international travel against people who need to travel to see ailing loved ones who are separated with their families, but that's not going to cut it. He cites statistics, but one statistic is fact. Only 2% of Canadians, 2% have been fully vaccinated. That's abysmal. That's not going to stop the third wave. There's not enough supply. We're having to administer first shots of vaccines off-label for 4 months because he didn't produce enough vaccines. We could have stopped the first wave if he had gotten us vaccines in January and February, but he didn't. Why?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives demonstrate that they'll never let the facts get in the way of a good political partisan attack. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, is we have been working diligently, and indeed experts and the National Advisory Council on Immunization made a recommendation that Canada follow a one-dose strategy with a larger stretch point between the 2 doses so that we could ensure more Canadians are protected. Those decisions are grounded in science, and even the Conservative health critic has to recognize that rather than make partisan attacks.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
It's just ridiculous. It's off-label. No other country is separating doses by 4 months. Only Canada, because he didn't get us enough vaccines. Fact, only 2% of Canadians are fully vaccinated. Fact, only 5% were fully vaccinated by the end of January. That's his partisan fault. Enough with the partisan games. He didn't get us these vaccines. Now we're in the third wave. Now ICUs are overflowing, and it's because he didn't negotiate these contracts. Why didn't we have enough vaccines in January and February? For shame.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, I don't want to tell the health critic for the Conservative Party how to do her job, but if she actually looked around, the UK was actually the first country to expand that 4-month spread strategy, and as a way of getting more people protected as quickly as possible. So that is a strategy that Canadian scientists and experts have recommended, and that is what we are continuing to do. We have now passed the threshold of 25% of Canadians vaccinated. We have millions more vaccines coming in the coming months, coming weeks and months, and we look forward to getting through this pandemic by working together.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Sadly, Mr. Speaker, people are still faced with the impossible choice of going into work sick or staying at home and not getting pay because his Prime Minister refuses to fix the paid sick leave. The Ontario Science Table agrees. Paid sick leave saves lives, yet the Prime Minister continues to refuse to improve access to the paid sick leave. He's not listening to the scientists. He's not listening to workers. He's not listening to families who have lost loved ones. What will it take for the Prime Minister to improve access to paid sick leave and save workers?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we have had Canadians' backs with unprecedented supports for workers, for families, for small businesses, for seniors, for young people, and we have continued to do that. In discussions with the provinces and territories at the end of last summer, we moved forward with 2 weeks of paid sick leave, knowing that it would make a big difference across the country, and we continue to work on that. We expanded it to 4 weeks. We also recognize that the provinces themselves have a role to play, and I hope a number of them will continue to step up on paid sick leave. There is a work for all of us to do, but 8 out of every $10 to support Canadians came from the federal government.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The
Prime Minister has finally presented a budget with emblematic amounts. Well, congratulations, but the Prime Minister forgot an urgent request from provinces and territories. They asked for an increase in health transfers. We're in the midst of a crisis, a health crisis. Our health system has to be able to meet people's needs. Can the Prime Minister commit to increase health transfers, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I committed to do this last December when I had a conversation and a meeting with the premiers. But I also recognized that right now we have serious needs in our health system, and that's why we transferred billions of dollars additionally to the provinces and territories so that we could get through this pandemic. And once this crisis will be over, we will sit down and we'll determine how we'll be able to continue to increase health transfers in the long term. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's what we're going to do.
Member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the global pandemic has been tough on all Canadians, but particularly on women, who tend to be the family caregivers, especially during a crisis. And research, many women have had to exit the workforce, risking decades of women's hard-fought gains in the workplace. And we know this is often due to a lack of affordable, accessible, and quality early learning and childcare. So can the Prime Minister please tell us how much we are investing in a national childcare program, why it's so important for parents now, and how this will support women right across Canada? Thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Cumberland Colchester for raising this important issue. Childcare shouldn't be a luxury. It should be something that everyone can afford. That's why Budget 2021 commits up to $30 billion over 5 years to build a Canada-wide childcare system. This plan aims to cut fees by 50% by the end of next year, and in 5 years, we aim to reach an average of $10 a day daycare right across the country. We look forward to working with all the provinces and territories to ensure that all Canadians have access to early learning and childcare.
The honourable member for Carleton.
In the UK, restaurants are starting to reopen. In New Zealand, in Australia, they're accepting international travelers without a quarantine. In the US, large gatherings for sports and music events are starting to resume safely. But here in Canada, there's a major third wave. How come Canada is in such a negative position with respect to our other international allies? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that there are many Canadians who are going through very tough times right now during this third vague, but we also recognize that there are places in Canada that aren't facing a third wave, whether it's the Atlantic provinces or the work the federal government did with them that allowed them to have a different reality during this pandemic, or also in the north. We worked with the ministers of the territories so that this pandemic would be different for them. There are other areas that need more help, but the government will be there for Ontario and for other places that do need our assistance. The honourable member for Carleton.
Vaccines. That was the one job he had at this point in the crisis. Now he tries to throw on a cape and says he's the hero that's going to solve the problem that he caused. The reality is the rest of the world was being vaccinated in January and February. Vaccination rates in the US and UK are twice what they are here in Canada. The rest of the world is reopening while we're being confined to our basements because of the wave of the variants that this Prime Minister allowed. Why did the rest of the world have access to vaccines in January and February while we did not?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, it should come as no surprise that that particular member has a way of inventing facts. The reality is we did get vaccines in January and February, unlike what the member is saying. But yes, indeed, we need to continue to increase it. Although for January, February, March, we actually surpassed our target of 6 million vaccines by almost 9.5 million vaccines total. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to deliver vaccines to Canadians as quickly as possible. We are now third in the G20 in terms of number of citizens vaccinated with at least one dose. We will continue to accelerate our vaccination.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Inventing facts. This from the Prime Minister, who has been embarrassed again on the international stage for stating falsehoods. Let me quote The Independent of London. The Canadian Prime Minister has bizarrely claimed that the UK is facing a very serious third wave of COVID-19, despite cases in Britain currently being much lower than in Canada. So he spreads misinformation here at home and embarrasses us abroad, well, he should be apologizing for his colossal failure to deliver vaccines. Why weren't Canadians vaccinated in January and February like everyone else?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've answered that question, but it is fascinating to me that the former member, the former finance critic of the Conservative Party, the now critic for jobs and growth, has absolutely nothing to say about our federal budget. We just put forward an ambitious plan for jobs and growth that I'm quite aware that the Conservatives have taken issue with, but they are choosing to not use this opportunity for debate, for discussion in this House of Commons to ask it. And I know the member from Carleton never shies away from debate, but why isn't he asking any questions about our plan to grow the economy? Is it because it's that good?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, it's because I looked through it and there was no plan for jobs or for growth to debate. All he's done is lock down the businesses that provide the jobs and growth. He's locked them down through his failure and his failure alone to deliver the vaccines that are opening up economies around the world. The President of the United States said every single adult in America is now eligible for vaccines. Here in Canada, we haven't even had 30 vaccines per 100 people. That is the contrast. If he wants to know why we have 300,000 missing jobs and so many people seeing the end of their lives as a result of COVID-19, it's because of his failure. Why didn't we get vaccinated in January and February like everyone else?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I now understand why the member for Carleton is not asking questions about the budget. He hasn't actually read the budget. So let me inform him that in this budget, we're extending emergency supports to bridge Canadians and Canadian businesses through to recovery. We're extending employment insurance sickness benefits from 15 to 26 weeks. We're revitalizing Canada's tourism sector with $1 billion investment. We're funding to enhance initiatives like the Black Entrepreneurship Program and the Women Entrepreneurship Strategy. We're establishing a $15 minimum wage, enriching the Canada Workers Benefit, investing in our small businesses and the transformation and supports they're going to need for the future. Mr. Speaker, this is a jobs and growth budget, and we are all apparently very proud of it in this House.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, one of the Prime Minister's key commitments in the budget is for universal childcare. He's taking his cue from Quebec, which became a global pioneer in this area when Pauline Marois of the Parti Québécois created our daycare centres in 1997. Since the Prime Minister himself is basing himself on Quebec, would it not be natural for him to not dictate to Quebec what to do with its share of the money it's owed? Students don't correct teachers. So can the Prime Minister confirm that Quebec will receive its fair share of its funding without conditions? Without strings? That's the question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers have shown for quite some time the path to follow with respect to daycare centres and for early childhood learning. We know that it's not just the right thing to do, but it's also the intelligent thing to do for the economy, for fairness, and for opportunities and economic growth. That's exactly why we're going to bring forward what we all have learned from Quebec across the country. And I would like to reassure you that Budget 2021 will have an asymmetrical plan with Quebec to allow for other improvements to its system. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we want to know is, will this agreement have strings or not? What Quebec wants is no conditions at all. We want a confirmation of this. Will there be conditions or not? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for several years now, we've been investing tens of millions across the country to increase daycare systems across the country, and every time we were able to get along very well with Quebec to send funds there so that we can invest in families and children. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, the work we're going to do with Quebec together to meet the needs of families across the country, and with the investment we're going to send to Quebec so that Quebec can invest properly. Well, we're very happy to be able to agree with Quebec on this, and we're sure that will happen. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Transparency and humility. Since the beginning, the Prime Minister has said that he's made no mistakes in terms of the vaccine supply for Canadians. But unfortunately, he is responsible for the third wave that we're going through right now in Canada. 8 million cases a day on average. Quebecers are under a curfew that restricts their freedom of movement. They can't see their families. Today, the Prime Minister, if he had done his job properly last year, we wouldn't be here today. So why did he fail Canadians by not giving them the vaccines they needed in January and February? Mr. Speaker, once again, let's focus on the facts. In the first months of the year, we promised Canadians 6 million vaccines, and we delivered 9.5 million vaccines, Mr. Speaker, and we're delivering them. But we know we have to work hard every day to deliver even more vaccines across the country. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Since the beginning of the question period, the Prime Minister is talking about his targets with respect to vaccine supplies. Who established these targets? Him. Where are the contracts showing that these targets are based on something? We don't have the right to see them. And who doesn't believe him? Canadians. And not just Canadians. Restaurant owners, such as La Bourgade in my riding, who had to shutter their doors. Children who don't have a social life because they have to go to Zoom school. How come he didn't do his job in January and February? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, small and medium business owners across the country were able to benefit from unprecedented support that the federal government sent them. And yes, 8 out of every $10 across the country in assistance during this pandemic was directly given from the federal government. We are there for families, we're there for students, and we're also there for small business owners. And we're going to continue to do so even as we unroll vaccines. Inaudible. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, if we'd had the vaccines, we wouldn't have to be giving small businesses loans now. If we'd had the vaccines earlier, we wouldn't have a curfew in Quebec, and people would be able to see each other. Children would be able to go to school. If we had the vaccines like the U.S. did, people would have had 2 vaccines. And now the Prime Minister is proud. Well, there were 200 million Americans vaccinated in 100 days. How come he didn't deliver for Canadians in January and February instead of putting us in the third vague we're experiencing right now? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of this pandemic, we're working to help Canadians, to support small businesses, to support families, and to create a vaccination strategy for the highest number of Canadians as quickly as possible. And we're going to continue to increase the vaccine rollout speed every week in Canada, and we're going to have everyone vaccinated before the end of September fully, and there are many provinces that will be able to vaccinate Canadians with a first dose before the beginning of summer. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue our work, and we have to keep holding up during this third wave. The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Mr. Speaker, as seniors age, they face increased financial vulnerability, especially women. We know that seniors over 75 years of age are often unable to work. They have disabilities, and they have greater health needs. With higher expenses and lower incomes, seniors over 75 need additional support. Can the Prime Minister explain what our government is doing to make life more affordable for aging Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank, Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Marc-Aurèle Fortin for his hard work on behalf of seniors. Seniors are more likely to have depleted savings, to have disabilities, and to be widows, while their healthcare needs are rising. In the budget 2021, we kept our promise by increasing old age security by 10% for Canadians aged 75 years and over. We will also support them in the short term with a one-time payment of $500 in August. Seniors built Canada, and they can rest assured that we will always be there for them.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
When confronted with facts, this Prime Minister screams out that it's fake news, but he justifies Canada going off label on the vaccines with a 4-month dosing, saying that the Brits did the same, when in fact they used a 3-month dosing interval. So instead of spreading misinformation, can the Prime Minister stand up and admit that Canada is in its 3rd wave of lockdowns because he failed to deliver enough vaccines for Canadians to get both doses in January and February?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago, there was no COVID-19 vaccines. Now there are many. And Canada, because of our procurement strategy, was able to sign deals with 7 different potential vaccine makers, many of which are able now to deliver vaccines, including to Canada. We continue to increase the pace of vaccinations, vaccine doses arriving in Canada. Indeed, in about a week and a half, we will switch to more than 2 million doses of vaccines arriving every single week. We will have close to 50 million vaccine doses by the end of June here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we are on track to get through this pandemic.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, it's a real shame that this Prime Minister says that with only 2.5% of Canadians fully vaccinated that we're on track. This third wave is his failure. Residents in my riding can look across the border and see Americans in New York State who can get vaccinated at 16 years of age at their will because they have availability of supply. This is the third wave of COVID, the third wave of lockdowns because this Prime Minister failed to get enough vaccines for Canadians. Instead of making deals with the Chinese-owned CanSino, why didn't this Prime Minister focus on doing what was best for Canadians and getting vaccines for January and February?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, it's important that in this House we base our debate in facts. And in January and February, we did deliver hundreds of thousands of vaccine doses to Canadians. And indeed, by the end of March, by the end of the first quarter, we had surpassed our provisions, our scheduled deliveries of 6 million vaccines by a total of 9.5 million vaccines. We recognize there is much more to do, but as of right now, Mr. Speaker, over 25% of Canadians have received at least one dose of the vaccine, and we are on our way to getting through this pandemic.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I guess this Prime Minister hopes that Canadians will accept that he will under-promise and over-deliver up to 2.5% of Canadians being fully vaccinated. I can tell the Prime Minister through you, Speaker, that's not good enough. This Prime Minister shut down Parliament during a pandemic, had his members filibuster the Health Committee, Defence Committee, Ethics Committee, Procedure and House Affairs, instead of working together in a Team Canada approach to vaccinate Canadians. This third wave is a failure of this Prime Minister. 25% of Canadians getting their first dose is not enough to stop the third wave. Why did this Prime Minister let us down?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic, one of the things that has been strong and remarkable is the level of collaboration we've seen across political parties and indeed across orders of government. That's what Canadians have wanted to see, people working together, like the federal government has consistently been there to support the provinces and territories as we make it through the various waves and as we face far too many tragedies. That's why 8 out of every $10 of support for the families through this pandemic came from the federal government. We have continued to step up every step of the way, and we will continue to. We know we need to continue to work together. Nobody wants to see the partisan attacks that are being demonstrated now. They want to see us all working together, which we will.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we are in the midst of this third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. Canadians need support now, and they need reassurance that the economy will be strong and jobs will be created once we are through this pandemic. Could the Prime Minister update this House on how Budget 2021 will support all Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank the member from Niagara Centre for his important question. This budget is about finishing the fight against COVID-19, and it's about creating prosperity for Canadians. Budget 2021 is a historic investment to address the wounds of COVID-19, put people first, create jobs, set businesses on a track for growth, and ensure that Canada's future will be more equitable, greener, and more prosperous.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister in his budget is proposing to cut assistance to people this summer. How come? We're in the midst of a third COVID-19 wave and we're still under lockdown. We really want people not to lose their jobs. Why is the Liberal government and the Prime Minister proposing to cut assistance this summer from $500 to $300? Why? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at every stage we were there for Canadians. We made a promise to be there as long as it would take, with all the necessary assistance. And we are here, and we're going to continue to be there to support families, companies, workers, and all Canadians. We all have great hope that when the summer comes, we'll be able to have fewer restrictions and more economic activity. And we know that employers will want to rehire people, and that's why we've invested in an incentive for employers to hire more people. And we're always going to look at things carefully to make sure we're there to help Canadians when they need us. And that is all the time we have today for the question period.
For today's question period. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Take myself off mute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 17 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Very good. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
S'il vous plaît, Laurent.
Sorry, just a moment. If the Honourable Member for Sudbury can wait just a moment.
J'avais l'impression.
We had the impression that the member for Sudbury was going to say something at the end of routine proceedings. So if he's all right with that, I think we'll wait until the end. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you for your cooperation. We appreciate it. Now, where was I? Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor today of presenting in both official languages petition E2559, which calls upon Canadians, the government, to take further steps with the People's Republic of China. These specific actions are outlined within the petition as points of recommendation. You know, I look back to the years of the Harper administration, where government in their foreign policy went by the values of justice, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And I believe that this petition and those who have signed it are in support of seeing these values once again brought back to our government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Presenting petitions, I just want to ask the honourable members to be considerate. And what we have is we have a lot of people presenting petitions and only a limited amount of time. So if you can be as concise as possible, it would certainly be appreciated. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two certified petitions from constituents, and both call on the Government of Canada to deploy legal sanctions against certain officials of the Communist Party of China who've orchestrated gross human rights violations against the Falun Gong practitioners. And I have 119 signatures for the first petition and 30 signatures for the second. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three petitions to present to the House today. The first petition is with respect to Bill S-204 to prohibit forced organ harvesting and trafficking. That bill has just passed the Senate committee and is back for third reading. Again, that's Bill S-204. Petitioners are in support of it. The second petition is about Bill C-6. Petitioners support a ban on conversion therapy, and they're asking the government to fix the problems with the definition of conversion therapy. to align that definition with definitions of conversion therapy that are used in other bans in other jurisdictions. The third and final petition draws the attention of the House to the situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia and calls for greater government engagement in response to the humanitarian and human rights challenge in terms of investigation and engagement with the relevant governments. I commend these petitions to the consideration of all members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table a petition signed by Canadians with concerns regarding Bill C-6. Violent, coercive actions that seek to change someone's sexuality against their will are unacceptable. But the definition of conversion therapy in Bill C-6 is so broad that it captures instances that don't fit that description. These petitioners recognize the impact that this bill will have on the choices available to Canadians, including the LGBT community, and they call on the House of Commons to do 5 things. Ban coercive, degrading practices, ensure that no laws discriminate against Canadians by limiting the service they can receive, allow parents to speak with their children about sexuality and gender, allow free and open conversation about sexuality and sexual behavior, and avoid criminalizing professional and religious counseling voluntarily requested and consented to by Canadians. Receiving counsel from parents, teachers, or counselors can be healthy, and this bill must take into account the benefits or talk therapy to those struggling with their sexual orientation or gender identity. These conversations should not be limited by a government that simply cannot know and appreciate the unique needs of every individual. We must respect the choices individuals make in seeking counsel and support. Let's heed the words of these petitioners and fix the definition in Bill C-6. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was pleased to sponsor e-petition 3132, and I'm even more pleased to present it today as it received more than 9,500 signatures in very short order. The petitioners call for the full decriminalization of consensual sex work in Canada. They note that criminalizing sex work was found to be a violation of the right to security of person by the Supreme Court in the Bedford decision in 2013. They point out that instead of decriminalizing sex work, Bill C-36 simply found new ways to make sex work illegal, and the result has been to further endanger sex workers. In the absence of the legislative review of C-36 that was supposed to take place, the petitioners ask that instead of forcing sex workers to go back to court to protect their rights, that the House simply repeal Bill C-36. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to table e-petition 3071, which was initiated by Bronwyn Bryce and Nanaimo Ladysmith and has 1,188 signatures. The petitioners are concerned that the fixation on profit and growth is taking us down a dangerous path, leading to a widening gap between rich and poor, spiraling poverty, environmental breakdown, and a mental health crisis. They note that GDP growth has been a poor measure of success. It counts polluting factories and the manufacture of weapons, but tells us nothing about the quality of education our children receive, the availability of well-paid and secure jobs, or the number of species threatened with extinction. Yet GDP growth is still the government's main economic goal. The petitioners state that a well-being economy would prioritize public health and well-being indicators, reorienting our economy towards what matters most. Scientists have called on governments to shift away from pursuing GDP growth and affluence and towards sustaining ecosystems and improving well-being to tackle the climate crisis. Well-being economics has already been adopted by several jurisdictions, and therefore the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to discontinue GDP measurement and shift to a well-being economy. Thank you.
I want to remind the honourable members to be as concise as possible and be as brief as possible. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to present a petition today signed by many members of my constituency on the subject of pharmacare. The petitioners note that Canada is the only country which has a universal health care program, which does not have universal drug coverage. They call on the government to move expeditiously to put in place universal prescription drug coverage, bring down the price of prescription drugs through a bulk purchasing program at the federal level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of hundreds of Canadians to present petition E3181, calling for the government to sign on to the temporary waiver that's been proposed at the World Trade Organization of certain aspects of trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights or TRIPS provisions in order to help more countries access the intellectual property they need to produce vaccines as part of our moral obligation to the world, to be sure, but also to protect Canadians against the development of new variants and to reduce the economic consequences of the pandemic, as we could be part of a solution to ensure that people are vaccinated the world over. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as the haze of 420 centers, Canadians are still looking for justice. I am pleased to present petition E2824, sponsored by Louder Together, which seeks to redress the over-policing, the over-incarceration, and the other disproportionate impacts that the criminalization of cannabis has had on Black, Indigenous, and other racialized Canadians. The petition calls on the Government of Canada to develop a department for the equality of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and to allocate funding for our community initiatives, including harm reduction, PTSD treatment programs, community revitalization programs, and the creation of a business development program with the express mandate of creating and funding opportunities for BIPOC in the regulated cannabis sector.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 455 to 458, 460 to 463, and 466. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions numbered 452 to 454, 459, 464, 465, and 467 to 471 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned question be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. I wish to inform the House that I've received a notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands to rise and make a brief intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know you seem to put some emphasis on the word brief. I'll do my best, but it is an emergency. And the request that I bring to this House, I think will find sympathy with many members of this House, but it's only your sympathy that I seek, to have an emergency debate this evening on the rising problem of variants of concern, the fact that Canada remains at this point and is, as number of members have just mentioned in question period, in a third wave. An emergency debate should not be a place where we blame each other, but where we take hold of this and ask what we must do better, because we must do better. I first raised the request for an emergency debate on COVID-19 as it began to change in a second wave in November. My colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith asked again in February as the variants appeared to be threatening a third wave. We're now in that third wave. There are many aspects of this to discuss, but I think the central question is whether we all collectively at different orders of government need to shift from bending a curve to going to zero COVID, to actually work to eliminate COVID from Canada by learning from what the Atlantic province is doing and what other provinces did. And can we have an emergency debate on that this evening, Mr. Speaker? It clearly is an emergency.
I sure would.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her intervention. I'm prepared to grant an emergency debate concerning the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This debate will be held later today at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. Nous avons un rappel au règlement.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to respond to the point of privilege raised by the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, with respect to a bill which I introduced into the House last Friday, Bill C-288. And in between the notice and the introduction, some of the contents were revealed. It was an error on my part. It was, I didn't know, Mr. Speaker, that you couldn't discuss a private member's bill during that interval. I present my most sincere apologies to all members. I did not in any way intend to infringe upon anyone's privileges. And now I understand the rules and practices of the House better. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to explain myself. I'd like to thank the member for what he just said and for what the member for his intervention. As the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London mentioned, the practice concerning the confidentiality of all bills on notice exists so that the House is the first to learn of new legislative measures. In fact, I want to remind members once again that although they are allowed to conduct consultations during the development of a bill, or to announce their intention to table a bill on a specific issue, they must not disclose the specific provisions contained in a bill when it is put on notice. Only the title is made public when the notice paper is published and remains so until the first reading of the bill.
De la première lecture du projet de loi. In my ruling on March 10th, 2020, on a similar matter, the chair accepted the explanation of the member for Markham Unionville, where he also apologized. Under the circumstances, I'm prepared to do the same for the member for Sudbury. Thus, in light of what has been presented, the precedents in the matter, and the apologies from the member for Sudbury, the chair considers the matter closed. Since this is not the first time that this has happened, I would like to remind members of the importance of respecting confidentiality when they are preparing bills or having them put on the notice paper. I want to thank the honourable members for their attention.
We have another point of order from the honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to present my apologies to the House for breaching the standing orders by taking a picture of a member on April 14th. I personally apologize to him, but I also wanted to do so publicly. To him personally, to his family, to his colleagues, and anyone I may have offended. I'd like to say, to conclude, that I have no idea how that photo made its way into the media. That is all I have to say under the circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd
like to thank the honourable member for his intervention, and I will come back to the House with my decision.
Ordre du jour,
orders of the day.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders. Resuming debate on Ways and Means motion number 2, the Minister of Finance on budgetary policy, resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Blanchet.
Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to participate via Zoom today. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, as a female parliamentarian, it's a great honor to rise today and respond to this exciting 2021 budget. It's the first budget delivered by the female Minister of Finance, and it really reflects that. A truly momentous occasion in our Canadian history, and I'm very proud of my honourable colleague. She carries many titles: Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, member from University Rosedale, a mum, but most important title to me is as a friend. I send my congratulations once again to the member for her hard work that she is doing every day on behalf of all of us as Canadians across this great country. So as we move forward, as we've heard earlier, we are still in this battle against COVID-19. It's the fight of our lives, and unfortunately in my riding of Humber River Black Creek, it's one of the hardest hit areas in Toronto. My constituents are struggling.
I would just, so at the end of Toronto, if you could continue on after that, I do have a point of order right now. The honourable member for Kingston.
I believe that the member just forgot to mention that she'll be sharing her time with the member from Outremont.
Did the honourable member, I was in the middle of a changing guard here, so I'm just wondering if the honourable member wants to...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Yes, I will be sharing my time with the great member from Outremont. Thank you. So as I indicated, my constituents are struggling, and I want to take this opportunity to speak directly to the communities in my riding. Many of them are lined up in very, very long lines in a variety of popped-up spots today and clinics that are quickly being put together. I want them to know that the light of the tunnel end of the tunnel is near, and that we are all working day and night to get on top of this terrible pandemic. The best vaccine, of course, is the first one that's available to anyone, and all of them have been approved by Health Canada. So I want to encourage everyone to get a vaccine as soon as they are available. It will help save lives. We're in the toughest stretch of this pandemic, and as the Prime Minister said earlier this week, now is not the time to let up, not even for a second. Please continue to follow all public health recommendations, even after you've received the vaccine. Wear the mask, wash your hands, and continue to social distance. We're in this together, and we will beat this virus together. So now on to this wonderful budget. When we talk specifically about the fact that no community will be left behind when it comes to job creation and growth, we said we will have Canadians' backs, and we will extend business and income support measures through to the fall. We're going to make investments that will create jobs and help businesses across the economy come roaring back. The budget is going to support almost 500,000 new training and work opportunities for people who have lost their jobs, don't have jobs to go back to, are looking for new opportunities, skills training in a variety of different areas, and work opportunities that could change their life forever. Including in that number is $215,000 for youth. We don't want our youth to be struggling more than what they've already done through the pandemic, and we want to see that they have employment opportunities for their future. Supporting businesses in our most affected sectors, such as tourism, arts, and culture, accelerating investment in digital transformation of small and medium-sized business is the way to go. This budget is a plan that puts the government on track to meet its commitment of 1 million jobs by the end of this year. Just think how important that is to people who are struggling with mental health and depression to know that the government is there for them. One of the things that was really hard hit, of course, was our tourism, and it continues to be one of the hardest hit sectors in Canada. And partly through this pandemic, I have been working with local travel agencies in my riding. Lena Matura, who is the owner of Islington Travel, is a female small business owner that was negatively impacted by the pandemic. I would talk to Lena every week, sometimes every day, to help her return Canadians from abroad at the start of the pandemic. Lena worked tirelessly. I truly wanted to help Lena and all of the other people involved in the travel industry, which the majority of the travel agencies are headed up by women. And Budget 2021 has done just that. So I was pleased that they were not left out of this help. We have to the Minister of Transport, who is a member from Mississauga Centre. We must thank him for his tireless work and his successful negotiations to protect the commissions for these hardworking individuals. So now on to something that's exactly very important, of course, which is our early learning and childcare. We've talked about this for many, many years. And frankly, now it's time. Now it's going to happen, because this is a plan that's going to drive economic growth for all of the women who have been hit through this pandemic. This is a plan to increase women's participation in the workforce and a plan to offer each child in Canada the best start in life. This plan is going to aim to reduce fees for parents with children in regulated childcare by 50%. So just imagine how those women are thinking about the possibility of one day there's going to be childcare at $10 a day. It's going to cost $30 billion over the next 5 years and provide permanent ongoing funding. For the families in Humber River Black Creek, this will be such a huge investment and such a huge help to the many single mothers that I have talked to, many of them over the years. Pre-COVID, when I would walk through the local Jane Finch shopping center or visit some of our local parks, I would meet new mothers who were just starting their families. And they'd tell me how much they appreciated the Canada Child benefit. It's my hope that these mothers, when I see them next, will tell me about their new jobs that they have secured because of the childcare support they're receiving from our government. Seniors, of course, we all have talked a lot about seniors over these last month and their challenges and difficulties, whether it was in long-term care or simply struggling with limited income. Certainly after a lifetime of hard work, seniors deserve a secure and dignified retirement. And that is why the government is committed to increasing old age security benefits for seniors aged 75 and older. And the government plans to implement this commitment in 2 steps. Budget 2021 proposes to meet the immediate needs of this group of seniors by providing a one-time payment of $500 this coming August to OAS pensioners who will be 75 or over as of the end of June 22. Budget 2021 then proposes to introduce legislation to increase OAS payment for pensioners with the over 10% on an ongoing basis by July 22nd. This would increase the benefits for approximately 3.3 million seniors, providing an additional benefit of $766 to full pensioners in the first year and indexed to inflation going forward. This would really help seniors, give them more financial security later in life, especially as we know they are facing increased expenses and a greater risk of running out of savings. I know when this pandemic is over, I'll have a chance to visit my local seniors groups who will have been successfully vaccinated. They'll be playing cards or bingo at their local community center. Not only will they be excited about the chance to yellow bingo again, will be overjoyed with the increased support they will be receiving through Budget 2021. One of the problems we had in the long-term care in the riding was Hawthorne Place, an excellent home that looks after many of the most vulnerable in long-term care. And it was extremely hit with COVID-19. The Canadian Armed Forces were deployed to this facility. This unfortunate situation in my riding was not the only reason that led me to advocate for strengthening standards for long-term care homes. This has long been an issue that is needed to be addressed. We must protect our seniors and the most vulnerable across Canada. And Budget 2021 proposes to provide $3 billion over 5 years to Health Canada to support provinces and territories in ensuring standards for long-term care are applied and permanent changes are made. So what happened through COVID-19 will never repeat itself. It's imperative on us. We have a moral responsibility to ensure that we keep seniors safe and improve their quality of life. This work will ensure that seniors and those in care live in a safe and dignified condition. I want to thank my colleagues for their continued advocacy on behalf of Canadians and to those living in long-term care homes, especially our Prime Minister, who heard what our difficulties were and took action to improve the life of our seniors. Mr. Speaker, we are unfortunately still in the battle of our lives against COVID-19. But the supports included in this budget will make a difference for Canadians, will help them through this. Opportunities are coming, growth is coming, jobs are coming, and after a long, grim year, Canadians are ready to cover and rebuild. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for highlighting what she liked in the budget. I have a lot of seniors in my riding, and with 3 increases or 2 increases to the carbon tax during the pandemic and the rising cost of everything, I'm wondering, why did the government decide to exclude the seniors that were 65 to 75 in the increase to OAS?
For Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much. Thank you to my honorable colleague that I very much enjoy working with, and hope that she and her family are staying well. I think the reality is, when we talk about just how much money it is, it's a tremendous amount of money as it is. For us to have been able to go, and as much as we all would have loved to have seen a 10% increase to everyone, the practicality is in the end of the day, there's a cost factor. I would hope that as we move forward, we will have additional resources and additional opportunities to help many of those seniors who continue to struggle, whether it's through GIS increases and in other ways that we will have to help them.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, but I'd like to ask her now to look at seniors in the eyes who are 65 to 75 years of age in Quebec and tell them that they had enough help from the federal government, and tell them that they're not vulnerable enough to be in the next budget. I'd like to hear this in person, because since the Liberal government's announcement, I have received tons of feedback and letters from important seniors groups in Quebec, people who don't understand. For a measure that would only cost $4 billion. It's not 1% of our deficit even. So I'd like her to tell us that this measure costs too much to help seniors. I won't even mention the unanimous request against at the National Assembly with respect to long-term care homes. Quebec can take care of its own jurisdiction. The Honourable
River Black Creek.
Thank you very much for the question. Let me say that we have continued, especially since the beginning of this pandemic, to help many of the seniors recognizing their struggles. I believe there was a total of $1,500 or $1,800 that were additional bonuses that went to seniors over this last year since this pandemic to help many of them. We have invested again in this budget in the area of long-term care on a lot of the areas that affect seniors in different ways. As I repeated earlier, nobody would have loved more than all of us in this House to have been able to spread the additional financial supports going forward, but we will continue to work forward in a positive way to ensure that an improvement in the quality of life for all seniors in Canada.
Questions and comments? You remember for London Fanshawe?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the member, the government in the budget put forward some dedicated funding to sexual and reproductive health services, access. However, it's such a small amount, and it doesn't actually do anything to help clinics like the one in New Brunswick. It doesn't do anything to actually expand the services that women need for those reproductive services. They haven't invested in midwifery services where those women on the ground in remote and rural areas could provide excellent service to women. They haven't provided greater access through a pharmacare program for birth control access. Could you talk about that maybe, Madam Speaker? Thank you.
Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Yeah, thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. Let me indicate that we have transferred an additional $4.3 billion onto our provinces, another $1.2 billion to support the healthcare capacity in a variety of different areas, $740 million to address the immediate needs in supportive care and provide health and social supports for other groups and organizations. So we have transferred millions of dollars down to the provinces, and specifically for health care and healthcare related issues. And I would expect that the questions that my colleague has mentioned are areas that the province would be sensitive to and would ensure that they have sufficient funding.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion and International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Budget 2021 is a budget about investing in the future of our country, investing in the next industrial revolution and our digital transformation. investing in a cleaner, healthier environment and a new green economy, investing in the participation of all Canadians in the economy, including women. What we have put forward is a plan to see our business community through to the end of this pandemic and be well positioned for growth on the other side. Over a year ago, as this House knows, we introduced the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, a program the like of which we had never before seen. This has directly supported the paychecks of more than 5 million Canadians, saving countless jobs and helping employees and employers stay afloat. We also created the Emergency Rent Subsidy, which has covered up to 90% of the rent of our small business owners for over 150,000 entrepreneurs and Canadian businesses across the country. I hear it from so many small business entrepreneurs. These programs have been a veritable lifeline. That's why in this budget, we've set aside funding to extend these emergency pandemic business supports. But let's be clear, Canadian entrepreneurs want to grow. They want to prosper. They want to hire more workers, and they want to succeed in a strong and stable economy. Our budget creates the right incentives for growth in many different ways, from the Canada Recovery Hiring Program, which is going to offset some of the costs of creating new jobs or increasing wages or hours, to the Digital Adoption Program, which helps cover the costs of doing business online. We are supporting a strong recovery. One of the very important economic lessons of the pandemic is that e-commerce is not a nice to have, it's a necessity. The digital economy is here and it's here to stay. A 2019 study revealed that half of Canadian businesses currently operating online started doing so only within the last year. As we continue to promote the importance of our export market and all of the opportunities that are available to Canadian businesses through our many international trade agreements, being able to sell Canada's goods and services online is a key ingredient to further economic growth. And so too is Canadian innovation. When I think of the potential of applied research in this country, from the possibilities of quantum technology, in which we are investing $360 million, to our expertise in artificial intelligence, in which we're investing an additional $445 million, to our investments in photonics, genomics, and more, the federal government is stepping up to support an economic recovery on the cutting edge of technology. This is where the world is going, Madam Speaker. This is where the economy of tomorrow is going, and Canadians will be there at the front of the pack. Et quand j'y pense,
and when I think about it, this technology and innovation-driven economy of tomorrow is very much an investment in the Montreal ecosystem and in Quebec's emerging industries. Let's think for a moment about Montreal's artificial intelligence-driven supply chain supercluster, which is aiming to harness robotics. Let's think about Quebec's biomanufacturing industry. Think of the opportunity, such as with Medicargo, which is developing vaccines that are 100% made in Canada. We're so lucky to have research institutions that are leading, such as the University of Montreal, Polytechnique, HEC Montreal, and IRIC, many others. They are crucial in strengthening our national biomanufacturing capacity. Let's also think about the aerospace industry, an industry based here in Quebec that contributes over $28 billion to our GDP. The federal government's $2 billion investment recognizes the importance of the Quebec economy and its industries. These investments will allow the industry to be well positioned once travel restrictions are lifted. It's also recognition of the strength of Quebec's voice in our federal government. When Quebecers wonder who to vote for, whether for an opposition party or a governing party, when Quebecers see how much we, as Quebec MPs and as the Quebec caucus in government, can accomplish, the answer is quite clear. We are here to make our voices heard to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, to deliver the goods for Quebec, to advance our priorities with funding, with political will, and with concrete results in this budget. And we cannot talk about the economy of tomorrow without talking about our plan for a green transition. A transition that cannot be postponed for a later day. We're here right now. Is the federal government spending significant amounts of money in this budget? Yes. We're talking about real amounts, reflecting a real intention to tackle climate change. Our budget proposes nearly $18 billion in additional investments to strengthen Canada's climate plan. These measures put Canada on track to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 36% by 2030.
Fight against climate change can and will be an engine of growth for our economy. This investment is critical not only to protect the planet that we all inhabit and need in order to live, but also to grow and to prosper. Through this budget, we're supporting the manufacturers of zero-emission technologies by cutting their taxes in half. And to spur new investments in clean tech, we're proposing to set aside $1 billion to fund specific projects. These are investments that will protect our environment for our children and our grandchildren, yes, but also they will create the jobs we need today. Our government is moving with the times. We can see where global investors are headed, and we need to be there for the pass. Canada must move ahead of the puck, and this budget will get us there. Climate change is real, Madam Speaker, and $18 billion in new green investments is real money. This is concrete action on climate change, and it will have a transformative effect on our economy. But before I close, as a mother of a 3.5-year-old, I cannot speak to the budget without speaking to the importance of the historic investment we are proposing for early learning and childcare for parents, for families, and of course, for the full participation of women in our economy. As a parliamentary secretary for small business, I also can't speak to the budget without speaking to the importance of our additional investments in the Women's Entrepreneurship Program. We are committed as a government to tackling head-on the she-cession that Canada and so many other countries are facing right now. And we have shown through this budget that a feminist economic recovery is not only possible, but that it will bring home huge dividends. Ce plan est d'autant.
This plan is even more important because we know that the crisis has particularly affected women. Since the beginning of the pandemic, more than 16,000 women left the workforce, whereas for men, we've seen an increase in the number to almost 100,000. Here in Quebec, we have the highest rate of participation of women in the workforce in the country and amongst the most impressive internationally. In fact, Quebec women with children under the age of 3 has some of the highest employment rates in the world. I'm proud as a woman, as a mother, and as a Quebecer, of course, to see that Quebec is leading the way once again for the rest of the country. We have a pan-Canadian plan for early learning and childcare, and we have a plan for the future of Canada. What we're proposing in our budget is a plan to support Canadians today while setting the stage for a greener, more modern, more dynamic, and yes, more inclusive economic recovery. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to ask her 3 questions. First, as a Quebecer, as she said in her speech, does she agree with the fact that the federal government is going to impose standards with respect to long-term health care homes? Does she also agree with the fact that Quebec should receive unconditional funding for this new national care program that she says she wants to establish in coming years, but we know that it'll take even more years before it can be really established in her province, like it took several years to establish in Quebec? And does she also not think that dairy producers should have received compensation in this budget with respect to the U.S.-Mexico trade agreement? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you. Well, there's several questions there from my colleague. I will try to answer all of them with the little time I have. First, I'd like to say that, yes, I'm very proud to be able to launch a pan-Canadian program for childcare. And as a mother, in my personal case, I had to wait almost 3 years to get a daycare spot here in Montreal. So yes, I know that Quebec is paving the way for the rest of the country, but also we have to make sure that we have enough spots here in Quebec for young children. And I think that health transfers from the federal government could contribute to enhance our system, which is already in place in Quebec. And in terms of health transfers, particularly for long-term care, it's essential to continue to support provinces so that they can take care of seniors properly. I think that pan-Canadian standards are important in that respect to ensure that inaudible. I'm sorry, I have to move on to another question.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you. I think you mean Kingsway.
Oh, Kingsway, sorry.
Thank you. For decades, we know that millions of Canadians have had no access to the prescription drugs they need to be well and even to live. Liberals in 1997 said if Canadians elected them, they'd bring in pharmacare. They broke that promise. In the 2019 throne speech, right after being elected, the Liberal government said this: pharmacare is the key missing piece of universal health care in this country. This government will take steps to introduce and implement national pharmacare so Canadians have the drug coverage they need. The 2021 budget contains nothing to fulfill this promise. Now, we know the honourable member and her Liberal colleagues voted against the NDP's Canada Pharmacare Act in February. Will the member come clean with Canadians and just admit that the Liberal Party doesn't believe in public pharmacare and simply isn't committed to implementing it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Obviously, pharmacare is an extremely important issue in this country, and as he pointed out himself, it was in the throne speech. It is a commitment that we made in the last election, and it's a commitment we made again in the throne speech, and we will fulfill that commitment, Madam Speaker. It is important that all Canadians have access to medication at a reasonable cost, and we will follow through.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like my colleague to answer the following question. Now, with a budget like this, how does she feel about the fact that it doesn't meet a number of the government's commitments, particularly when it comes to finding the next generation of farmers? In 2019, the government had a number of discussions with the people from the Fédération de la Relève Agricole to make sure that there would be measures to help the next generation of farmers, but there was none of that in the budget. So, you know, they also made a commitment towards seniors, but in the budget we actually see that they have a two-tier system for seniors. How does she feel about that? A brief response from the Parliamentary Secretary, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. These subjects are very important. Obviously, I don't have a lot of time to be able to answer him, but on the question of our support for seniors, 25% fewer seniors currently live in poverty than when we took power in 2015. Our government is there for seniors, and we will continue to support them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House during the debate tonight pursuant to Standing Order 52, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure, or rather, anyone opposed to the motion will please say nay.
No. C'est adopté.
Carried.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, at long last, Madam Speaker, after 2 years since the last budget presented by the Liberals, it is a pleasure to rise today to speak to their latest proposal to Canadians. Now, we remember that the budget at that time was very much crafted and timed to distract attention away from what we all now remember as the SNC-Lavalin scandal. Now, that budget was tabled when the Prime Minister was avoiding questions and was under intense pressure under what we would later learn through the tabling in this House of the report from the Conflict and Ethics Commissioner in the Trudeau II report that the Prime Minister did indeed interfere in the prosecution of his friends at SNC-Lavalin. So here we are now in the middle of a pandemic, and last spring the government had no intention of introducing a budget, and in the meantime they've shut down Parliament to avoid tough questions about another scandal that involves this Prime Minister, where members of his family received $500,000, and then he gave that organization $500 million because they needed bailout. Of course, that's his friends at the WE organization. And we didn't get a budget when we returned to Parliament in the fall. Instead, what we got was a speech from the throne, which doesn't match this budget, but it was followed by committees being filibustered. Now, we're not talking about just one or two committees. We're talking about the Ethics Committee, the Finance Committee, where they should have been dealing with pre-budget consultations. We're talking about government, we're talking about Procedure and House Affairs, you name it. Of course, into the National Defence Committee being filibustered. And finally, this spring, we have a budget from the government. But while the last budget was tabled in its form to cover up the tough questions being asked as a result of the SNC-Lavalin scandal, that scandal that saw the Prime Minister fire Canada's first female Indigenous Attorney General and kick her and Dr. Jane Philpott out of caucus for speaking truth to power. Now we have a budget tabled during a pandemic with really a remarkable opportunity. The government has the runway to make investments in provincial healthcare. We hear an awful lot from the government that $8 and $10 that was spent in relief funds during this pandemic came from the federal government. Well, I can give you another number that the government might find helpful. 100% of the money spent by governments during the pandemic came from taxpayers. And so here we are in the third wave of the pandemic, third wave of lockdowns. Healthcare system is bursting at its seams. Now, the healthcare system had funding challenges before the pandemic. In the 2019 election, the Conservatives made specific commitments with respect to increasing health transfers to the provinces. So, pandemic is in full swing, third wave, lockdowns, hospitals are screaming for help. Provinces need more resources, but we're not seeing that investment in this historic document from the government in the provinces in healthcare. And I start talking about healthcare, of course, because we're in the middle of a global pandemic. Another item that was noticeably absent, members in this House will recall, and members on the government side will remember, that the House did move to adopt a national 3-digit suicide prevention hotline. Yep. And this was, it's a tremendously important initiative, 988, so that Canadians from coast to coast to coast know those 3 digits are all they need to remember in a time of crisis. And we've seen the effect that this pandemic has had with respect to the mental health of all Canadians. And so it really not a lot of heavy lifting the government would need to do to implement that, and a motion adopted by this House. But it's also missing. And so when we see these items that we know would be incredibly helpful, timely, and life-saving, that their absence from the budget speaks to the intent. And the intent, of course, and the the reason that there's so much preamble in the budget, I think it's the longest budget in terms of pages that we've ever seen in this country, is because, of course, it is meant to resemble a platform, an election platform. Now, I'll just note that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge, and look forward to their intervention to talk a little bit more about why this is, in fact, not a pandemic relief budget, not a jobs budget, not an economic recovery budget, but in fact an election budget. I received a call at my office yesterday from a constituent. Now, her name's Helen, and Helen is quite concerned about the fate of our country, and I think that that's pretty normal. We all have great hope and aspiration for what our country will look like. Now, Helen is in her 90s, and so she's seen a lot of changes in this country and been around for a lot of days. So Helen's concerns aren't for her next days. Her concerns are for her great-grandchildren. So she's wondering what's going to happen when we have more debt racked up by this Prime Minister than all debt racked up by all Prime Ministers previous to him. And who is going to pay that back? So the urgency to introduce a budget, we didn't expect it from this government, because this Prime Minister, of course, famously said that the budget would balance itself and that we would have very modest deficits during his first term. Now, of course, during the Liberals' first mandate, there was not a global pandemic or a global economic recession, but they blew the doors off the bank and plunged our country deep into deficits. And then when they got another mandate, found themselves in crisis and plunged us even further with new deficits and a much larger debt, breaking the $1 trillion mark. Now, the spending that had to happen during the pandemic, when we're talking about important measures like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the government proposed it at 10%. Opposition parties said that's not enough. It needs to be more. So you'll hear them say, well, the opposition says we're spending too much money, but they don't seem to want us to spend any money. Well, we want them to spend targeted money that isn't just about spraying hundreds of billions of dollars and hoping for electoral fortune as a result. We want targeted measures that help Canadians' livelihoods and their lives. And that's why that 75% emergency wage subsidy received unanimous support of all parties in this House. But there's a number of things that this government ought to have done with this budget document that they failed to do. And so, like Helen, when we look at what the budget should be focused on, and instead what they did focus on, we're left wondering, my goodness, who is going to pay for this debt hangover? And certainly it will be Helen's great-grandchildren, and that does, of course, give her reason to be concerned. The debt is, as you know, referred to by my colleagues, it's become a bit of a time bomb for this country, and we need to hope and pray that we don't end up in a situation with rising interest rates where our debt servicing costs eclipse our ability to be able to transfer more money to the provinces. And the Prime Minister has said they'll give more money to the provinces for healthcare when the healthcare emergency is over. So I'm not really sure how we ended up at that as the best case. Right now, Canadians are looking for targeted measures. And so I'm looking forward to answering questions from the members opposite, but certainly we were hoping for more targeted measures. Tourism sector, we're looking for, if the government wants to climb down into local jurisdictions, helping with chambers of commerce who are seeking rapid tests for their businesses that are employing people in the community. So while we find ourselves in this third wave of lockdowns, third wave of this pandemic, we expected something more than an election document from this government and a lifetime worth of debt. So we're looking forward to continuing to review it, but I have as many questions for the members opposite as I'm sure they would have for me. Thanks.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to the member's remarks on the budget and wondered where there would be criticism on the budget, and he never had any other than the on the debt, which is a necessary investment so that we have an economic future for Helen's grandchildren. That's what this budget is all about. This budget is about the future for Helen's grandchildren and all the grandchildren across the country. The budget carries on some of the spending that we had to do to take care of the health concerns of Canadians, to in fact get in more vaccines ahead of the time we had originally planned for. The problem with vaccines is not that they're not here, it's distribution in certain areas that isn't getting them out there and into arms. We heard a lot of stories from the member, wild stories about what happened last summer, but we're talking about a budget in April 2021, which covers a lot of bases. Does the member not recognize that 90 cents at every dollar that's been spent on COVID and the pandemic in this country comes from the federal government?
I do have to allow for other questions. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, I'm pleased to see the member from Malpeque, and 90 cents, I'll give him another number, 100% came from taxpayers. So there was talk about debt. But what I also talked about, he said I didn't talk about the budget. I talked about what was missing from the budget. Healthcare transfers desperately needed by the provinces. That's what's missing from this budget. So while there's a lot of aspirations in there and a lot of future debt to be paid by Helen's great-grandchildren, and that's who's going to be paying for this, they missed the mark on spending where it mattered most, particularly with respect to health and mental health. And that's what we're looking for. You want to talk about what happened last summer? Certainly, the government should have been developing domestic vaccine manufacturing, not partnering with Chinese-based owned CanSino.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked a lot about the importance of investing in health to get out of this crisis. Now, of course, we need stable and predictable health transfers, but they're not actually willing to increase them to 35% of network costs. So I'd like to know what he thinks about that. His colleague have said, well, we'll see what happens after the crisis, and that's what the Liberals are saying too. We'll have to see after the pandemic. But if there's one sector that should not be subject to austerity measures, because every time that we try to cut health care, someone somewhere doesn't get their health services. Because there's not enough screening, because there's not enough treatment, because in the 90s, the Liberals and the Conservatives, year after year, cut health.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, I'm happy to tell the member opposite that in 2021, these Conservatives are looking for increased spending on healthcare for all of the reasons that she listed. It is going to create a delayed public health crisis when we don't have, when we haven't had all of the diagnostic testing done that is normally done when hospitals have been shut. Certainly, this will have a negative effect on people's mental health, but also on their life expectancy and favorable outcomes on otherwise and historically treatable and curable illnesses. That's why we need to make more investments in healthcare today.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. New Democrats have long recognized that seniors in Canada are struggling and that they require more assistance through programs like the old age supplement. It's why we oppose the Conservatives when they raise the eligibility age from 65 to 67, and it's why we're calling on the government now to ensure that the OAS increase that they're talking about isn't just for seniors 75 and older, but for all seniors over 65. I invite the member to comment on that, if you would.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. A brief answer, please.
Well, what we want to see from the government and what they'll need to explain is why they made the decisions with respect to age cutoffs. It's important that we provide help for seniors who have been, of course, affected in a terrible way, and many of them have paid with their lives during this global pandemic. So we're going to need to make sure that the country's there to support them, seniors of all ages, and that the commitments by the government reflect the actual need of seniors.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't think that the members on the other side are expecting that I'll be glowing in my commentary regarding their budget. If they are, I'm sorry to disappoint them. I was here in the House when the Minister of Finance gave the budget, and I was taken aback at one point when she seemed to be very proud. Matter of fact, she mentioned this twice about how the Liberals only spent $354.2 billion. And she said, well, we restrained ourselves by not spending extra $30 billion that we could have spent. That was in our projections. So, and that was repeated twice. And I thought, $354 billion. The fact of the matter, I appreciate this, some water. The fact of the matter is that when the Liberals won the election, 2015, despite having fewer voters voting for them, nevertheless, that's our first past the post system, which is fine. They were given a surplus. It was a surplus situation that they were in. They said, okay, well, we're going to run a deficit of $10 billion, and it's like they never came through with their projection on any of their projections as far as the deficit goes. But anyways, this budget right here that the last year's spending, 2020 to 2021, was 35 times more than the deficit they projected when they first came into power. It's just, so it is, you know, it's like they've lost the sense of what the worth of money, worth of, you know, of fiscal prudence. If Larry and Martha or any other small business owner or Canadian were to be borrowing money and spending all their savings as the Liberals here, they'd be in an extremely precarious state, probably evicted from their home. But the Liberals are taking us down this risky path, and they seem to actually be quite nonchalant about that. What's happened to nations across the world and throughout history, just go throughout history, the government doesn't seem to feel that this applies to Canada. No, we're Canadians. It's the laws and principles of the natural world, of science, which they like to affirm of. They also apply to economics. If someone steps over a cliff, they will go down, even if they're wearing a Canadian flag on their T-shirt. Madam Speaker, I think of Argentina. It's a large and beautiful country. I haven't been there, but I've read about it. Many natural resources and a large immigrant population, large European population that came there during the early 1900s and late 1800s. They made it for decades of the 20th century, outgrew Canada and Australia in population growth and per capita growth, and was one of the 10 richest nations in the world. But they made some poor economic choices and ended up defaulting 9 times on their economy. The inflation was in double digits and up to 5,000%. It wiped out the prosperity of the middle class. In the 1970s, they had a few years of sound economic policies, but then they started going further and further in deficits, and their external debt tripled in 3 years. People lost their savings. They said, well, that's Argentina. Well, let's go a few thousand kilometers north to Venezuela, okay? Venezuela is another story. It has the largest reserves of oil in the world. It was the wealthiest nation in South America. In 1998, President Chavez was elected, and his vision was to greatly expand social services, to take people out of poverty, to implement his socialist agenda. Well, we know now how that has fared. 5 million people have fled that nation. People have gone hungry. The average weight has, for every individual has gone down many pounds, kilograms. There is real shortages of any basic supplies, gasoline, everything. It's a disaster. And they're harassing the press and closed down independent outlets, taking over hundreds of private businesses. What did they do? They increased money supplies, borrowed, out of control, and I know I could hear people saying, "Oh, Mark, you're just being alarmist. You know, let's not be so ridiculous." Well, I would say this, Madam Speaker. Open your eyes. Open your eyes to what's happening in Canada today. How many rights and freedoms have been sidelined in our society because of COVID and responding to medical needs and safety? But who would have believed? Who would have believed we'd be in the situation we're at right now a year and a bit ago? I don't think anybody. Borders are virtually closed. In British Columbia, which I am a member of Parliament there, you can't travel. You're not supposed to travel outside of your health authority. Places of worship have been closed. The inability to see your family, to attend funerals, weddings, to people dying alone, suicides. The problems are there, and people are afraid. People are afraid, and I know a lot of people. I personally know a lot of people who have COVID. I have an uncle that has passed also from it, so I'm not saying this is not real. It is very real. But who would imagine that we're in a situation? I would imagine here being in this house speaking to, there are a few people here, okay? And a few are in the virtual world. But who would imagine this situation? So why am I talking about this right now, Madam Speaker? It's because I'm talking about the budget. I'm talking about the problems that could happen to Canada. To Canada. You know, we couldn't imagine losing the freedoms that we've lost right now. We couldn't imagine this a year and a half ago. I don't think these other nations that were so high and doing so well could possibly have imagined how their economy collapsed. That can happen in Canada. It can happen in Canada. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves. This is serious business. You know, I was reading about the Fraser Institute. They're saying, I know I hear an oh no there, but you know what? I think they say that actually only 12% of the finances are actually, of the budget is actually going to directly support COVID measures. The rest is, what is it? It's pre-election pandering, a lot of this. And I know that there's some really good stuff. It sounds really good. I may get to this in a bit. For example, the child care provisions. The only thing with the child care provisions is that they've been promised since 1993 under Chrétien and Martin, under all the Liberals, it's always been promised, but does it ever show up? Okay, I know that, and I have no doubt they will have some, they will get a bottle of wine and open up a few spots where they will actually open up for child care. But that's what this is. You know, I was talking to a member of Parliament a year ago, and I said, you know, don't be surprised if we're not meeting in a few months. I was actually thinking a few weeks, because I knew that I was watching about what's happening with COVID, and he looked at me like I was crazy. and I phoned my kids. They were talking about buying a place, and I said, you know what, don't tell anybody this right there, because they're going to wonder, but I recommend you stock up. 1 minute? Madam Speaker, that's not fair. You mean 10 minutes? 9 minutes. I've spoken. That can't be. Anyways, okay. Anyway, we're going to talk about. Hey, Madam Speaker, let me speak about another nation a little closer to home. How about Canada? Well, let's talk about Canada. Oh, okay. Well, Canada. Let's talk about Prime Minister Trudeau, #1, PEA. Okay.
Madam Member, he's not to use the name of the Prime Minister or any other MPs in the House, and he's got 30 seconds to wrap up.
That's my time, because you didn't speak, Madam Speaker, so I need that time. I want to talk about the first Prime Minister that's related to the current Prime Minister. So, anyways, when his government starts spending way more revenues than they can receive, large deficits, increasing debt, Federal spending became 20% of the economy, Madam Speaker. You know what now? It's 30% now. High debt crisis, high inflation, 650,000 people in employment, inflation at 12%, unemployment at 12%, lending rates 8.
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up. However, he'll be able to add during questions and comments, and I'm sure he's got lots to add. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands under questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's passion, and I listened to him very attentively up until the point where he started referencing the Fraser Institute, and we can debate that a whole other time. But, you know, he talks about the position that we're in. Never did I imagine when I ran in 2015 or in 2019 that Canada, while I was here, would ever be in a position where we owed over $1 trillion in debt. That's the reality. I don't think any of us did, but we also didn't realize the position that we would be in. You know, we're not the only nation to be in this position. Most nations throughout the world that are developed countries like ours are in the same position. Yet we made a choice, Madam Speaker, and the choice was, let's invest in Canadians. Yes, all the money comes from the taxpayer, but the difference is we thought the taxpayer should bear the burden rather than certain sectors of the economy and certain sectors of our population. Would the member not agree that if we didn't invest in Canadians like this, we would be in a much worse place when we do come out of this pandemic?
Honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Madam Speaker, I want to say, I agree with you, member. Hey, I agree with you. Okay? Well, I agree that we do support Canadian workers. I think it's really key. You know, Conservatives have been there. Matter of fact, we've looked for ways. How can we help? Okay, how can we help Canadians? So we are there, and not everything is bad in the budget. There might be a few things they need improvements. We'll make some amendments, but you know, most of it is. It is a real mess. And you know, here's another problem, Madam Speaker. I'd have to keep on here. I'm only on page 4 of 9. So the situation is this: is that 1/3 of in the first Prime Minister related to the current one of Canadian, the budget was going to debt servicing. That is disastrous. Okay, go ahead, another question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which was impassioned. I think he has a lot more to say, but I'd like to ask him about support for workers. He raised the wage subsidy in his speech, among other things. So obviously some industries are more heavily affected right now: tourism, culture, sectors that help our local economies. I'd like to hear him talk about how important it is that some of those measures have been extended to help workers and the economies in Quebec and in the provinces. The honourable member.
Je suis d'accord.
Madam Speaker, I agree with the Bloc member that there should have been more here for workers. In my region of BC, there's a very important sector, which is cruises, cruise ships. That's an industry that makes up $2.6 billion. The Liberals, Madam Speaker, they don't even want ships to arrive so that they don't even want travelers to disembark. So it's very important. They say that they won't be able to reopen for another year, but it doesn't work that way. It's a whole industry, that industry. Thank you for the question.
Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. It was very diverse. There's no doubt about it. I think it's the first time somebody's read a word cloud in the chamber. But the question that I want to specifically ask him is related to credit cards and interest rates, to find out where the Conservatives are with regards to the modest improvements that are mentioned in the budget with regards to small businesses being treated more fairly with regards to interest charges and service fees. That's just one issue as part of it, but there's no doubt that credit card rates and borrowing rates at 19% per average to 11% in range is far excessive than the borrowing rate. And would this member support a regulatory approach to bringing down credit cards, even in the interim, as the rates are disproportionate to the benefits of borrowing and of the Canadian bank rate? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A brief answer from the member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yeah, thank you to the member for the question. And I think it's very positive when you can see a lowering of the interest rates, whether it be on credit card or any type. And I think that that has really helped for people to purchase homes. But that is also what is positive can also be negative, because credit card rates will increase if the rates increase also. So, I mean, it goes hand in hand. And the direction that this budget is leading us is inflation, which will lead to higher in credit card rates and every other problems, including mortgage rates. That's a big concern. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wish to indicate that I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary from the riding of Argenteuil-Petite-Nation. It is great to see you, Madam Speaker, and all my colleagues, of course, in a virtual nature. I hope everyone is well, and that one day soon we'll be in the House of Commons together. Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure to have an opportunity to speak on Budget 2021, which not only continues to have the backs of Canadians impacted by COVID-19, but takes substantial next steps to position our economy for ongoing recovery and economic growth. Simply, Madam Speaker, it is about ensuring a better future for all Canadians, and yes, strengthening our middle class and those working hard to join it. Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure to represent the residents of Vaughan Woodbridge. I do wish to take a moment to say thank you to my residents for heeding the calls of public health during the pandemic to stay home, wear a mask, and socially distance. And now these same residents are doing their part in getting their vaccinations. I encourage all residents, all Canadians, when they are eligible, to please get your vaccine shot. As we all know, normality will only return with an effective vaccine rollout and vaccinations. Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic is once-in-a-lifetime event, an event that froze our economy and overnight resulted in millions of people losing their jobs, businesses being shuttered, and until this day, families' lives being altered. Madam Speaker, I do wish to indicate I will be getting my vaccine shot tomorrow evening, so I'm quite excited. This was an exogenous shock to our economy, which required a massive response by our government. Yes, our government is there for Canadians, but Canadians, be it our neighbors, friends, and industry, have also risen to the challenge. The Canadian economy has bounced back much faster than many had anticipated, including the forecasts that were made by the Bank of Canada. We see this morning the revised upward forecast for the BOC, which stated that activity has been proven more resilient than expected in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the line I very much appreciate is that the bank has revised up its estimate of potential output in light of greater resilience to the pandemic and accelerated digitization. Madam Speaker, this is a testament to the work of Canadians, the work of our government through its various support programs, and the unique nature of the shock to our economy. The shock to our economy was not a failure of the markets, nor of capitalism, but Madam Speaker, importantly, the response to the shock required that the government come in and assist its citizens in their time of need. Budget in 2021 responds to the COVID-19 pandemic and represents a paradigm shift that we must implement further policies to strengthen our social safety net and ensure a more inclusive, sustainable economy where no Canadian is left behind. It is a budget that I can best describe as ambitious. Ambitious by attempting to answer the challenges we face not only for today, but for tomorrow. It is a budget that continues the path towards a green transition, where we will surpass our GHG reduction targets and use this as a catalyst to grow our economy. And it is inclusive by creating a national childcare program, which will assist families across Canada in covering childcare expenses and increase women's labor force participation in our economy, a win on so many levels. Madam Speaker, national childcare will become a foundational piece of our social infrastructure here in Canada. The budget will assist students with an additional $3 billion in funding via the Canada Student Grants, help out our seniors with a one-time payment of OAS of $500 and a permanent 10% increase beginning in July of 2022, and aims to lift over 100,000 more Canadians out of poverty through a material enhancement to the Canada Workers' Benefit. It encourages business investment and will assist businesses across the country digitize, invest in our key transportation corridors through the National Trade Corridors Fund, and positions our entrepreneurs for leadership in the green transition, which is happening at a rapid pace. Madam Speaker, We will ensure that no Canadian family is left without broadband, an essential necessity in today's world, accentuated by COVID-19. As noted by Scotiabank economists in their opinion on the budget, the overall measures seem well targeted to raise potential output by focusing on economic inclusion, the green transition, and measures to encourage business investment. Madam Speaker, to review the 10 priorities and the associated 250 or so measures would require a few hours. But a few things that I know the residents and my businesses in the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge will benefit from, I wish to highlight. Madam Speaker, we'll continue to support businesses and workers as we battle COVID-19. As many have advocated for, the COVID-19 relief programs are extended through to September. For hardworking Canadians that remain unemployed, we will be providing an additional 12 weeks of recovery benefits, and again, available through to September 25th, 2021. The rent and emergency wage subsidy, which have been so crucial to supporting businesses in my riding and across the country, yes, will also be extended. In total, Madam Speaker, our government will commit an additional $32 billion in temporary COVID spending measures to assist Canadian businesses, workers to the end of this pandemic. We have their backs. Madam Speaker, Budget 2021, I'm so proud, proposes a major investment in the Canada Workers Benefit, a nearly $9 billion over 6 years investment and $1.7 billion thereafter. I have long favored this income support measure, and along with the prior enhancements to the program, namely in Budget 2018, approximately 3 million Canadians will benefit from this program, with an additional 100,000 lifted out of poverty with this budget's measures. With the automatic enrollment for the non-refundable credit via CRA, Canadians will continue to benefit from this measure. Madam Speaker, we know that our seniors, including my parents, helped build our country and sacrificed so much with their fiscal prudence, work ethic, and ingenuity were something that still inspires me. As I stated earlier, we will fulfill our promise to raise the OAS by 10% that benefits 3.3 million Canadians, a $12 billion investment over the next 5 years. We are too aware of the issue with our long-term care homes here in Ontario and across Canada, including in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, where the Canadian Armed Forces came to assist the long-term care facility of Woodbridge Vista. Budget 2021 will fulfill our commitment to work with provinces to develop and implement national standards while providing for a commitment of $3 billion over 5 years. As the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue, I applaud the government's commitment to continue to invest and ensure the CRA has the resources to tackle tax avoidance and evasion with the $304 million investment over 5 years to fund new initiatives and strengthen new programs. A further investment of $230 million so the CRA can collect outstanding taxes is anticipated to result in an additional $5 billion outstanding taxes collected over 5 years, which will be used to fund our precious social programs that we all depend on. We will invest an additional $330 million over 5 years to provide safeguards on the protections of Canadians' data held by CRA. An initiative that, in my view, will and can be transformational for the Canadian businesses, including the estimated 13,000 SMEs in the City of Vaughan, is e-payroll. This may not, Madam Speaker, be the flashiest investment in the budget, but the potential for digitization and thinking about the potential for real-time payroll data reporting system between businesses and the CRA and ESDC is simply, in one word, transformational. I am so glad to see this measure in our budget. It is a measure that is needed at this time, and going forward will help digitize and allow our businesses to spend less time with paperwork and more time serving their customers. A $44 million commitment over 3 years for CRA and ESDC is committed to develop the first phase of an e-payroll prototype. I'm excited about this initiative, and it is the future. Madam Speaker, as the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of National Revenue, I have learned very well the importance of the disability tax credit and how it assists literally millions of Canadians. Madam Speaker, considered a gateway credit for disabled Canadians, it ensures that these Canadians with special abilities have access to many other programs. I was proud when in 2017 the government in Canada reinstated the Canada Revenue Agency's Disability Advisory Committee, and with that, this committee just delivered its second report on April 9th, 2021. I wish to thank the committee again for its work during COVID-19. These are volunteers. The committee did not meet, obviously, in a physical setting and did all their work remotely. And I just wish to say thank you again. With that, Madam Speaker, Budget 2021 proposes two major changes. Firstly, an update to the list of mental functions of everyday life that is used for the assessment for the disability tax credit. And secondly, to recognize more activities in determining time spent on life-sustaining therapy and to reduce minimum required frequency of therapy. These changes alone will result in an additional 45,000 Canadians that will be eligible to qualify for the disability tax credit and will represent an additional $376 million in additional support over the next 5 years to disabled Canadians. Madam Speaker, this budget 2021, which is presented by our government, contains a list of measures that moves our economy forward, ensures that we have the back of all Canadians, including Canadian businesses and workers that continue to be impacted by COVID-19. I am proud of this budget. I am proud to see how Canadians have responded, including the residents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the presenter for his speech. I did notice in the budget, though, they have the wage subsidy and the rent relief programs, and I mean, as Conservatives, we did support that. It's very valid and it needs to be done. I guess my concern is that they keep extending it, and it probably comes to the lack of vaccines that have been procured by this government. And that's where my issue lies, is the fact that when they talk about how many vaccines they got, like 9 million vaccines, really each dose means only one treatment. So really when you talk 9 million, it only comes down to 4.5 million people are actually vaccinated properly. So to me, this is a failure in this budget. Well, I'd like to have the member comment on the failure of them trying to procure vaccines for Canadians.
The honourable member, parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague from the riding of Yellowhead for his question. First of all, I'm very, very proud of our government support programs, which a number of them, actually I believe 7 of them, which were delivered by the CRA to Canadian businesses and Canadian workers. I do also wish to say that the province of Ontario has literally received millions of doses of vaccines. We've seen overnight over 136,000 Ontarians go and receive their vaccine. And I encourage all the residents of my riding, when you are eligible, please sign up for your vaccine. I know all my loved ones, my parents in British Columbia, my in-laws here in Ontario, and all the family members have gone and received their vaccines. The vaccines are available. If you look on the COVID tracker, both for the province and on the country basis, vaccines are available here in Ontario. We're receiving literally 1 million or 2 million this week, and the shipments coming from Pfizer and Moderna are only ramping up. And this is true for all over the world, not just here in Canada. We are on track, Madam Speaker. People that wish to be receive a vaccination will be able to do so in short time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. I am very concerned with respect to the budget where the CRB would be reduced from $500 a week to $300 a week. We're well into the third wave. Some people are even talking about the fourth wave. And so this is a huge concern, and people are very worried about how they're going to make ends meet if that should happen. In addition, on the issue around disability, the throne speech the budget actually put off the throne speech commitment for a disability benefit and to revamp it by 3 years. And so the budget doesn't match the commitments made in the throne speech, which in many ways is the hallmark of the Liberals. And I wonder whether or not the Parliamentary Secretary would advocate for the government to address this issue instead of doing a consultation process to actually make the benefits, change the benefits and supports for the people with disabilities.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member from Vancouver East, which encompasses the beautiful commercial drive area of Vancouver, which I know quite well from being out there for many years. I will say this, as you've seen in our budget, we've done a number of things to strengthen income supports. If you look at the EI sickness benefits, that's going to be extended, I believe it's to 26 weeks. If you see the DTC, over the last two reports that the DTC committee has delivered to the Canada Revenue Agency, over 90%, I believe, of the proposals have been advanced and put forward and been worked on. You continue to see a number of income support measures. We have the hiring incentive that we're also putting forth, which will allow businesses and create an incentive for them to bring on their staff. The CEWS is still there, which maintains that employer-employee attachment. Frankly, Madam Speaker, we will ensure that no Canadians has to choose between putting food on their table or paying rent during this pandemic. We have their backs. We will continue to do so, and I encourage all parties to help us support and get this legislation passed so we can continue to assist Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that I'm really concerned about is the foreign investment in our housing market and the use of housing, residential housing, as a way to launder money for the world's elite who are trying to use it for tax evasion in their home countries. And I'm disappointed that there wasn't stronger action here. And I'd like to ask the honourable member what he sees as the solution to this affordable housing crisis. Are we going to use taxpayers' money to buy our way out of this situation, or are we going to clamp down on this use of tax evasion and money laundering that is blowing our housing market out of proportion so people who live in these cities can't afford it?
Yeah, I just, it was for a brief question. The honourable member for the Young Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the member from Vancouver Island, I will say this: the CRA has put literally hundreds of millions of dollars to clamp down on tax evasion. I understand, obviously, from BC, the reports that has been generated on money laundering in real estate there, and the ongoing consultations. I believe the former BC Premier was actually on a panel providing her answers in the last couple of days. Housing affordability across the country is an issue that we obviously have to deal with. There are many levels of jurisdiction in Canada when it comes to housing. So we have to work with all levels of jurisdiction. And here in Ontario, we need increased supply, which is quite apparent. We also have low interest rates, which is encouraging Canadians to purchase their first or second home. And that is great to see.
Unfortunately, I do have to go to the next speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for allowing me to participate in this very important debate about the great builders of our society, namely seniors. Before I go any further, I'd like to point out that the land we are gathered on is part of the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to address the House as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors to discuss the measures we introduced in the 2021 budget for seniors. The budget proposes important measures related to supporting Canadians fighting COVID-19 and measures previously announced in the speech from the throne and the fall economic statement. Madam Speaker, to win the fight against COVID-19, governments across the country must tackle it on many fronts. This is why our government has invested in health care and directly supported provinces and territories in their fight against the virus. As our Prime Minister said, this has been and continues to be a Team Canada effort with the provinces. Our Liberal government has set up strong economic programs to help individuals, businesses, and organizations of all sizes survive this pandemic, as well as critical measures to protect the health of Canadians and of our economy. With Budget 2021, we're continuing our work to put people first, to protect our seniors, and ensure equality and fairness for all Canadians, including seniors. And we're doing this in several ways. Madam Speaker, as I said before, since the beginning of our mandate, we've been there for seniors. But it's not over. Budget 2021 sets the stage to deliver on our key priorities for seniors. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors, I would like to inform you about what the new federal budget means for seniors. Our government is keeping its promise to increase old age security for Canadians aged 75 and over. They will receive a one-time payment of $500 if they're 75 and over in August 2021, and we will increase OAS by 10% for seniors aged 75 and over in July 2022. The GIS increase will give seniors $766 with this increase in the first year. This will strengthen the financial security of 3.3 million seniors and lift 60,700 seniors out of poverty, 65% of whom are women. This is the first permanent increase in the OAS since 1973, aside from adjustments for inflation. Older seniors face increased care expenses and are often more likely to run out of savings. As seniors age, their health and home care costs increase, while they're most likely to be unable to work, to be disabled or widowed. Increasing OAS helps to alleviate the pressures faced by seniors and improve their quality of life. It reflects Canada's changing demographics. By targeting those who need the help most, the number of seniors in Canada is expected to reach 25% of the country's population by 2037, up from 8% in 1971. Seniors are living longer today. The life expectancy of Canadians has increased by 7 years, from 75 in 1980 to 82 in 2019. Today, it takes 100 workers under the age of 64 to support 26 seniors in retirement versus only 13 workers in 1970. And that is why we are providing increased support for seniors that we promised in our platform. Budget 2021 does much more for seniors. We will provide $3 billion to the provinces and territories for new long-term care standards. And to help seniors live at home longer, we're launching a new Aging Well at Home initiative to help seniors across local services like meal preparation, home maintenance, mowing the lawn, etc. We're going to build, repair, and support 35,000 affordable homes for vulnerable Canadians, including for seniors. We'll help more families and peoples with disabilities by making it easier to access existing disability tax credits and supports. We will also extend caregiver supports for those who cannot work during the pandemic because they are caring for COVID-19 patients and other persons. We will also expand and enhance support for veterans by tackling homelessness, unemployment, and training and health. Overall, our 2021 budget has important investments to improve the quality of life of our seniors. The pandemic has spared no one, particularly not seniors. Our government has not let them down. On the contrary, we have taken measures to support them at all levels. We're helping seniors cover additional expenses during the pandemic. We gave them one-off payments worth more than $1,500 for low-income seniors, tax-free. And that's something. $1,500 is a sizable amount to help seniors during the pandemic. In 2020 and 2021, we'll be spending more than $5.5 million in direct financial support to seniors. This represents more than $1.6 billion more than what we committed to in our platform. Now, with respect to seniors who are jobless because of COVID-19, regardless of the retirement benefits they're receiving already, they are eligible for the emergency benefit and also for the CRB, up to $2,000 a month. Madam Speaker, we're talking about more than 450,000 seniors who benefited from this support. On a community level, we invested $500,000 to help seniors to have supplies and food deliveries. Other agreements we've signed allowed us to establish more than 5,000 community initiatives. Seniors in my riding also benefited from this. We are supplying them with vaccines and quickly. More than 80% of people aged 80 and older received at least one dose of the vaccine from the federal government. And we're still on the right track to receive 50 million extra doses by the end of the month. Madam Speaker, it is crucial to increase our support for older seniors, and we're going to do so. We're going to do this through measures like those announced in the 2021 budget. And together, with our measures, will make a difference in the lives of seniors. Canadian seniors will always be able to count on the Canadian government to listen to them, to understand them, and to defend them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I have two questions for him on seniors. First of all, would he agree with the idea that his government is going to impose conditions to give money to the provinces to improve the well-being of seniors in seniors' residences? And secondly, why does he think that seniors aged 65 to 75 don't deserve the help of the government? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Yes, thank you very much for the question. You know, we're working very closely with the provinces and territories on the health transfers. The Prime Minister met with all of the premiers of all of the provinces, and we did announce that we would have health transfers. We're currently managing a crisis, but we do have a number of ways of helping the provinces and territories through various transfers, not just cash transfers. And, you know, I would say, Madam Speaker, that we will always be there for all seniors, but the most vulnerable seniors are those who are 75 and up. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm very pleased to be able to ask him a question. Now, how can this member, who's from the province of Quebec, how can he ignore what Quebec seniors have been calling for? I would invite him to tour Quebec. He says that he did go around Quebec and got people's opinions. That's great. What does he think about the FADUC, who said that they should set the age at 65, not 75? No, those seniors are not less vulnerable. They're also affected by increasing prices. If things had been indexed, they would have had the indexation that currently exists only gave them $1.50 per month. That's barely the cost of a Tim Hortons coffee. So how can he not be increasing benefits for seniors 65 to 75? How can he look seniors in the eyes in Quebec when the government is not protecting them? So there are so many election promises that weren't kept. Once again, groups of seniors are wondering, why is it only those 75 and plus? In terms of the national standards, I would ask him to look at the unanimous motion that was adopted in the National Assembly that called for an increase in the health transfers up to 35%. How could a member from Quebec be so out of touch with the needs of Quebecers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm just incredibly proud today to be a member from Quebec and to defend the interests of seniors there. Budget 2021 has lots of good news for them, and it will make a real difference for seniors, for all seniors in Quebec and across Canada. Yes, I did go around Quebec, and I met with FADUC and other organizations, and I can tell you that they're very happy with the progress that we've made. We kept the promises that we made during the election campaign, and the FADUC told us that any action on behalf of seniors will be welcome. I met with representatives of the FADUC and other groups. I met with many seniors who are proud to say today that they hadn't seen an increase in decades, but now they have, and this is good progress for seniors across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his speech. And You know, I too am wondering, like my colleague from Shefford there in the block is wondering, why were seniors between the ages of 65 and 75 omitted? I fail to see where the expenses of seniors over the age of 75 would be greater than for those between the ages of 65 and 75. I'm expecting to spend a lot of money once I reach that age, and I'm thinking I'm going to be tapering off and winding down once I hit 75. So if the member can answer that more thoroughly.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Madam Speaker, you know, we're keeping our promise to increase OAS for seniors 75 and up. We will be giving seniors a one-time payment of $500 and 10% more starting in July. We're investing millions in the provinces and territories to ensure that standards in long-term care homes are respected. And that's for seniors too. And through this budget, we will continue to meet seniors' needs. They are going to continue getting older, and their health care costs and home care costs will increase, and they will become more vulnerable to disability or inability to work. So we want to reduce any pressure on them. We just wanted a brief answer. I know that there's a lot to say, but we'll move on to the next speaker.
L'honorable.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to be splitting my time with the member from New Westminster, Burnaby. I'm very pleased to speak to Budget 2021, a long-awaited budget, and I want to first congratulate the childcare advocates for the years of dedication. And I still remember attending rally after rally, participating in campaign after campaign, organized by the Coalition of Childcare Advocates of BC and the many, many other advocates, the YWCA and others. And the tireless work of Sharon Gregson, the champion for the $10 a day childcare here in Vancouver East and across British Columbia. For the Democrats, we have campaigned on this election after election, and frankly, generations of children have gone by without this kind of support. I'm glad to see that the Liberals, after promising it for 27 years, are now finally committing to it in Budget 2021. The NDP stands ready to realize the dream of universal childcare for Canadians. And I like to offer that we will do anything to help motivate this, to move this forward. I like to know from the government what their plans are to really realize this universal childcare support for Canadians. And with respect to action that needs to be taken, what sort of legislation is required, let's get it done. Let's get this done once and for all so that we're not back debating this again, and it wouldn't be another 27 years of promises, of empty promises from the Liberals on this very, very important issue. On the issue around pharmacare, I'd be remiss, Madam Speaker, if I don't touch on that. And for more than 2 decades, Liberals have repeatedly promised pharmacare to Canadians and have yet to act. In 1997, it was a campaign promise, and in 2019, it was a pledge to implement the Hoskins report, and in 2020, it was in the throne speech, and most recently, as we all know, it was in the Liberals' own convention from their own members demanding that pharmacare be prioritized. And yet, here we are, it is not in the budget. And when offered the opportunity to vote on this, the Liberals voted it down. They voted down the NDP's Canada Pharmacare Act, and I'll tell you, really, the government has to really commit to this. Budget 2021 did not deliver universal pharmacare, and that is a shame. It also includes no funding or measures to implement other important measures as well. The government often, I have to say, on universal pharmacare, they talk about it as a jurisdictional issue. And frankly, the jurisdictional argument is lame. Just like universal childcare, we can manage those issues. Just like for universal childcare, the NDP won't stop fighting for a comprehensive, universal, public, single-payer pharmacare system for all Canadians until it gets done. Turning to the issue of housing, now I am pleased to see that there's an increase in rapid housing, and we've said it from the beginning that the initial amount that was announced from the government was not sufficient. However, we did note that it still falls short on what was called by the FCM and share their view that the funding that was announced, I quote, doesn't yet meet our shared goal of ending chronic homelessness. We will continue to push for a significant expansion of the RHI, a $7 billion investment for no less than 24,000 units over the next 2 to 3 years. Likewise, we support the increase in the Reaching Home initiative and the funding dedicated to provide shelter for women and girls fleeing violence. However, the federal government must also step up to partner with all levels of government and nonprofit housing providers to ensure operating costs as well as supportive wraparound services are provided to those who need them. I want to take note that the budget announcement for Section 95 of the co-op and nonprofit subsidies has been put in place, and I'm glad that that has been put in place. When I asked the minister and CMHC in November about the need to renew supports for Section 95 cooperatives and nonprofits who were arbitrarily excluded from receiving support under Phase 2 of the Federal Community Housing Initiative, the response was that the funding was already given and that existing programs were enough. I am happy to see that the Liberals admit that they were wrong and reverse course to acknowledge the issue following the NDP and CHF's call for action and for this critical funding to be maintained and for the subsidies to be maintained to the existing stock of Section 95 co-ops and nonprofits that the Liberals had left out of the National Housing Strategy. One devastating disappointment in the budget is the absence of a for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern housing strategy. To quote Robert Byers, chair of the CHRA Indigenous Caucus, he said, "For years, government officials have told us that an urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy was a priority. The absence of such a strategy in today's budget will mean that urban and rural Indigenous peoples will continue to face inequality and lack of access to safe and affordable housing, and that is a disgrace. Indigenous peoples are 11 times more likely to use a homeless shelter, and there remains no for Indigenous, by Indigenous strategy to close the housing gap between Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous people, despite the minister's mandate letter. It is a national disgrace that Budget 2021 still fails to deliver on this commitment. I join with the Indigenous leadership and all housing advocates to call on the federal government to address this missed opportunity by immediately committing in the days ahead to announce a for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy. To quote Tim Richter, president and CEO of Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, and who, by the way, is the co-chair of the government's National Housing Council, about the budget. Quote, an estimated 235,000 Canadians experience homelessness every year, and 1.7 million households are in core housing need. The National Housing Strategy aims to create between 150,000 to 160,000 units of new affordable housing over 10 years, much which will be unaffordable to those experiencing homelessness or core housing need. It is clear to anyone who is honest about the grim reality of the housing crisis that the Liberals' National Housing Strategy will not achieve what the Liberals claim that they are committed to. This week, over 40 housing organizations and advocates from across Canada jointly signed onto a letter to the Housing Minister listing 11 concrete actions that the government must take and to address the housing affordability crisis. The NDP fully supports these calls, which all all along predated the government's budget considerations, such as the need to limit the ability of the REITs and large cap funds in the fueling of the rising costs of housing and rent. This includes the creation of a housing acquisition fund that provides nonprofits quick access to capital for acquiring properties that are at risk of going to these funds. Former UN Special Rapporteur on Housing, Lalani Farah, wrote to the federal government in the early months of the pandemic, highlighting the importance of supporting the nonprofit sector with such a fund, and subsequently call on for the government to support the Recovery for All and by FCM as a separate piece from the Rapid Housing Initiative. Lastly, while it's good to see the government is finally taking steps in limiting foreign investment, however, a 1% tax on vacant homes owned by people who are both non-residents and non-citizens is largely symbolic when you look at the average cost of housing has increased by 31% in 2020 alone, a rate that is simply unsustainable. In BC, vacancy and foreign ownership stacked up independently up to 2.5%, combined with a 20% foreign buyers tax in Metro Vancouver. This demonstrates that the federal government should be able to at least match BC's initiative for affected housing markets to curb foreign market speculators, but are choosing not to, which is in line with the baby steps, by the way, that the government claims to be taking. The NDP will continue to push the government in strengthening these measures, as well as for a more stringent housing ownership reporting requirements to ensure more transparency on ownership and to make it more difficult for money launderers and the evasion of capital gains taxes on secondary residents. Oftentimes people ask, how will we pay for those measures that the NDP?
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time for debate has ended. There also is no time for questions and comments because it being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the sub-amendment now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mrs. Fortier, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. Amendment.
Mr. Fass, seconded by Monsieur Berthold, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. I shall dispense. Yes? Et le sous-amendement, Monsieur Blanchet.
Sub-amendment. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, moved the following sub-amendment. Shall I dispense?
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the sub-amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I would ask for a recorded division on the sub-amendment, Madam Speaker.
Recorded division. Call in the members.
I'm going to ask for order à l'ordre.
Order.
I'm glad to see everybody's enjoying themselves. Order. Can I have your attention? Thank you. Merci. La mise.
The question is on the sub-amendment. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Fortier, moved that this House approve in the budgetary policy, policy of the government.
Monsieur Berthold moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Given that the, may I dispense? Wait. Okay. Let's go to the sub-amendment. Okay, very good. Monsieur Blanchet, appuyé.
Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by deleting paragraphs A and B and substituting, may I dispense? Yes?
Okay, merci. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
All those opposed to this sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lordminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lordminster.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
To vote due to technical difficulties, they must now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Monsieur Desilets.
Pour. Monsieur Desilets, pour, yea.
C'est tout.
That's everything?
We'll now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 37, 37. Nays contre 297, 297.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated. While I have your attention, I just want to bring your attention to who's sneaking out right here, Mr. Scott Lemoine, who it was his first night calling votes. So it's just a thank you. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Affaires émanant des députés. Report stage of Bill C-208, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of small business or family farm or fishing corporation, standing in the name of Mr. Maguire.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Maguire, seconded by Mrs. Jansen, moves that Bill C-208, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of small business or family farm or fishing corporation, be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I believe you seek you'll find unanimous consent to carry this at report stage.
Do we have unanimous consent? All those opposed, please say nay.
No.
Okay. Quelqu'un de décisif, c'est beau.
Someone who's decisive. It's great.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now.
Mr. Maguire, seconded by Ms. Jansen, moves that Bill C-208, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of small businesses or family farm or fishing corporations, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate, débat. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to thank my colleagues for bringing this to third reading. And I want to, because it's a privilege to speak to Bill C-208 in the House, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of small business or family farm or fishing corporation. I want to begin my remarks by thanking a few of my colleagues that helped get my private member's bill to third reading much quicker than originally planned. Particularly, I want to thank my good friend, the honourable member from Saskatoon Grasswood, who traded his private member's bill spot during the second reading, which allowed a vote to occur a few weeks earlier than scheduled. I also want to thank my colleague from Regina Coppell, who traded his private member's bill spot and is the reason we are debating Bill C-208 this evening. The reason I'm highlighting and thanking these two specific members is that the time is of the essence. No one knows what the future holds and when an election is going to occur, if it is at all. These matters are outside of my control. But what I want to be focused on is getting this legislation passed to the support of all small businesses. We must correct this massive injustice within the Income Tax Act, which unfairly punishes individuals when they sell their qualifying small business farm or fishing operation to their own family. For those members who've not been closely following the debate, I will give a brief overview. As it stands, when a qualifying small business, farm, or fishing operation is sold to a member of their own family, the Income Tax Act treats the sale differently than if it was sold to an absolute stranger. Yep, you heard that right. There are currently two sets of rules. In some cases, it could result in the difference of hundreds of thousands of dollars. For some, that might not sound like a lot, but in many cases, it could result in a parent making the tough decision to sell their business to a complete stranger rather than their own children. That's wrong, and I intend on fixing it once and for all. During my first hour of debate, I gave two examples of why Bill C-208 is needed. The first involved a family wanting to sell their bakery to their daughter. If they sold the bakery to a stranger rather than their daughter, they would have an effective tax rate of 10% after using their lifetime capital gains exemption. But if they sold the bakery to their daughter, she would be obligated to repay their loan with personal tax dollars, which is a significant tax penalty. The second example was a father wanting to sell his farm to his son to fund his retirement. If the father were to sell his farm to a stranger, he could use his capital gains exemption on the sale, resulting in an effective tax rate of 13.39%. However, if the farmer sold his farm to his son, that sale would be recorded as a dividend rather than a capital gain, and the farmer would pay 47.4% in tax. That is a huge difference, and I think we can all agree that it is completely unfair. So since I introduced this legislation, I've been contacted by numerous agricultural and business organizations. People across the country have contacted my office to let me know how important this legislation is to their family. Every single constituency in Canada will be positively impacted by this legislation, and it'll result in more locally owned and operated businesses. The type of businesses that are deeply involved in their communities and provide steady employment for countless individuals, and it'll help keep farms and fishing operations in the family. Bill C-208 sends a strong message of hope to young farmers who want to carry on what their family started and other young family entrepreneurs included with them. And most of all, it'll bring tax fairness to the Income Tax Act. No longer will parents have to be given a false choice of having to choose between a larger retirement package by selling to a stranger, which has no change, or a massive, which has no charge rather, or a massive tax bill because they sold to a family member. Other than Finance Canada officials, I received zero pushback by any of the expert witnesses that appeared in the front of the Finance Committee. Witness after witness came to support the bill and to answer the questions put to them. All my colleagues who sit on the Finance Committee did their due diligence and asked insightful questions. And I want to thank the chair of the Finance Committee who helped shepherd this legislation and for scheduling ample time for witnesses. I am pleased to report the concerns put forward by the Liberal MPs were fully answered, and while I don't know how they will vote at third reading, I would kindly ask for their support. Now that we've had hours of debate and thorough committee study, there is sufficient evidence to justify the changes I am proposing. Now, the Income Tax Act is complex. It's been changed and amended over the years, where in many circumstances you need a lawyer or an accountant to decipher its intent. So with that in mind, it was prudent that the Finance Committee invite multiple tax experts. And in many cases, they gave real-world examples, so members were able to better grasp the implications of the bill. Due to the member from Kingston and the Islands who laid out Finance Canada's concerns during second reading, we knew exactly what the questions the Liberals MPs were going to ask. Because the government outlined their argument during second reading, both myself and the tax experts had time to prepare in order to put their fears to rest. To know what the bill will cost, we know what the bill will cost due to the Parliamentary Budget Officer's analysis, as I've said in previous speeches. We know there are safeguards built into the legislation to ensure people do not skirt tax rules. And we know the legislation is squarely focused on small and medium-sized qualifying businesses. And we know the legislation, as drafted, will achieve its intended aim, which is to level the playing field in such transactions. For those members who want further reasons to support the bill, I will highlight some specific comments and evidence that was provided to the Finance Committee. Brian Jansen, who's a senior tax manager at Deloitte, appeared at the Finance Committee. And as someone who's been handling business transfers for close to 30 years, he understands the Income Tax Act and the implications of Section 84.1, that in his words, has been a thorn in the industry's sides for many years. In his opening remarks, he provided an example of what would happen with or without the current wording of Section 84.1 regarding the sale of a restaurant. The restaurant's worth roughly $1 million. If the owner sells the restaurant to a stranger, he will walk away after tax with proceeds of around $971,000 and would roughly pay $29,000 in taxes. But if the restaurant was sold to a family member, the taxes paid would be roughly $466,000 because of the deemed dividend. That's a difference between the two scenarios of $434,000. I think Mr. Jansen summed it up quite nicely when he said, "That's just crazy." That was a quote. And I agree with him. It is crazy. This sort of scenario is playing out every single day, and it needs to stop. Mr. Jansen also said in his opening remarks, and I quote, "This bill is helping the lower end of the small business community. It is not helping the huge, rich companies, even if they're family-owned," end quote. And Cindy David, who is the chair of the board for the Conference of Advanced Life Underwriters in Canada, appeared at the Finance Committee and spoke about the necessity of getting this bill passed. She said, and I quote, "There's some urgency around the need for the government to act in amending 84.1. Small businesses employ 70% of the private sector and have been major contributors to employment growth over the past decade. A vast majority of those businesses have fewer than 20 employees," end quote. And the last comment I want to highlight was made by Dustin Mansfield, who is a chartered professional accountant at BDO. Mr. Mansfield knows firsthand the challenges the current wording of Section 84.1 causes for families and how it unfairly taxes them at a different rate. He said that Bill C-208, quote, "would put a successor child of a business in the same shoes as an unrelated party upon the transaction of the business. Why does a stranger receive better tax treatment than a child, when the purpose is to keep businesses within the family," end quote. I don't think Dustin posed this as a rhetorical question. The fact remains that there are some who do not want this legislation to pass, however. We were elected to lead, though, to improve the quality of life of those we represent, and to make sure that we pass down a stronger nation than the one we inherited. We cannot take our prosperity for granted. I urge my colleagues to carefully review the testimony provided at the Finance Committee. Call your chambers of commerce or local farmers or fishers. Go make a few phone calls to local accountants or other tax experts. Speak to those who have been impacted and ask them if they think it is fair that they had to pay more taxes for the business to stay in the family. You'll find almost universal support for this bill. You will also find that there is bipartisan support, and we need to pass this bill and send it to the Senate. Private members' business gives all of us an opportunity to set aside our political allegiances, and I would kindly ask my Liberal colleagues to allow this legislation to go to a vote. If the debate carries on, it'll be even further pushed back. And thank you once again to all my colleagues who supported or who helped get Bill C-208 and supported it to get it this far. Out of all the attempts made to fix this unfair tax treatment, we've made it the furthest. We've made it the furthest in Parliament. By working together, we can support our entrepreneurs, small businesses, farmers and fishers who make up the backbone of our economy. So let's roll up our sleeves and get this job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions from l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquillonger.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech, especially his excellent bill. We formally support this bill. My question is as follows. Was there a discussion with members of the Liberal Party? And what are the most recent reasons or pretexts that have been given to not approve C-208 when it's something that's useful to many individuals? The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for his excellent question. I can't answer for the government in regards to those areas. There was some discussion of tax cheats earlier, I guess, in some of the discussions that were going on, and I heard things like we can't allow wealthy people to, get loopholes in the Tax Act. But that is clearly not the issue here. Small business is the backbone, as the person from the Underwriters Life Association of Canada indicated. 70% of small businesses provide 70% of the employment in that area. And, there are, as I mentioned, clauses built into this particular legislation that prevent things like fraud. There's nothing to stop Canada Revenue Agency from auditing anyone as they would normally in any other time. And so we feel strongly that a lot of those questions, and that's why I congratulated the Finance Committee, is because they gave very good questions at the committee, and the answers were very clear in support of the bill.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague on the progress of his bill. One of the first conversations I had with another member of Parliament upon my arrival in Ottawa after the last election, before the pandemic, was with the sponsor of this bill in a cab. If you can imagine sharing a taxi cab now. No masks or anything, and it was about his interest in the former member Guy Caron's bill. He was letting me know he was going to be taking that on and bringing it forward. So glad to see the progress made in this Parliament on that bill. And just wondering if you could expand a little bit more on some of those measures that help make sure that this isn't about tax evasion, but it really is about facilitating the transfer of family businesses between generations.
The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to congratulate my colleague from the NDP, and he's very correct in that, and was very gracious of Mr. Caron to come to my office to discuss this particular bill with my colleague in my chief of staff, and it's a very good bill, and it's exactly the same bill that he brought forward. I've mentioned that in previous debates in the House, and I want to thank him for doing that. Unfortunately, it was defeated at that time, and I felt being drawn early in the program this time I would move it forward. It's very self-explanatory. There's a huge difference in the tax rules that make a huge disincentive to being able to sell your small business to your own family as opposed to a complete stranger. And most small businesses that I know use those funds as retirement because they've invested the investments the earnings that they've had throughout those 10, 20, 30 years, sometimes 40 years, have gone back into the business to build it to the point.
I don't want to interrupt the member, but just for one last question, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague. This is amazing. First time I heard about this problem was in last Parliament when I was serving under the Finance Committee. I do have a fair bit of farmlands in Edmonton Manning. People's concerns come in all the time about this issue. I would ask the Honourable Member why this is very important for this bill to pass, to make sure that we secure the continuation of the ownership by families, by small businesses, as part of our tradition in this country, in an industry that is very, 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 very close to the heart of most Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. This bill is supported by the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, the Grain Growers of Canada, the Chicken Farmers of Canada, many of the canola growers, the wheat growers, many other Keystone agriculture producers in my own province, and general farm organizations across the country, as well as fishers. But I think the big thing here is that all small businesses support it as well, whether you're a shoe store, a dress shop, a bakery, on a corner store in a small town or a big city. It's very supportive of making sure that we can transfer
and
business the family members have been into the
we have to resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak to my colleague's legislation, and I can appreciate that he's put in a great deal of effort to get it to this particular point. There are some very serious concerns and in regards to the legislation and the impact that it will have, and I'm not 100% convinced that this is the best direction to go. In fact, Madam Speaker, I find it interesting when the member says, for example, it's all about the family farm and how the family farm needs to be able to get this particular break. And, you know, my understanding is that parents already have the capability. They already can sell the family business directly to their child, and through claiming the lifetime capital gains exemption, for example, on the resulting capital gain. And I would have been interested in hearing my colleagues' comments in regards to that aspect. The issue at hand, from the eyes of many, isn't that it's passing on the family business, but rather it's a corporation. And there's all sorts of other issues that come to mind when we talk about the corporations. Now, I'm not as familiar as the member would be in terms of the farming community, given his background versus my background. What I can say is that, you know, I have had the opportunity to visit many farms over the years. Even growing up as a child, I can remember being out in Saskatchewan and doing some cultivating on the big John Deere four-wheel tractors and on a family farm where there was, you know, a belief that, look, I'm running this farm now and it's the Stoyne family, and you know, it was my farm handed down to me, and I have intentions on handing it down to my children. And so I don't want to say that, even though I have some personal firsthand experiences, that I have a full and complete understanding of all aspects of farming. But I do support family farms. And I would like to see ways in which we can enhance and give strength. You know, when I think of family farms, and a lot of these family farms, they're like a small business. And I think the government of Canada has shown very clearly their support for small businesses. We have seen that in a variety of ways. A lot of it's been highlighted during the pandemic. Often, for example, we talk about some of the benefits that the government has brought forward, and I suspect rural communities, even farmers, would have been afforded the opportunity to participate in some of these programs, and it highlighted, I think, the need that's there, and it's very real. You know, Bill C-208 proposes amendments that could easily be misused by corporations in terms of looking for tax planning opportunities. I don't believe that the member has addressed that issue head on and provided the type of changes that would have been necessary to provide the type of assurances. You know, it's interesting in terms of my New Democratic friends in particular. They talk a lot about tax avoidance, and I'm very much interested in them providing their thoughts on that specific issue. Have they looked into that aspect of the legislation? Are we creating opportunities by passing this legislation that will provide for tax avoidance? And I think it's a legitimate question and an area of concern that really was not addressed to the degree in which it could have and should have been addressed at the committee stage. And I know that there is a legitimate concern on that. So I'd be very much interested in what it is that the New Democrats would actually have to say on it. Whether it's the former small business minister, I got to know well because she was the House leader and former House leader of the government, and often talked about the importance of small businesses, and that being the backbone. And I've said this in the past, the backbone of the economy. You can even add further to it in terms of just how important our farmers are. They're the ones that are putting not only food on our table, but the contributions to Canada's overall GDP and exportation, the feeding of the world. The crops that we are able to provide around the world are very impressive. I think in terms of the province of Manitoba and the growth, for example, of the canola industry has been very impressive. Virtually from nowhere years ago to a major crop recognized around the world. We often hear about wheat and the importance of how wheat and that prairie wheat is feeding people around the world. So I think that we can take a sense of pride and look at ways in which we can, in fact, support it. In this last budget, we heard a number of different initiatives. One that comes to mind right offhand is the area of drying grains and how the budget attempts to deal with that particular issue by supporting farmers. We could talk about how we supported those small businesses through the development of programs during the epidemic. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program, a program that has been very helpful to small businesses in general. We came up with the Canada Emergency Business Account. Another one that I often make reference to, in particular, as I say, for small businesses, is the Emergency Rent Subsidy Program. Madam Speaker, these are things that are very real and very much tangible. We know that there are many businesses that are continuing to face stress and uncertainty as a direct result of the COVID-19. And that's why, in many ways, that the government has stepped up to the plate to make sure that we have support during these unprecedented times, Madam Speaker. When I make reference to the emergency business account, that was somewhere in the neighborhood of 750,000 small businesses. We're talking about billions of dollars of loans, tens of billions of dollars. The emergency wage subsidy program, affected several million people. Again, tens of billions of dollars that were spent on it. There's additional lockdown support. When we think of support for the agricultural sector, the government recognized that there's an essential service and provided agriculture and agri-food sector and is committed to supporting producers and businesses so they continue to provide to Canadians.
We have taken unprecedented action to support farmers, ranchers, food businesses, and food processors across the value chain, as well as providing support for vulnerable populations. For example, we quickly unlocked the $5 billion in additional Farm Credit Canada lending capacity and launched the $100 million for a new agriculture and food business solutions fund to ensure that businesses in the sector have the support that they need, Madam Speaker. We also increased the Canadian Dairy Commission's borrowing capacity by a couple $100 million. That was to allow for us to support costs associated with temporary storage of things like cheese, butter, and to ultimately avoid food waste. There are a number of programs that were put into place to support our producers, Madam Speaker. Programs from dollars to foreign workers,
and much more. We have to leave it at that. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to be here this evening to speak to this crucial bill to foster the next generation of young business owners in Quebec as well as in Canada. I would like to repeat the congratulations that I proffered to my colleague, the sponsor of this bill, because we in the Bloc Québécois are convinced that the next generation of farmers and other sectors is vital. And we've been supporting this sector for a very long time. We started to support this idea in 2005, further to a report that was submitted by the Federation of the Relève Agricole and the IPA to support farming and fishing. Now, talking about taxation, there are different exemptions, but really, Madam Speaker, what we're talking about here is our small and medium-sized businesses. That is our very economic fabric. And it is that the idea is to keep them alive. The survival of our small businesses depends on it. Instead of leaving them in a situation that is disadvantageous, that means that they would be bought by foreign investors. So if those small businesses continue to exist, then our regions will continue to exist as well. And that is why this evening I'm appealing to all of my colleagues. And unfortunately, I can sense this again, and I'll never get used to it. I can feel that there's partisanship in this. It doesn't matter which party tabled this bill. It doesn't matter. What is important is to look at the bill and to ask oneself, is it good for our society? Is it good for our citizens? And if it is, then we should all vote for it. To fix this injustice, we need to protect our businesses and protect the economic vitality means maintaining knowledge, protecting our businesses, and it means curbing the rural exodus, because if our children can take over the family business, then they'll stay in the region. And I would just like to, before going further, I'd like to reach out to my colleague, the member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, who tabled a similar bill in a previous parliament. So congratulations to him as well. Now, businesses are a microcosm of humanity. I'm talking about agriculture. I'm very supportive of that sector, but I'm talking about all small businesses. These businesses that are on a human scale and that allow dynamic regions and schools full of children, because we're talking about families that live on that live in these rural regions. There are often 8 families on a single rural route, and to defend this model, we need to protect these small businesses. And that's why this bill has to pass. It's been too long already. This is what keeps us alive, our small businesses. And it's a sector that is not supported enough. This is a way of protecting small businesses. I'm talking about agriculture, but there are lots of innovative small businesses that might have to be sold abroad. In 2018, We were talking about some between 30,000 and 60,000 Quebec businesses that had no one to take over. And if they don't have no one to take over, they'll die. And if they die, we're talking about 150,000 jobs, between $8 and $10 billion in sales. In agriculture, what we've always said is that it's one farm per day that disappears. But last year, it was a little bit better, but it's not because there was support. It's because people created micro businesses. We could do better. We're able to better. So why don't we? We need to take this leap. And I have a lot of colleagues who mentioned a lot of numbers and statistics. And once again, I've got some numbers too. But I want to talk to you about actual human cases, real cases on the ground. For example, a maple syrup production, certified organic. The parents are the current owners. And they've spent fortunes on accountants to see how they can, do they have to create a different business that's going to buy this business, because we're talking about the retirement income of parents that they want to hand down to their children. And these are the very cruel choices that they have to make. Here's another example, a dairy farm in the Lac-Saint-Jean region. They're trying to transfer it to their children, but they can't find a solution, because there is no solution. And I would like to correct my Liberal colleague who spoke before me. It's not true that you can have the capital gains, because then we wouldn't even be discussing this bill. He needs to study this more closely, because in the cases I'm seeing, people are trying to figure out for months and years. They're spending fortunes on accountants. The Liberal government loves to have people drowning in red tape. And so that's when the Liberal government is happy. But we in the Bloc Québécois don't think that way. We want to simplify people's lives. We want to foster the next generation, our youth, and the people who want to stay in our regions. Here's another example. A young person who had just about completed the negotiations to take over the farm. He left on a trip, and while he was traveling, and this is true, Madam Speaker, a true story, his parents received an offer that they could not turn down. And from someone who had no relation to them. But they offered not an astronomical sum, but they offered more than their child. And so they sold. They were stuck. And that destroys lives. It destroys families. It leaves permanent scars. Here are other examples of parents who are trying to turn over their farms for free. They don't sleep at night because they figure this is the decision they have to make. But they're left in poverty because of that. They'll be left with great bitterness. And that, Madam Speaker, also leaves scars. People who own, for example, a hotel or an inn, they're resigned to pay a fortune in taxes. The father is resigned to living with half of what he would have had normally. That is disgusting, Madam Speaker. Come on. The government can do something about this. This bill is very simple. It amends the Income Tax Act to give the same tax privilege to those who yeared or turn over their business to people who are related than as to people who aren't related. Where's the problem? Where are we talking? Where is there tax evasion here? The Liberals are talking about tax evasion, and sometimes I have trouble keeping my cool. What are they talking about, tax evasion? Come on, tax havens. We talk to you about all that all the time, and the Liberals do nothing about it. Are people trying to dupe us here? We're talking about tax evasion for small businesses? Madam Speaker, this doesn't happen to me often, but I'm practically speechless. When I was listening to my Liberal colleague, I could not believe my ears. Tax havens, millions of dollars, web giants, where the government's trying not to tax them, whereas these are small businesses in the regions are being left to fend for themselves. But the government likes to favor their cronies. They like to complicate things. I'm really tired of this system where the small businesses are the ones who have to pay instead of the giants. And they have to fill out 28 forms. And our economic dynamism, vitality, is being stifled. And the Liberals were talking about $1 billion, but it was actually evaluated at something like $250 million. I'm looking at my figures here, so perhaps the figure is approximate, but it's something like that. And that is something that really hits home with me. When we're talking about economics, people think that it's just businesses, for example, that shut down. For example, a foreign investor who twins with a larger business. But it's not just the businesser. It's the creditors who are losing a business partner, the employees. And a family transfer is good because it ensures a certain type of proximity, a certain type of stability. And it's good because people have been dealing with that business for 25 or 30 years. When they know it's the son or the daughter who's going to take over, then they're confident. They know that things will keep going. In Quebec, we changed our tax laws in 2016. Once again, Quebec is a pioneer. We're at the vanguard. We were talking about childcare. Well, it's the same thing. We're the leaders. And once again, the government is trying to make up or catch up with these progressive Quebec laws. 47% of small businesses will be turned over. And in the fisheries area, a very high percentage of owners are aged over 50. Now, I'm just saying that's, I'm 50, so that's young. But we do have to think about the next generation. So I'm appealing to you from the heart. And here's another message. People in the government who speak out of both sides of their mouth and who say, yes, that's very important. What an important cause will work with you. Well, now they need to prove it. This is an excellent bill, and I'm calling on the government to adopt it. Because the youth of Quebec and Canada depend on it. They are watching. You are there watching us as parliamentarians, and the business people who help us survive, the people who pay taxes. They are watching you. They are expecting results. This is the first time this bill has gotten this far. Let us pass it, Madam Speaker, now. Thank you.
I see the honourable member for Malpeque has a raised hand, which we do not have questions at this stage of the debate.
Yes, I was just, if there's an opportunity to enter into the debate, I will, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we have quite a number of speakers. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I am pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-208, which has to do with the transfer of small businesses and family farms and fishing corporations between family members. It'll be no secret to members in the House here that, New Democrats definitely believe that the ultra-rich and the wealthy ought to be paying their fair share. And I think we've done a very good job of making the case for that in this Parliament and proposing some really concrete measures for how that might be done, Madam Speaker. But we have also been champions for small businesses in Canada because we know that they're the backbone of the Canadian economy, that 80% of the jobs in our economy are created by small business owners, and we appreciate farmers and fishers and what they contribute to the Canadian economy and to the world as well, Madam Speaker, when we talk about Canadian farmers and all of the food that we export, outside of Canada, the world over. So these are important industries, and they're industries that oftentimes, or businesses within it, whether it's the farm or whether it's a business, that are developed by families and that become part of the family. And those families are known in their communities. And as the former member was talking about, they have relations with suppliers and others within their communities. And being able to pass that family business on to their children is important. It's important for the family from an identity point of view, and from the family's own economic point of view, but it can also be important to communities as well, that sense of stability and ensuring that the people who are employed at those businesses and the people who do business with those businesses continue to enjoy those relationships and the economic benefits of them. So that's why I'm quite pleased to stand in support of this bill. I know there was some talk earlier. The member from Winnipeg North was talking about the NDP's concern for tax evasion, and he's absolutely right. We can talk about tax havens. We've had private members' bills before this House from New Democratic members that are serious about taking action on the biggest tax evaders. But the small businesses in our communities who, I'm thinking of some of the small businesses that I know, a sign company, for instance, where a husband and wife developed a business over 30 or 40 years and then want to pass that on to their children. Those aren't the people that are shunting money out to Barbados and the Cayman Islands and other such places. And the fact of the matter is that if they choose to sell to their children under the current tax rules, they're going to pay considerably more than if they sell to a complete stranger. So there's a principle of fairness there. And it just doesn't make sense that by selling a business that is the life's work of a family within the family, that you would be penalized and have to pay more. And that's what we're trying to address here. I think the member for Winnipeg North misunderstands the bill, frankly, when he mentions the capital gains exemption, because of course the very point of the bill is that if you're selling to an immediate family member, you don't benefit from the capital gains exemption because that sale is not treated as taxed as a capital gain. It's taxed as a dividend. So the whole point of the legislation is actually to be able to have those family members be able to benefit from the very capital gain lifetime exemption that the member for Winnipeg North was speaking to. Now, I think there are some members who don't necessarily expect that when the member for Winnipeg North gets up to speak that he's going to have a very detailed knowledge of what he's speaking about. But that's no excuse for his government or for the ministry or for other members of his party for that matter. They should hold themselves to a higher standard and really come to have an appreciation of what's in the legislation. So why when New Democrats are so concerned about tax evasion, do we support this bill? Well, a couple of things, Madam Speaker. One of the things that's in this bill also is in order to get this different tax treatment under capital gains as opposed to dividends, the family member who receives the business or who purchases the business has to continue to be the owner of that business for 5 years as opposed to the current 2, is my understanding. And so it is meant to promote the idea that if the sale is happening, it's happening because someone within the family genuinely wants to take over the business, not just flip it for sale. And so if within those 5 years the business is sold again, then it's retroactively treated as a dividend sale and taxed appropriately, taxed as it is under the current legislation, because at that point it's not about successorship within the family. It's become something else. So that's one of the measures. But also, I think it's important to say that one of the things that gives me comfort is that this bill isn't the product of one political party that might have a particular agenda. A former NDP member of Parliament, Guy Caron, developed this private member's bill, put a lot of work into it. He was somebody who, as the NDP's finance critic, did excellent work on tax evasion and was very concerned about it. It was one of the things that motivated him to get into politics. And he did that not just as an amateur within politics who was assigned the finance portfolio, but he did it as somebody who worked as an economist his whole life prior to getting into politics. So understood very well not just the issue of tax evasion, but also the particular dynamics of this bill, and sought to craft a bill that really would honor the idea of being able to pass a business down within generations in a family, and to do that in the right way that doesn't just become a loophole or an excuse to evade taxes, something that New Democrats fiercely oppose. So those are some of the elements, both concretely within the bill in terms of what the legislation does, but also where the legislation comes from, that give me confidence that this is not about introducing another means for tax evasion into the tax code, but is really about settling a fundamental unfairness where people who spend their life pouring their heart and soul into a business and make it a success, whose children oftentimes have been part of that success, and then want to ensure that that gets passed on within the family, can do so without paying a large financial penalty. And that also helps ensure that these assets for our communities stay in local hands, because sometimes the only people with the capital to buy a business are foreign investors, and that's sometimes what happens. Whether it's with small businesses or with farms, it ends up being either large corporations or foreign investors who end up purchasing these things, and it makes more sense for the family if the differential is $400,000 or $500,000, as we've heard in some of these cases. The family comes to the decision that they are in fact better off not doing what their heart wants to do, which is to keep that business or that farm within the family, but to make a more hard-nosed financial decision about their best interest. This would allow for them to maintain or to take off the table that factor that makes it far more profitable for the family to sell to a stranger than to keep it within the family. So those are some of the issues at play. And as I say, this is something that New Democrats believe in, but it's also part of a package of advocacy that New Democrats have brought for a long time, and then particularly within this Parliament. I've been really impressed with our small business critic, the Member of Parliament for Courtney Alberni, who was right out there out of the gate when the pandemic began, a former small business owner himself, advocating for a 75% wage subsidy when the government said it would only be 10. He knows how important it was to get beyond just covering payroll costs and actually providing wage replacement. He was the loudest voice out of the gate on the need for a commercial rent subsidy. He's been advocating for an extension of the Canada Emergency Business Account loan program. We saw a small extension in the most recent budget. Glad to see that. More work to do. So all that to say that, New Democrats believe in small business. We're advocating for small business. We see this as part of a package that is important for small businesses and for farmers, so that they can keep all of the hard work of their family in their family when the time comes to pass that business on. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If there is one group of Canadians that has been hard hit during the pandemic, it is small business owners. Men and women who risked everything to build a dream. Maybe a small boutique grocery store on Main Street, a specialty bakery featuring Grandma's secret apple pie recipe, the butcher who was taught by his father how to make sausage like they did in the old country, or a unique restaurant featuring a mix of Italian pasta and Lebanese kebabs. They all have one thing in common. They've all been holding on by a thread, trying to keep the business afloat long enough to make it to the other side of these restrictions. Moms and dads work tirelessly beside sons and daughters, aunts and uncles, grandmothers and grandfathers, all leaning on each other to keep that dream alive. Even before COVID, these hardworking entrepreneurs laid it all on the line, hustling endless hours with no sick leave, vacation pay, maternity benefits, or RRSPs. They put every penny they made back into the business, investing in the future, building a legacy, something that made their community a better, more dynamic place to live. A huge majority of these brave job creators and risk takers work side by side with their family, guiding son or daughter in the art of providing services within their community. Fathers showing sons how to grind the pork, beef, and spices just so to create the perfect kielbasa coil, or a mother demonstrating the art of making fluffy pastry crust for the next day's batch of fresh fruit apple pies. Recipes and skills handed down by word of mouth with a keen determination to pass on skills to the next generation. quietly passing on knowledge that would otherwise be lost. Shoulder to shoulder, the generations tend to customers and suppliers, making deals and creating jobs in their local neighborhoods. It's in this organic style school of business that big government just can't help but cause havoc by way of unfair taxes. Taxes that disadvantage a father when selling the family farm to his son, or a mother selling the French bakery to her daughter. After years of giving everything they had to build their dream, late nights washing dishes, early mornings mucking stalls, long hot summers sitting in the combine, or cold hard winters packing tomatoes into crates, they finally are ready to lay down their tools and pass the business on to the next generation. And what do they find when they go to sell their firm? That the government considers them a tax cheat, simply for wanting to sell to his children rather than a third-party stranger. Now, it has to be said, passing a business on from one generation to the next is no easy feat at the best of times. Many family businesses have had a hard time surviving the challenge. So the very last thing the government should be doing is making this more difficult by disadvantaging the transaction. 1.1 million small businesses and farms across Canada are looking hopefully to the passage of this bill, which would ensure that they have a level playing field when it comes to transition of ownership between parents and children. I know in our own family, the many years of hard work that went into the planning for transition. And yes, we incorporated early on. That didn't make us terrible, awful people. You need to make sure first that your bankers are confident that your children will be able to succeed going forward. You need to earn the trust of your customers and suppliers, that the next generation will be able to skillfully man the helm when you step away. You need to negotiate the rough waters of family dynamics that play a huge role in family business succession. Quite honestly, passing a business on to your kids is far more difficult than just selling to a third party. Selling to a stranger doesn't disrupt the harmony of your family's Christmas dinner. It won't damage your ability to see your grandkids when bitterness creeps in between your kids. It won't cause rifts between fathers or brothers like a family business succession can do. And yet, government treats those who are willing to walk that hard road like uber wealthy tax evaders who are only in it for the quick buck. Nothing can be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, family business succession is not for the faint of heart and takes years to accomplish. So why do we keep punishing families for wanting to pass on a legacy? Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but the current system is totally disrespectful to the hardworking Canadians whose entire retirement savings are wrapped up in their small business. Currently, these savings are seriously impacted if they choose to try and keep the business in the family. This bill appears to be very timely from the perspective of a COVID recovery plan, since we know that our small businesses will be paramount in helping us get our economy back on track when we finally reopen. We all know that family businesses are the lifeblood of our economy and our communities. So honestly, I can't wrap my mind around why the government would punish parents and children for being willing to put their blood, sweat, and tears into a small enterprise only to be considered tax cheats for the simple desire to pass it on to the next generation. Consider the story of a couple who owns a business in a small town, who want to retire and who rely on the sale as their retirement fund. This sort of thing happens all the time. Now imagine the couple were hoping to retire, sell the business to one of their daughters who's been working with them for years. She's all excited to take over from her parents and continue building on their legacy. In the meantime, they get approached by a much larger, non-related company which has no local ties. This larger corp will want to produce the goods in the bigger urban center where they're based, possibly even overseas. Ultimately, this would mean completely shifting jobs and economic activity out of the local community. Well, as happens often when they did the math with their accountant, it would cost up to 67% more in taxes for their daughter to buy compared to a stranger simply because she is their daughter. It makes no sense that we don't have a level playing field here, especially considering how much communities gain from family farms and businesses that are run by successive generations. It is clear that a robust COVID-19 recovery will need healthy small businesses that are owned and operated by passionate local entrepreneurs, and that this bill will make a huge difference for local family-run businesses who want to keep their work in the family. So since this bill is so critical for small family-owned businesses, how many people have actually opposed this bill? As you can imagine, it has overwhelming support across the country, including from the Chicken Farmers of Canada, Grain Growers of Canada, Canadian Taxpayer Federation, the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, and Chambers of Commerce, just to name a few. Not to mention, of course, every Canadian small business owner who seeks to keep the business in the family. For too long, this situation has been able to continue unabated. But why is that? Looking at the history of similar bills that have come before Parliament in recent years, it seems to me that a significant reason it's never made it through Parliament is the advice that tax analysts give to the government of the day. The complexity of the Tax Act that creates this disadvantage for family-owned businesses were meant as anti-avoidance measures. Now, I understand the need to safeguard against tax avoidance. That is why there are safeguarding measures built into this bill. But the way the laws are currently set up, all of the business owners who seek to keep their business in the family are being punished because of the few that might try to game the system and avoid paying taxes. In typical fashion, we're punishing the wrong people. There will always be a chance that someone's trying to cheat. But contrary to the Prime Minister's belief, most small business owners are not tax cheats. Most small businesses are not simply shell companies created for wealthy Canadians to avoid taxes. Only wealthy elite who have never had to sweep floors in their father's grocery store or sling bales at their uncle's farm would believe something like that. Over 50% of Canadian small business owners wish to pass their business on to a family member. Nobody in their right mind thinks that 50% of small business owners are looking to cheat on their taxes. But I think we all agree that they deserve a level playing field. They don't deserve to be forced to choose between being hammered with extra taxes that puts their retirement in jeopardy or selling their farm outside the family and out of the community. I think that whoever's suggesting that we oppose this bill need to remember that it's our job to serve the public, not the other way around. It's important for the government to remember this too. It's time to show some political leadership and say, look, Canadians are being treated unfairly and we're going to fix it. Now, if the government will refuse to show leadership on this, thankfully, I am confident that Parliament will. We are, after all, the voice of the people. Mr. Speaker, we need this bill to pass to ensure that our most valuable asset, the job creators and risk takers who make our communities strong and resilient, even in the face of a devastating pandemic, are able to thrive. I call on all my colleagues to support this bill and bring fairness back for the little guy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Malpeque has about 30 seconds for a short intervention.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to say, the Finance Committee held a very intensive hearing into this. We passed it back to Parliament. We looked at the tax implications. Bottom line is, what does this bill mean for the community? The backbone of the community is small business, farmers and fishermen, and especially those that can pass it down generation to generation. This is an issue of tax fairness and should be supported fully. If officials have a problem with this, then put their corrections forward in a Ways and Means bill in the future. But pass this net bill now and support farmers, fishermen, and small business.
And the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. La Chambre procédera maintenant à l'étude d'une motion d'ajournement.
The House will now proceed to the consideration of an amendment motion. To examine the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Consequently, the motion is as follows.
Silence, seconded by Mr. Manley, moves that this House do now adjourn. Debate.
He's online.
Oh, sorry. The Honourable Deputy Whip for the Official Opposition has a point of order.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I would like to indicate under Standing Order 42.2A that all Conservative speaking slots are divided into two for this evening's important debate.
Thank you very much. So noted. So debate. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an enormous honor, and I appreciate the Speaker's ruling earlier today that allows me to bring to the floor of this place an urgent matter, an emergency that's on the minds and the hearts of every single Canadian. I want to signal as I begin that I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, my colleague and friend who I can remember, actually, we were still sitting in the House together when he was the first Member of Parliament to suggest that people ought to be wearing masks, drawing on experience of what was working in other countries. Well, Madam Speaker, back then when we were all together, up until the Friday, March 13th of last year, I wouldn't have imagined that I'd be standing here, speaking to you virtually tonight in the third wave of COVID, where we speak of things like variants of concern. We're no longer dealing with COVID-19 alone. We're dealing, as we know now, with variants of concern emerging from other countries. We've had them from South Africa, B117 from the UK, P1 from Brazil, and there will be more. We now are learning as we go that the longer the pandemic stalks us as a human population, we will be susceptible to, as the virus does what viruses do and mutates, we will face new forms of this particular virus as variants. We now know some of these variants are far more transmissible than the COVID-19. Can you imagine? We can be nostalgic about an earlier form of COVID-19. I wouldn't have imagined it. But the wash your hands, don't touch your face rules don't seem to apply with variants that appear that can be transmitted far more easily, including and as aerosols. I realize, Madam Speaker, that I failed to turn on my interpretation device. That's not helping our interpreters. I'm sorry. The situation we are now in is one that I think requires of us that we do something different. We have been, the situation we're now in is described frequently as a race between the vaccines and the variants. But even this particular description, I don't think will serve us well. That's because we are a fragmented federation with far too many tendencies towards blaming somebody for the situation in which we find ourselves. I gravely fear that partisanship and federal-provincial tensions will make matters worse. We need to figure out how to offer our constituents what they want, solutions, and not casting blame upon one another. None of us in this place are experts on pandemics. Well, maybe there's potentially one. There's a scientist among us who is a medical geographer who studied the Spanish flu outbreak in the member for Etobicoke North. But let's just say this is a place full of people who've been elected to serve the public of this country, and we have to be of service. And at this time, I think that means blowing the whistle on saying what we're doing now isn't working. In Mark Carney's new book, which I highly recommend, called Values, he discusses many things, but one of them is COVID-19 and the different responses from governments around the world. And I think the terminology he uses is very apt and understandable. Some governments, he said, used the hammer. Others chose the dance. Guess which ones we are? Reminded me of Mike Ryan, the World Health Organization officer who more than a year ago said with a thick Scottish accent, it was time that we recognize we have to be fast. Don't wait to be correct. It's important, have no regrets, move. Well, we're still in the dance. And I don't blame any politician or party for this. A lot of it is cultural. A lot of it is relying on a fragmented federation and no one wanting to step on anybody else's toes. It's not working, speaking of dancing. This is a very important point that comes from Dr. Yanir Bar-Yam. He's an expert in complex systems. He's at the New England Complex Systems Institute. And he said this, quote, vaccinations shouldn't be expected to be a get out of jail free card to end the pandemic. Now, if we're in a debate where one group of people wants to blame the federal government for not buying enough vaccines because the vaccines are our way out, it's important to keep vaccines in perspective. They aren't our get out of jail free card. More must be done. And the more that must be done often falls under provincial jurisdiction. Why are we not learning the lessons from what worked and didn't work in the first and second wave? Can't we successfully share that some provinces and territories have been spectacular in going to zero COVID? Can't the rest of us learn from that? Can't we ask our institutions and our public health experts to say, you know what, bending the curve isn't the thing. We thought it was the thing. We don't blame you for thinking it was the thing, but now we have to go to zero COVID. Because if we're bending the curve and flattening the curve, we're allowing COVID to last among us longer. We will have more variants because we will have more mutations, because that's what viruses do. Now, there are many examples around the world. Some were able to go to zero COVID fast because their publics were used to being bossed around. That's a theory that you read in many of the articles and journals that they're fashionable now. Well, what do you do with a society like Canada that's got a population that's used to having our liberties? We're not good at being told where we can and can't go. But I contrast that with Australia. I mean, I think Australia is our best example. They are also a federation. They also have a federal government, and they have 8 states that have their own rules and jurisdictions. What they did at the beginning was figure out that they needed a new structure. I think Canada needs new structures. Australia decided to put together 2 different committees. One was chaired by their equivalent of Dr. Theresa Tam, with all the people around the table, whether their equivalent of Rob Strang from Nova Scotia or Bonnie Henry from British Columbia. They sat at the same table and tried to figure out what they're going to do based on the best science. Our approach has been a bit more chaotic, a bit more differentiated, and we haven't got a single structure that says, how do we learn? Who's doing it right? Who's getting the best results? Can we not ask our public health experts now to please work together and inform politicians at all orders of government what going to zero looks like for Canada? I think second guessing Canadians' attitudes and saying we can't tell people to stay home because they're sick of it. If our publics believe, if our citizenry accepts that we actually have a formula that works based on experiences elsewhere, and that if we do it hard, we get it right, we go to zero, then we can be like New Zealand and Australia and be greeting our families with open arms in the airports that just opened. Right now, I think we need to stop more of the flights that are coming in from other countries. We don't want people flying in from India, bringing new variants, bringing new disease. We don't even want interprovincial transport. Newfoundland and Labrador was really doing well in the Atlantic bubble till workers flying in from their jobs in Alberta brought COVID into the communities. We have to be serious about locking down and going to zero. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I just want to read from, and I want to credit journalist Andrew Nikiforuk, whose 2008 book on pandemics called Pandemonium gave him a lot of knowledge as a journalist, which he has been sharing. I think if we'd followed the advice that he gave in a January article in the Tyee, COVID could be over in Canada by now. But I just want to read this from his most recent article. Quote, "Get on with it. Canada needs to put this pandemic behind us. To do that, we need more aggressive and proactive public health approach with intensive testing, a better targeted, quicker, and stricter lockdowns. We need to do what it takes to get to zero to protect the greater public health. And the sooner we do that, the healthier our nation will be." I talk to parents throughout my riding and all over Canada who don't want to send their kids to school because they're not masked. They wonder why it is that teachers aren't being vaccinated up front. They want to know why different provinces have different rules. They want to know, how come Nova Scotia was so smart? They want to know, why did our governments make mistakes? But it's not with a spirit of blame. We must not blame particularly individual politicians. Everyone is doing their best. Let's just take that as written. Everyone is doing their best. But collectively as a country, we are not doing what Canadians want and what Canadians deserve. And so I ask us now tonight in this debate, please, to all my colleagues, set aside blame and finger pointing. Think about, what do our constituents want of us? And is it not time to say, Let's learn from what Canadian provinces and territories succeeded and apply that to where we're not doing so well, and with no blame and no shame, form a new committee, as my Green Party leader, Annamie Paul, has been calling for consistently, an interprovincial task force that decides as a country what we do to get through this together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Isles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for asking for this emergency debate this evening. I think that it's very important to have this discussion. Certainly, I think that there's a lot to be learned, and I really appreciate her approach to this. I just want to go back to the examples that she continually was using throughout her speech. She talked about comparing Canada quite a bit to New Zealand and Australia. I mean, New Zealand and Australia are quite unique. They're both island nations. The only way to really get in and out is by plane. Canada has the longest land border in the world and has a lot of first responders and frontline workers crossing that border every single day. Literally, people live on one side and work on the other side, and are going back and forth every single day. Is it not a little bit unfair to use Australia and New Zealand as comparators in this case?
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
We could use New Brunswick. We could talk about Nova Scotia. These are not separate countries surrounded by water. They are our neighbors and our friends, and they did better. I think we need to learn. And in the case, and the Honourable Member is absolutely right, people going back and forth across borders, people like the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest raised in his SO31 today, that the people in Southwest New Brunswick and related to people in Campobello, and they have to go back and forth. We have a lot of geographical situations that require specific solutions. Better testing, better tracing. Testing and tracing are very inconsistently applied across the country. Being sure that we know what essential work is going on. Is it really essential that Site C continued to be built at a time when there were outbreaks there that were a threat to Indigenous communities? Was it really essential? That's
to give some opportunity for more questions, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her initiative in causing this debate tonight. I think it's very valuable, and I thank her for her leadership on this. She mentioned the word emergency many times, and I have in front of me the Emergencies Act of Canada. It's the only flagship legislation we have from 1988, and I want to quote from it. It says, "A national emergency is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity of a province to deal with it." It also says a public welfare emergency is caused by a real or imminent disease in human beings that results or may result in a danger to life or property, social disruption, or a breakdown in the flow of essentials. Would my honourable colleague not agree that if this legislation is not enacted now, in a global pandemic once in a century, that there's no time that it would be invoked? And I specifically would refer to Ontario. Would she agree with me that clearly the ability of Ontario to handle this pandemic?
To give the Honourable Member an opportunity to answer, please, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway. I think it was back in March when I pulled it out because people kept saying we don't want to use draconian legislation. And I read the Emergencies Act and realized, oh, this isn't the War Measures Act. There's no suspension of civil liberties here. There's parliamentary and democratic oversight. In fact, that piece of legislation, which was written in 1988, shows what happens when parliamentarians turn their mind to what would a sensible country do in a public health emergency, and they drafted it when they weren't in an emergency. I think it's a very worthwhile looking at.
Honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech, but above all, for bringing forward this important debate on the third wave, because we are all exhausted by the pandemic. I would like to go back. She talked a lot about the example of other countries who better controlled their borders. Before the first waves, for example, my spouse came back from Egypt to the Montreal airport around March 6th. There was already pressure from the government of Quebec to control what was going on in the Montreal airport. My spouse arrived from Egypt where there was cases, and he managed to leave the airport in Montreal with no controls whatsoever. I would like her thoughts on.
Merci à ma collègue de Shefford. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec l'importance dans une situation d'urgence de protéger les frontières. Ça, c'est une des leçons. Donc, maintenant, nous sommes, comme elle a dit, dans la troisième vague. On doit apprendre les leçons d'expérience de toute la dernière année. Merci.
Reprise du débat. Smith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by recognizing the personal and economic sacrifices Canadians have made during this pandemic. They did everything that was within their control to do. They stayed home, they followed public health orders, and they suffered hardships. Families across this country are grieving the 23,756 people who have died. Since the first weeks of the pandemic, I've advocated for the approach that Taiwan took. At the beginning, Taiwan was one of the top 10 countries affected. Now they are ranked 191. Taiwan applied what they learned from the SARS outbreak. They had a mask mandate and they gave every resident 3 masks per week. They installed hand sanitizer at the entrance to every building. The Army worked with manufacturers to expedite the production of personal protective equipment, and they had huge fines for PPE hoarding and profiteering. They had testing and temperature checks for interregional travel, and they had tight controls on their border, and travelers returning home faced mandatory quarantine. These actions protected their economy. They never had a lockdown like the ones that we've had here. Earlier in the pandemic, the Green Party caucus advocated for the government to invoke the Emergencies Act using the provisions of a public welfare emergency. It's a very well-written piece of legislation that replaced the old War Measures Act. Invoking it would have allowed the government to create a federal coordinated response with the provinces, close the border, mandate quarantines for people returning to Canada, control interprovincial and interregional travel, create green zones for opening the economy and red zones to control areas where there was community spread with lockdowns. All things that were done in New Zealand and Australia and other countries that successfully fought the pandemic. But our calls to invoke the Emergency Act were ignored. Whether the Emergencies Act was the right tool for the job or not, it is clear that stronger national coordination has been sorely missing in Canada's approach to dealing with the pandemic. Then we need a federal, provincial task force to create better coordination. Just last month, during an adjournment debate, I pointed out that the one thing that all countries that went to zero had in common was a coordinated national strategy. I argued that it was not too late for a national strategy. In fact, we need it more than ever. In response, I was scolded by the parliamentary secretary and told that I didn't understand the Constitution and that the government did not want to cause a constitutional crisis. I was floored by the weakness of that argument. Almost 24,000 people have died. The economy is struggling. We have the largest deficit in Canadian history. 180,000 small and medium-sized enterprises across this country are on the verge of closing permanently. Millions of Canadians are financially stressed. We have a mental health crisis, the suicide rate is up, and we have a shadow pandemic of intimate partner violence. Drug overdoses have increased. We are in a third wave of the pandemic with variants spreading rapidly and more cases than ever before. We have another series of lockdowns in Canada's biggest provinces, and Canadians are angry, scared, and fed up. Our governments have done a poor job of coordinating the fight to end this pandemic, but at least we managed to avoid a constitutional crisis. Canadians are looking at what is happening in other countries, and it's not lost on them that our strategy in Canada isn't working. Inadequate coordination between the federal, provincial, and territory responses has failed to stop the spread of the virus. We're using a yo-yo method of lockdown, opening up, and lockdown again to try to limit the pandemic rather than employing a get to zero strategy. In countries such as New Zealand, Australia, Taiwan, and South Korea, the spread of COVID-19 has been arrested. Case levels are down, the death toll is lower, the economies are up and running, and people are going about their lives. What can Canada learn? Where did we go wrong, and how can we move forward in a way that will result in less hardship for Canadians? Countries that have eliminated the spread of the disease share these key aspects. They had a national strategy. They closed borders. They required quarantines for citizens returning from international locations. They limited international travel within the country. They created red zones to lock down and green zones where the economy could stay open. They mandated masks for indoor public spaces. They tested widely and used contact tracing. They continued to use circuit breaker lockdowns to quickly stop new outbreaks in specific areas. The key to success was to isolate outbreaks and use multiple tools to limit the spread of the virus. These are actions that the Green Party MPs advocated for in the early days of the pandemic. Instead of a well-coordinated national strategy, Canadians had a patchwork of provincial health orders that were often contradictory and confusing. In some cases, COVID-19 related decisions appeared to be driven by politics instead of science. In BC, during the lockdowns, when the rest of us had to remain at home, workers continued to travel in and out of camps to construct the Coastal GasLink and Trans Mountain expansion pipelines and the Site C Dam. This has led to the spread of COVID in remote northern communities. When Newfoundland thought that they had the spread of COVID under control, workers from the camps in the oil sands brought COVID home with them and contributed to the spread there. The border to the U.S. has been technically closed for a year, but there is a real lack of control over travel. Since April 6, more than 100 international flights landing in Canada have carried at least one positive COVID-19 case on board. The Deputy Chief Public Health Officer stated that we know that with viruses, it's practically impossible to prevent new variants from arriving in Canada. But other countries have been successful in stopping the spread of new variants by travelers. It may not make sense to target specific countries anymore, but we can control air travel the same way that New Zealand and Australia have. I appreciate the fact that the government organized an intergovernmental coordinating committee with medical health officers from the country, across the country. But we needed more than a committee. We needed more than a patchwork of confusing protocols and mandates that change from province to province. Canada is a federation, and it is true that the provinces have jurisdiction over healthcare. I understand that the federal government is reluctant to use the emergency powers to create and enforce a national strategy. Some provincial governments have at times politicized this pandemic. Such actions have been detrimental for Canadians. The Emergencies Act may not be the right tool, but we have to stop letting the dysfunction in our federalist system get in the way of a more coordinated response. Australia is also a federation with jurisdictional and political differences between the national and state governments, but they work together successfully to stop the spread of COVID-19, and the population there is much better off for that coordination. The vaccines are finally starting to roll out across the country, but the spread of the new variants is not yet certain how effective the vaccines will prove to be. We need to be prepared to stop the spread of variants that may be vaccine resistant. We're not out of the woods yet, and a lack of national coordination can still have dire consequences. There's been a lack of political courage to do what is necessary at the federal level in Canada. On both sides of the House, there is little appetite to do anything that might upset a provincial premier. But the lack of a unified national COVID-19 strategy continues to have poor outcomes and hurts Canadians in a myriad of ways. We need stronger national coordination, and the sooner we start, the better the results we will achieve. Pandemics do not respect jurisdiction. Let's stand together as a nation, get to zero, and beat COVID-19. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I will say I'm a little bit perplexed at the interventions that I've heard so far in this debate from both members from the Green Party. There seems to be, I think that this is going to be a healthy discussion and we need to have it, but I really think we need to set the context right to do that. And I'm not, like, what I'm hearing is the Green Party members try to compare Canada to really non-comparables. Like, if you look at Canada versus what's been going on in Europe, Europe has a lot of land borders, like Canada has the largest land border. Or if you look at Canada compared to the United States, for example, I think that we fared better when you look at those more realistic comparables, like our G7 partners. We have our G7 countries. We have the second lowest death rate per capita. So I think that there's going to be good value in this discussion, but I really think it's necessary to frame it properly so that we don't go off the rails right at the beginning. Would the member not agree that it would be better to compare us to our G7 counterparts as opposed to New Zealand or Australia that are quite different in geographic makeup and give them an advantage?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, New Zealand and Australia stopped flights from coming into their country with people with COVID. They have a definite plan on how that happens. And we have not managed to do that just with flights into Canada, let alone our long border. I understand that we have a long border with the United States, and that is a serious challenge for us. But just on flights coming into Canada, when there's been 100 flights that have had COVID on the flight since April 6th, we've heard other members get up and say that they know people who came in from other countries where COVID was spreading, where there weren't controls. And so there are controls that we could have and things that we need to do.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the neighboring riding of Nanaimo, Ladysmith. And, I very much agree with him about the comparison with Australia. My in-laws all live in Tasmania, and when we're on Zoom calls with them, we look at envy as they're able to travel to restaurants and enjoy a semi-normal life. I very much agree with his application of the Emergencies Act. I think the times call for us to look at that piece of legislation, and I think it was very unfair for the Prime Minister today during question period to make a comparison to the War Measures Act, because we all know they are two very different pieces of legislation. My question, Mr. Speaker, is really to do with the very vulnerable set of workers, racialized workers, those who work in tourism and arts and entertainment. Would he not agree that the budget's announcement of having the CRB reduced by $200 in July is precisely the wrong approach at this point, because we don't yet know how this pandemic is going to play out. And I think we need to give those workers all the support they need for the near future, at least. Would he not agree that we should be keeping that to the current level that it's at? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford as well, my neighbour. And I agree, we need to continue to protect workers. And one of the things that we've seen is a reluctance, on the part of the Ontario government to have sick leave. So vulnerable people who we rely on to maintain, keep grocery stores open, are going to work sick because they don't have any other choice economically. And so, we need to stand up for workers and we need to protect workers. It's really important that we help to get through this. And I can't understand how, workers who are flying in, for these man camps got in line for COVID vaccines before our teachers did, or before our grocery store workers did. Where are our priorities? Our priorities are on resource extraction. When we, Coastal GasLink doesn't matter right now. What matters is getting through the pandemic. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bear with me. It's been a long day, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the House tonight. Listen, Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic, Canada has constantly adapted its response to emerging science. And everything we have done to date has been with one overarching goal in mind, and that's to protect Canadians. At this time, Canada is experiencing a third wave, and like many countries around the world, we have struggled to maintain public health measures in place due to concerning economic and social harms. And like many countries around the world, this combination of relaxing public health measures and the introduction of variants has resulted in growth of cases in some provinces. And as a result of more infections, of course, there's increased hospitalization and ICU admissions, leading to healthcare systems in some provinces being stretched to capacity. So it's more important than ever before to control transmission and to keep COVID-19 infection rates down. And we collectively know how. The variants have not changed with what works to stop the spread. Despite an increasing number of vaccinations each day, we must continue to protect each other while we work so hard to reach the finish line. And we can see it together, and we need to continue to have the appropriate supports in place to get to that finish line safely and together. Canada is now seeing an increased number of younger adults with COVID-19 being treated in hospital and admitted to ICU. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, and it's an important reminder that COVID-19 can impact people of all ages, and severe illness can occur at any age. National case counts have more than doubled in the last month, and each new case is a person that's spreading infection to more than one other person, keeping the epidemic in a growth pattern. Now, modeling predicts that continued resurgence is possible if variants of concern continue to spread as expected and public health measures remain at current levels. And that's why it's so important for us all to keep our contacts low and to reduce our risk of getting infected or unwittingly spreading this virus to others. On a positive note, the benefits of vaccination are beginning to show. As of April 10th, more than 84% of seniors over 80 years of age have received at least one dose of COVID-19 vaccine. And incident rates have declined dramatically among adults aged 80 years or older and have not increased as quickly as other age groups in recent weeks. We continue to see a significant drop in the number of long-term care home outbreaks, and deaths continue to decrease for the most vulnerable elderly population. And as the vaccination programs expand across the country, we will see further benefits across the population. Growing rates of variants are concerning, as they've been linked to more severe outcomes. The number of variant cases in Canada is continuing to increase quickly. They have doubled and almost doubled in the past week, and several jurisdictions continue to experience variants of concern-driven third waves this spring. There have now been over 70,000 cases of variants of concern reported publicly in Canada as of April 20th, and the variants of concern now account for a majority of cases in Canada's 4 largest provinces. But in response to the emergence of variants of concern in late 2020 and the ongoing detection of new variants, the Government of Canada has implemented a variants of concern strategy and invested $53 million into this strategy. Now, what will this strategy do? Well, it aims to increase sequencing capacity across Canada to reduce time to getting to results so that public health action can be more rapid, and to create a robust result-driven network of research to enable us to come to understanding these emerging variants, what their impact is very quickly. And this work is being done in partnership and collaboration with provinces and territories, and it has led to the increase in sequencing capacity from 5% of cases in December to 15% of all positives in March. The Government of Canada has also been working through critical networks such as CanCogen and public health laboratories to utilize existing and newly implemented sequencing capacity, again, with the focus of delivering public health results quickly. And this includes the development of rapid screening assays for known variants, as well as a national sequencing strategy that combines outbreak investigations, surveillance of trends in Canada, and targeted testing such as infections following vaccination or in travelers. Specific for travel-associated cases, Canada now tests returning travelers, and all positives are sent for sequencing. And this helps us monitor variants arriving in Canada and provides an additional measure of support in our border policies. Now, Canada's vaccine strategy is clear. We're working to vaccinate as many Canadians as quickly as possible, beginning with those at the highest risk of more severe illness and hospitalization. And this helps to protect individuals, but it also helps provide protection for those around them. With increasing supply of approved vaccines, Canada is well equipped to scale up vaccination and maximize protection to the population even faster. A total of 10,719,000 vaccine doses have been administered as of today. And this is done in partnership with provinces and territories. And together with partners, we are monitoring and learning in real time how well the vaccines are working, how best to distribute them, and how to optimize their use using all of this information, obviously while maintaining safety for everyone. For example, studies from Israel as well as the UK are demonstrating excellent protection with 2 doses of mRNA with effectiveness of over 90% against asymptomatic infection, symptomatic infection, hospitalization, severe disease, and death. As well, based on a number of studies, mRNA vaccines show protection against COVID-19 infections, which means they are likely to reduce transmission at a population level. This is good news and helps us get to that finish line. We know that public health measures work while vaccines roll out. International experiences show that stringent public health measures and adherence to them are required to control rapid epidemic growth and to allow for that time for vaccination to occur. In fact, some countries have experienced growth while having high rates of vaccination, largely as a result of relaxing public health measures. Given that many people in Canada have yet to receive vaccine and some having 1 dose of vaccine, it does remain important that everyone, whether vaccinated or not, continue to follow public health advice. We need to keep physically distancing, wearing masks, and avoiding gatherings, particularly indoors. This is what will help hold the epidemic at bay. The public health measures are extremely important while vaccine rolls out to provide protection at the population level. Lifting measures too soon before enough people are vaccinated, as observed in other countries, can result in an upsurge in cases, requiring repeated adjustments to control infection rates. In fact, this was an early finding in Israel's vaccination campaign. The speed of information flow is unprecedented. And of course, we're using this information and rapidly emerging evidence data and local epidemiology to inform how we adapt. We have to continue to adhere to public health measures. We can only ease them when we are sure that the data is showing us that a phased approach of relaxation with an aim to increase social interaction and support economic recovery does not put people at risk. Some factors that influence this could include the spread of variants, the severity of illness, the vaccine effectiveness and coverage, healthcare system capacity, and the degree to which public health measures are successful in controlling transmission. Right now, it is important to safeguard the progress that we have made by acting on the evidence and collaborating with all levels of government. After a year of managing the pandemic in Canada, what remains clear is that managing COVID is a lot of work and requires all levels of government, indeed individuals, to combine public health measures, personal precautions, and most recently vaccination to control the growth of cases. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the rollout of vaccines across our country. The Government of Canada has taken a comprehensive approach in its response to address the COVID-19 pandemic, and the immunization plan follows along those lines. We are now entering phase 2 of the vaccination campaign. Starting this month, the phase of our vaccine supply is expected to accelerate. And as the Prime Minister recently announced, Pfizer will advance the delivery of doses into June. That means Canada is expected to receive at least 48 million doses by the end of June. Now, the arrival of the millions of doses that I just mentioned means that first doses will be in the arms of every Canadian who wants one leading into the summer. And then we can move on to providing second doses that will increase the protection against the disease. And by the end of September 2021, every person in Canada who is eligible and wants to be vaccinated will have access to a vaccine. Now, as the weather gets warmer and we start to see people get vaccinated, obviously Canadians are sensing a bit of relief and they want to know what it means for them personally and how do we begin to transition to a life, a new normal, if you will. While it will be tempting to change our practices in this context, My message to Canadians could not be clearer. Now is not the time for us to let our guard down. We know that the virus spread is continuing to accelerate in some parts of our country, and it poses an unprecedented challenge for our healthcare system. In fact, our neighbors, our friends, our loved ones are counting on us to work together. While the COVID-19 vaccines approved for use in Canada are highly effective at preventing illness, we do not know yet whether vaccinated individuals can spread the virus and thus pose a risk to public health and all of our health. As a result, life as vaccinated Canadians will still be based on what the COVID-19 situation looks like in our communities and what kind of healthcare capacity we have in order to rapidly respond to outbreaks if they occur. Now, if both of these indicators are favorable, then decisions could be taken at the local level to relax public health measures. So in other words, when you get vaccinated, you're contributing to a community of vaccinated people. And then that collective community actually helps to control the spread. This in turn means that there's less COVID, and less COVID is what makes a healthier, safer community and allows for relaxation of public health measures. So when you get that first dose, and then eventually your second dose, you're starting along a path towards a new normal for yourself, but it also is a new normal for your community. And it is a contribution to the health and wellness of your community. So that means the best thing that we as Canadians can do at this point is A, get vaccinated when it's our turn. B, wear our masks, wash our hands, maintain physical distance, don't hold events in our house. We know that these public health practices work, and maintaining these practices is especially important within the context of new variants of concern. Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada will continue to work hard to fulfill their mandates, and they'll continue their close work with provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, and Indigenous communities so that we can have a consistent approach to COVID-19 immunization across Canada. The agency's expert advice and leadership has been invaluable, especially as we move into this critical phase 2 of Canada's vaccine rollout strategy. We rely on the accumulating scientific data, emerging evidence, and expert guidance, and the agency is guided by all of that to inform its decisions, strategies, and recommendations. And further, they are participating in international communities of practice so that we can benefit from the experiences of other countries. The government is continually evaluating the latest evidence and the epidemiological situation here at home and indeed internationally, and will continue to adjust our guidance accordingly. But right now, we are following the best scientific advice in rolling out vaccines and working to control COVID together as we collectively work to bring this pandemic under control. Now, through the vaccine rollout, we've taken many steps to keep Canadians informed. In January, the Public Health Agency of Canada launched a website, opened a 1833 number for the public to ask questions about COVID-19. And since then, the agency has directly addressed the questions and concerns of tens of thousands of Canadians on many aspects of COVID-19 and the vaccine rollout. And as the situation evolves, we'll continue to provide Canadians with accurate and up-to-date information. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude with a clear message directly to Canadians. The virus may change. It might shift, but we know what to do to protect our communities. You know what to do to protect your community and your family. So keep reducing your contacts, get vaccinated when you're eligible, and we as a government will continue to have your back. Our goal remains the same. Together, we need to bend the curve down. And this will be easier with the widespread uptake of vaccines across the country. We can see the finish line, Mr. Speaker. Fall of 2021 should look and feel very different than fall of 2020, but we do need to stay the course together. Merci.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister of Health how things are doing when it comes to quarantine 10th-day tests for temporary foreign workers. Today, we're in the middle of an emergency debate on pandemic management, and I think this is an important component of that. Currently,
agricultural producers don't have their workforce for 25 days, even though the quarantine should only be 14 days, because there seems to be a bit of incompetence all along the line. We've been raising this problem for a long time. Now, people from the agricultural sector have proposed solutions. We're not talking about eliminating testing on the 10th day or reducing the measures. We're simply saying that there should be methods. For example, specialists could be hired on the ground to do it. Why is this not being done? That could enable food to be produced. After all, we need to put food on the table. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I share the member opposite's frustration with the return time of tests on day 10 for temporary foreign workers. And I can assure him that we are working not only with Switch Health, but with many other providers of potential solutions to accelerate those test returns. I'm sure the member opposite also realizes that it's important that we continue our rigorous measures at the border for all travelers. And we'll continue to work with Switch Health so that we can ameliorate this situation as quickly as possible.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I'm going to quote from the Emergencies Act. It says, a national emergency is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it. It then defines a public welfare emergency as an emergency caused by a real or imminent disease in human beings that results or may result in a danger to life or property, social disruption, or breakdown in the flow of essential goods, services, or and to constitute a national emergency. And finally, it authorizes a government who invokes it to authorize the making of emergency payments or to establish hospitals. My question to the Minister, does she not agree with me that this perfectly describes the situation in Ontario, which is clearly overwhelmed and needs the federal government to come in and help establish hospitals or make payments like paid sick days? And if not, could you explain to Canadians why not?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just point out that we don't need the Emergencies Act to support Ontario. In fact, that's what we've been doing all along, both with cash infusions into Ontario, but also the establishment of field hospitals, mobilizing health human resources, supporting with the Red Cross, rapid response teams, helping with testing, purchasing PPE, purchasing testing, deploying testing, supporting private businesses to do and procure, to perform those tests and to analyze those tests. Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we have worked with provinces and territories and provided them with the inputs they need to control the spread. And Mr. Speaker, I will tell you this, my department will not rest. We will continue to be there for Canadians. In fact, the Rapid Response Program was born out of a need to assist provinces with hotspots, and it has grown to include the ability to support people with vaccination. Every step of the way, we've promised Canadians we'll be there, and we will.
How's that working?
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start by saying to the Honourable Minister for Health how grateful I am for her work. I bet she's had almost no sleep for a year, and I hate to say, I'm really glad we're having the emergency debate tonight, but I want to apologize to her for adding to her workload. But there's something that's bothering me a lot, as you can tell. That's why I asked for the emergency debate. I don't think we have it under control. And I'm particularly concerned for the 1 out of 3 Canadians who get COVID and then have symptoms that go on and on and on. And they call themselves the long haulers. They need help. And I'd ask the Honourable Minister, what is planned for them? Some of it's provincial jurisdiction, some of it's federal, but they are feeling abandoned.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her kind words. And indeed, the credit actually goes to the hardworking public servants as well, who are literally working around the clock to help protect Canadians. And in respect to her question about COVID long haulers, as they're sometimes referred to in various media pieces. This is something that I know the CIHR is investigating through the research networks to try and understand what the nature of these long haul symptoms mean, both in the short term and in the long term for individuals that are struggling to recover from COVID-19. This is the challenge with a new health crisis, is so much is still unknown about the virus, about the long-term effects of people who have COVID-19. But again, I reiterate, this government will stop at nothing to support people, whether or not they've been infected with COVID or been affected by the public health measures necessary to control COVID. I appreciate the question. I know it's on the minds of many, and I will just advise her that we'll get back to her about specific measures through the Institute for Health Research that is looking at this very question.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to echo the member for Saanich Gulf Islands in her thanks. And on behalf of the people of Don Valley West, I want to thank you for your work. I never use the word tireless because I am sure you get tired. And the difference is you keep going when you're tired. So on behalf of my constituents, thank you. I also want to echo the parliamentary leader of the Green Party's opening remarks, where she talked about not laying blame, but working together. And I can actually almost see the field hospital just a few blocks north of me at Sunnybrook Hospital with the help of the federal government in setting it up. Can you tell me a little bit about the challenges and the opportunities of our federation, and how it is that you are able to continue in that work? Because I am sure it's not always easy, but I suspect at times it's rewarding. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the member opposite, and I'll just say, as tired as I am, what keeps me going is knowing that all Canadians are tired, and it is an exhausting time for actually global citizens. This is a terrifying time for Canadians, and it's a terrifying time for global citizens, but it is an honor to serve my country, as I'm sure you feel every day when you get up and serve your constituents. I will also say that you're right. We do have a federation, and the challenges are that in some ways, we have provinces and territories that operate from a health delivery perspective very independently. And that is the nature of the way that our country is set up. And what that means is that oftentimes we have different systems of care, we have different data systems, we have different approaches, we have different public health unit setups. And and that is challenging, especially if you're talking about this in the context of taking over healthcare systems. I think we have to be careful when we're responding in the middle of an emergency that our response would in no way make something worse, and that whatever we do should be an add-on to the work that's already being done at local communities, rather than in any way jeopardize care that's delivered through provincial systems that are sophisticated and independent and have the responsibility to deliver care. So the opportunity, though, is that we do have an opportunity, I think, through the pandemic and through the work of the federal government to identify significant gaps and build on those gaps. Take data, for example. You know, at the beginning of the pandemic, in many cases were faxed in to the public health unit, missing very, very basic data: gender of person sick, age of person sick. People would ask about disaggregated data, and in my heart, I would smile a little bit, thinking, well, you know, even just the gender might be helpful, or the age might be helpful. We've come a long way since then through the Speaker, and I'll just say part of it is the investments that we've made: $19 billion, $4 billion of that for data, and the constant and ongoing collaboration at the civil service level, and yes, even at the political level. You know, sometimes it's very challenging in a political media space, and it seems like there's a lot of fighting and jarring going on. But I can tell you, for example, in Ontario, Minister Elliott and I have a fantastic working relationship. We may not see eye to eye on every issue, but she knows that Canada has Ontario's back, and she does not hesitate to call me when she needs something, and I do not hesitate, and often do, pick up the phone to say, how can we help? And that is truly the nature of a good democracy.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad that my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands brought up this emergency debate today. But I do recall being in this House in January having a similar emergency debate on the inability of the Liberal government to access and distribute vaccines, putting the impetus on the provinces and the potential of a third wave. I definitely don't want to be back here in May or June or July having a third emergency debate on the Liberal government's inability to procure and distribute vaccines to the provinces to ensure that every Canadian is vaccinated. I'm going to go in a bit of a different direction than other speakers have this evening, Mr. Speaker, because of a phone conversation I had yesterday afternoon. I had one of my constituents, a 19-year-old girl, call me wanting to have a discussion about her brother. Unfortunately, her brother committed suicide. Her brother committed suicide because of the isolation, losing jobs, the inability to see his friends and his family. And that is just one of many stories that I know all of us in this House have had from constituents. This is a 20-year-old young man who had his whole life in front of him. But after a year of lockdowns and quarantines and restrictions, the mental health impacts on his life was just too much for him to bear. We can't have those stories any longer. This cannot be the new normal. Canadians need hope that there is an end to this crisis. The mental health implications of the COVID pandemic are frightening. We saw the report from the Canadian Mental Health Association in December where almost 50% of Canadians had reported that their mental health has deteriorated. That's 6 months ago. I'm sure that number is much higher. We have seen an incredible increase in domestic abuse, suicides, opioid overdose deaths. Certainly in my province of Alberta, we saw skyrocketing numbers in terms of the opioid crisis, and our suicide numbers tripled over a 2-quarter period late last year. Canadians have had enough. But what is most frustrating with the impact that this has had on Canadians' mental health, Mr. Speaker, is that this could have been prevented. A year ago, we were asking the Liberal government to ensure that they had agreements and contracts in place to procure vaccines that Canadians would need. In November and December, the Prime Minister stood on the podium and said, you know what, we're going to have all of these vaccines, millions of vaccines for Canadians. But through January and February and March, Canadians weren't being vaccinated at anywhere near the rate of our G7 counterparts and countries certainly around the world. As a result of that inability to meet the most basic needs of a federal government to ensure the safety of its constituents, Canadians are dying as a result not only of COVID-19, but of mental health crisis. So I know the current government wants to say, well, you can't go back in the past. But the past often dictates where we're going in the future. It is very clear that the Liberal government's inability to access and procure vaccines is rooted in the mistakes they made a year ago. When they were putting their faith in an agreement with the Chinese Communist Party and the CanSino agreement that, to shock of no one, fell through last summer, having the Prime Minister and his procurement minister scrambling hat in hand to those pharmaceutical companies asking for whatever we could get. And as a result of that, we see where we are right now. We see where other countries like the United Kingdom, the United States, have been vaccinating their citizens at a much quicker pace. But they also had very strict guidelines in the contracts that they signed with those pharmaceutical companies to ensure that those pharmaceutical companies, if they did not meet their delivery commitments, there were consequences. Financial, in most cases financial, but certainly they had to make those reports transparent on a monthly basis. But we don't know here in Canada if we have similar contracts signed with Moderna, AstraZeneca, Pfizer, because the Liberal government has refused to share those contracts with the Canadian public. And I think the Canadian public deserves to know exactly where we stand. Other countries have shared those contracts with their citizens. In fact, the United States has one of the contracts that we signed, and they know what's in that contract, and they've made it public, but Canadians here at home aren't allowed to see those contracts because the Liberal government is blocking that information. We had a motion here in this House in October that was passed unanimously by this House to ensure that all documents and information regarding the COVID pandemic and the response was provided to parliamentarians. Those documents have been trickling out, but we still haven't had an opportunity to see those contracts. So I put a motion in front of the Health Committee more than a month ago now, asking specifically if the law clerk has those contracts, and if not, that he prioritize accessing those contracts from the government. It's been almost 6 weeks and we still have not seen those contracts at Health Committee. Now, I'm not naive. I know there will be information redacted. That's why we asked it to go to the law clerk before it's redacted by the government. And there may definitely be some information in there that's sensitive that the government and those pharmaceutical companies do not want to share. But I think it behooves the government to show Canadians the contracts that they've signed. Because now we're in this Liberal government third wave that could have been prevented had they been able to procure and distribute vaccines months before. And I know in question period today, and I'm sure in the debate tonight we'll hear it some more about this disagreement in facts, but the facts are that only 2% of Canadians have had 2 doses of the vaccine. 2%. Where in the United States it's close to 30%. And in some states are going to the third shot already as a booster. Incredible when you see the difference that we've seen in this country compared to others. And not to mention, I heard it yesterday from a pundit on the news that we're spending like a first world country, but getting third world results. And I couldn't think of a better anecdote or better description of what we're seeing. We learned last Friday, thanks to some research from my staff, Mark Choi, who was able to find out what we were paying for an AstraZeneca vaccine, for example. In Canada, we're spending $8 for an AstraZeneca vaccine. And I know many Canadians say, I don't care what it takes. We want that to happen. And I agree. But in the United Kingdom, or in the United States, it's $4. In the EU, it's $2. So we're spending, in many cases, triple, double what other countries are paying, and yet we're not getting those vaccines. So if I'm paying a premium, I expect premium service. And we're not getting that. And now we're seeing the provinces having to struggle and try and find ways to vaccinate their citizenry. And also, we're one of the only countries in the world, Mr. Speaker, that has gone off label and saying to our Canadians and our constituents that you won't get that second dose until 4 months down the road. And we've asked Pfizer, does this meet your requirements? Is this still going to be acceptable? And they won't answer that question because they don't know. They don't want to make that commitment. So we are continuing to roll this out when only 2% of Canadians have had both their vaccines, and now we're waiting 4 months for that second dose. That's unacceptable. And that is poor leadership and poor action or inaction by this government. And they have to apologize to Canadians because we can't keep this up. As I said, Mr. Speaker, this cannot be the new normal. Our mental health and financial health just cannot take this much longer. We've been on this roller coaster ride, or I'd like to say a hamster wheel, for a year. And I commend Canadians, and I certainly commend my constituents for how they have handled what has been a very, very difficult time. But I think, Mr. Speaker, we have asked Canadians to do a lot. But there is a breaking point. And as I said, we have seen that breaking point with many Canadians as our mental health continues to deteriorate. And I just want to end with this, Mr. Speaker, if I may. Last year, we approached many Canadian pharmaceutical companies that had vaccines that were ready to produce and be tested here in Canada, but the Liberal government ignored them. And still, they failed to support homegrown opportunities. Mr. Sorensen, the CEO of Providence, said yesterday, we're getting contact by probably 2 or 3 countries per week asking if we can supply them with vaccine boosters in 2022. We're trying to get those things moving to convey that urgency, but we're not getting it reciprocated by our own Canadian government. Again, The failures are piling up, and unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are the ones paying the price.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I would challenge a number of things that were said in that speech, Mr. Speaker. For starters, on the issue of Canada being the only country that's extending the time period of taking that second dose, well, that's just false. The UK is doing that as well. When the member talks about other things, about how we're spending like a first world country and getting third world results, false. Amongst the G20, we're putting more needles into arms on a daily basis. We're the third amongst the G20 in terms of getting needles into arms. But my question for him really is about this. You can criticize the vaccine rollout. You can criticize the timeline of getting vaccines to provinces. You can say more should have been done sooner, more should have been done later, or you would never say that, but you can adjust the timeline, you can say whatever you want. But what you can't say is that the provinces didn't know when they were going to be getting them. The provinces were told in December when they were going to get them. So in Ontario, when Doug Ford saw on February the 11th the modeling of what was going to happen in the third wave, he knew when to get the doses, and he actually ended up getting more than he was promised by the end of March. So you can't blame the third wave on a lack of vaccines, because the provinces knew and had a responsibility to target and timeline themselves around that rollout, and they unfortunately, it appears as though they didn't plan properly for it. At least that's not the case in Ontario. Would the member not at least agree, Mr. Speaker, that the reality is that the timelines and the vaccine distribution was set well in advance, and we exceeded what the provinces were told that they would get?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I want to appreciate the question from my colleague, but unfortunately, it's a typical Liberal question and response where they fail to take responsibility for their failures while they push on the responsibility to the provinces. We heard in November and December and January that we're going to have millions of vaccines, 8 million vaccines by the end of February. Then it was the end of March. Then it was the end of May. It's kept getting pushed and pushed and pushed, and now we're hearing, into June and July. They have one job as the federal government, to procure and distribute those vaccines. We knew that the Liberal government, the federal government, was going to put these failures at the feet of the provincial governments, which they have certainly done. We have seen vaccine clinics canceled. We have seen the ages now fluctuate between who can get vaccinated and who isn't. I want to see Canadians vaccinated. Don't get me wrong. I want to see our life get back to normal as quickly as possible. But what this debate is about today is how we got here and where are we going from here. The answer to the question is we should have been having these vaccinations in January and February and March, and we weren't. And now as a result of that, this is the situation we are now facing.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. I thought it was interesting that he talked about the incompetence of the government in many respects, including managing the crisis and security at the border. It was terribly slow, which allowed the virus to enter permanently. And now with virus, we have essentially the same thing. We are slow to react. When the hotel quarantine was implemented, we were slow to react and slow to improve reservation services. Lines were overloaded, and it seems like the government doesn't learn from its mistakes. I will have to interrupt a moment. We had a little bit of a problem with the interpretation. Could I ask the member to restart his question so that the member for Foothills may hear it? Yes, please go ahead. Thank you. It's important for him to understand the question, Mr. Speaker, because he's the one I'm asking. I'll restart. I appreciated my colleague's speech, and we heard him raise throughout his speech the different points of mismanagement of the crisis. They were slow to react when it came to the border, and slow to react when it came to screening, and then slow to react to the variants. Slow to eliminate flights from certain countries. When they stopped flights from the UK, the variant was already here. Incompetence everywhere. Also, reservations for quarantines at hotels. The phone lines were completely jammed. Nothing worked. And it seems that the government is not learning from its mistakes, because we've got Switch Health, which is not meeting the demand. For foreign workers, for example, to get results back within 10 days, there's negligence everywhere. Workers can be in quarantine up to 25 days, and nobody wants to undermine public safety. We want to have tests done by the 10th day, but we want it to be effective. People on the ground have proposed solutions, and I'm wondering what my colleague thinks of all this, why the government is not listening to recommendations being made from those on the ground, and is there a problem throughout the rest of Canada? Because I get the impression that a lot of the problems that in Quebec we speak French and hired a different company where almost no one can provide service in French. Thank you.
Foothills in 30 seconds or less,
Oh,
please.
my gosh. Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and he's right. I think the biggest failure of this government has been miscommunication from the beginning. Don't wear masks, wear masks. Border closures don't help, they do help. We saw the Auditor General's report, which I didn't even have a chance to talk about, which showed this has been a catastrophic failure of the Liberal government, starting with dismantling of the early warning system. This has been a failure of every step of the way. And what we're seeing now with this third wave and the lack of vaccines has just been, the epitome of where we've gotten. And someone has to be, at some point, Mr. Speaker, there will be an investigation on where we've gotten here, and someone has to be held accountable, and it should be this Liberal government.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased this evening to participate in this emergency debate, which was requested by Ms. May of the Green Party to speak to this third wave in which we are currently in the midst, confirmed in Quebec and in many other regions, and all the consequences that has had, which is due in our eyes to the lack of leadership and the inconsistency in the current government's decisions that have been made, especially due to the Prime Minister. I'm going to go back in time a bit because I think to provide some context for the whole story. Over a year ago, and I remember as if it was yesterday, Mr. Speaker, because I was asking a number of questions of the Minister of Health to ask her what the status was, because we were hearing about the beginning of this COVID-19 pandemic, which started in China, and I clearly remember the minister telling us during question period, and this was over a year ago, she said everything is under control. We're on top of the situation. We're capable of reacting and responding. We have everything we need, and the government will be there to help. And then, as we all know now, what we learned is that the government took too long to react. The government had certain information but hadn't shared it. And then there was simply a long string of errors, which began then, due to the government, which was trying to teach the provinces a lesson, and the federal government, hasn't even been able to look after issues in its own jurisdiction and I'll name two that are largely responsible for this third wave and for all the impacts that has had on our citizens and our economy. The first is the management of our borders. This government made decisions, and too often way too late, that were the wrong decisions, whether it be the use of rapid testing at the borders, in the directives that were issued to citizens who had traveled and who we had to repatriate, whether it be as the authorizations to exit countries or not, and all these decisions were made far too late. And we can see in my region, the center of Quebec, that the Indian variant has appeared for the first time, and we're even wondering whether the vaccines will protect us against that variant. And we know that there are airplanes that have landed from India in our country. So it's very troubling to see that even yet today, the directives are not being followed, insufficient measures are being put in place, and the border is not being sufficiently controlled, whether it be land or air. And there is no testing that is done. People are not being monitored when they go into quarantine when they arrive. And people are receiving directives because this government is simply reacting too slowly. So that's the first problem, the control and the management of our borders, which was not done quickly enough. And that's why COVID-19 got into Canada. And then all of the variants, despite all of the warnings that were received, well, this government was extremely lax in following up on trying to control those things, and that's why we're in the midst of the third wave today. The second issue that the government fell down on was the supply of vaccines. And we have seen nothing but failure after failure after failure. First of all, we don't know how many doses we don't know when these doses are supposed to arrive. The Prime Minister says, well, there's going to be millions of doses to calm people down and to ensure that they trust the government. And then we realize that they're not arriving when they're supposed to. And that has a domino effect on the provinces who have to manage the vaccination rollout across their territory. And it's very difficult to coordinate. And so citizens are simply learning information too late for how they should sign up and get vaccinated so that we can leave this pandemic behind us once and for all. So these are major impacts because there were measures that were put in place by the provinces and the public health directives, social distancing, masking, washing your hands. We in Quebec have a curfew that is still in force in most regions. And we've had to deal with the impact on the economy. Are the people who work in restaurants, small businesses, bars. So it's we're talking about a financial disaster that has impacts on workers, on business people who just want to get back to normal. For example, like in some countries where that's happening now. Now, that will happen once we're vaccinated. That's when provinces will be able to lift the restrictions. But the reason that we're not there yet is because the vaccines did not get to where they needed to get in time. So sure, the government defends itself. We did the best we could. Sure, we could have done better, obviously, in our mind. So why is this government so lacking in transparency when there have been motions voted on in the House to ensure that we can access the vaccine contracts like in other countries so that we can see what's happening? For example, when there are leaks, and we've seen that the government paid far too much for the vaccines, so, for example, to the tune of billions. So why did that happen? Okay, sure, we had to pay the price that was required. But in addition, when the vaccines don't arrive in time, when they're delayed, to the extent that our country had to hold back vaccines that were supposed to be sent to developing countries because that was part of a pact. So it's simply one failure after another. And that is why we are in such a dire situation. And now we can see with the budget that was tabled, the government, instead of making decisions to help Canadian citizens in the midst of this pandemic, well, it's simply an electioneering budget in preparation for the fall. So billions of dollars are just being sort of scattered around randomly. And here's an example. The pandemic. What does a pandemic mean? It means health. It equates with health. And that is an area of provincial jurisdiction. The provinces are calling for funding because they are the ones that have to deal with this crisis, and which is largely degenerated because of the incompetence of the federal government. So we've seen this budget that has been tabled. Well, there has been absolutely no funding transferred to the provinces so that they can deal with this crisis and improve their health system. But for example, we're talking about campsites, so, they're getting a little bit of money. The budget is talking about measures for the economic recovery. A childcare system has been announced, which is excellent, but these programs won't be in place before 3 or 4 or 5 years. So everything gets blamed on the pandemic just to make sure that this leftist liberal ideology can be put in place. So it's unfortunate. It's extremely partisan and election-oriented. And so it's very destabilizing to see how partisan this neoliberal government, or rather this liberal government, can be. It is high time that this government be transparent and that it provide all the information to parliamentarians so we can do our work. And I have experienced this during this crisis. It's very stressful not to be able to have access to information rapidly, to feel that we're being sidelined when citizens knock on our door and they're looking for information, they're asking us just so that they can survive, just so they can get through this pandemic, just trying to tread water so that they can get back to some kind of normalcy. And unfortunately, the reality is that we have been left to fend for ourselves. We've had to do what we could as members of parliament with our small constituency teams to try and offer quality services to help our citizens. So I see that my time is running out, Mr. Speaker, but it's too bad about this electioneering budget whereas we should have been able to count on the Prime Minister and the Liberal government to show compassion and to provide measures that would help Canadians start towards an economic recovery instead of planning and laying the table for a fall election and simply scattering money around. For example, the checks were supposed to come in, and now they're going to come in 3 times a year, and unfortunately, we'll have to ask the Member of Parliament to stop, and I'd like to thank him. Questions and comments.
Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've been listening to a couple of this is an important debate, and I've been listening to some of the remarks opposite tonight, and to be honest with you, as a parliamentarian, I'm really sad. Tonight is not the night to play political games. The speech I just heard is beyond the pale. Question period where you want to ask questions and put out myths and unrealities can be answered, that's fine. But to say that provinces didn't know, and to say that the government didn't meet what it said it would do in procurement when it really surpassed, that is just absolutely wrong. That's providing misinformation to people. Let's look at some of the facts. Just in terms of equalization, 736 million more than the previous years to the country. 1.5 million more under the Canada Health Transfer, 19.9 million under the Safe Start Agreement, and that was expanded. 2 billion for the safe return to Class 1. And this member stands up and says that the federal government is not helping people at the provincial level. Come on. Let's have a debate here on facts and stop perpetuating these myths that members opposite, too many of them, are trying to portray tonight. Tonight is the time for a serious debate. Get facts out to Canadians and let's work together instead of playing terrible politics in this debate tonight. I'm saddened as a long-term member of Parliament what I've seen from the member opposite.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. I'll make this simple, Mr. Speaker. I'm very sorry that this member is disappointed because what I explained is the reality. The past few months have been very frustrating for members of Parliament in their ridings. And, we could get into official languages and French. Most of our meetings to try to get information in French, well, it was very hard to get, or we got them after the government sent out its message, and this can all be verified. And if the member would like to have more information, well, he should ensure that his government provides information as was promised. For example, the vaccine contracts, it was said that they would be publicized, and they haven't yet. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Richmond, Arthabaska, for his speech in this very important debate tonight. First, there were two things in his speech. He talked about vaccines, and I'd like to come back to that. I would like him to talk about the lack of transparency on the part of the government because that caused delays, but we've also received confirmation that we paid $8 to AstraZeneca per dose instead of $2 like the European Union. So that has an impact on the price and also on the supply of vaccines. Now, obviously, there's the importance of developing our vaccines domestically because the countries that produce their own vaccines are well in advance on vaccination. That has an impact too. Obviously, my second point is on health. He talked about the importance of health transfers. The Conservatives say that they want stable, predictable funding. They want health transfers to be increased by 2 or 3%. We're talking about an increase in 35%. Because our healthcare systems need them in the provinces and in Quebec. So I would like to hear him commit to increase health transfers to 35%. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. 60 seconds or less, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try and summarize this. With regard to vaccines, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. She is right. We paid more. And sure, we could say, well, sure, we had to go forward. We had to procure them. But to have hidden this information and to have provided misinformation on what it actually cost, that is very grave indeed, very serious. And in addition, so we paid more, but there were still delays and insufficient delivery. So that's where the scandal lies. We need to find out what happened. We could talk about ventilators that, a contract of $250 million to a former Liberal member who didn't even do that in his life. And we know that ventilators are sitting in garages. They haven't been delivered because we don't need them. This will all come out when the Auditor General does her work, but these are scandals and they'll come back up, and it's unfortunate how the Liberals are managing this crisis. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for having brought forward this motion. This very important debate, and I would like to say at the outset that I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member, my dear friend from Jonquière. And he will speak to you a little bit more about vaccine supply, how it is working, the collaboration between the federal government and the provinces with regard to vaccination. But I'm going to talk about how the federal government has managed border controls from the very beginning of the pandemic. And I have already said in this House, but I think it's important to emphasize it. Perhaps my colleagues need a reminder. Perhaps they have read the work that I have read by Alec Castonguay, a political analyst, who recently published a book on the pandemic in Quebec, how it unfolded in Canada as well. The members of the Quebec government and the federal government, how things went with the healthcare workers, the members of the various cabinets, to see how this was managed at the very beginning of the pandemic. And there are a number of interesting facts that he reports on in his book. And for example, this is something that I learned. The Global Public Health Information Network, the GFIN, That is an agency that is, or rather a network that is directly linked to the Public Health Agency of Canada, and it was set up in the 1990s, further to the SARS crisis, and it acted sort of as a warning bell for in case new viruses should emerge in the world. And through the years, for 85 years, the GFIN became their first warning source for emerging contagious diseases. Now, normally, there were some, rather 20% of the new virus warnings came through the GFIN. But unfortunately, the GFIN may have seen this virus emerging from Wuhan at the beginning of or rather at the end of 2019, but it was unable to send out the warnings as it usually did because the scientists stopped issuing alerts in May 2019, perhaps about 6 or 7 months before this virus emerged in China. And what we can see in Mr. Castonguay's book is that can be explained by the fact that the Conservative government of Stephen Harper stopped funding the GFIN because their government believed that it wasn't so important, and the scientists were reassigned to other tasks, and things didn't get better when the Liberals came to power in 2015. They didn't fund the GFIN either. So it shows a little bit how the federal government was not prepared to deal with this crisis. The federal government didn't see it coming, and yet it could have if the GFIN had been properly functional. And so this is an example of the lack of collaboration between other governments, and that is a perfect example because we can see there's been no coordination since the outset. And with the budget that was tabled this week is another proof of that. The federal government is acting in a condescending fashion with the provinces. The provinces are forced to turn to go to the federal government cap in hand because the federal government is encroaching on areas of provincial jurisdiction, and so it's very unfortunate to see that. But that is an explanation for the lack of coordination between the different levels of government. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to go back a bit to see, just to lay the table for how the border control was a fiasco. The WHO on January 30th, 2020, alerted the world to an international health crisis. And in February, Canadians were coming back to the country from China, but also from elsewhere, and bringing the virus back with them, even though experts across the world were saying that people coming into the country should have been tested, but the Public Health Agency of Canada maintained its alert level at low risk across the country. And on then March 11th, that was the date that COVID-19 was officially declared a pandemic. Now, that should have alerted the different governments, but it didn't really work in Canada. We might remember on March 16th that the City of Montreal and the province and Quebec intervened at the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport because there was no control, there was no testing, no temperatures were being taken, there was no information about people quarantining either. So in March 2020, the Bloc Québécois proposed 22 measures to the federal government, especially with regard to the border controls. And so Premier François Legault asked for exactly the same thing, that the federal government be more proactive to help out travelers. And finally, in March, there was a compulsory lockdown, and I would say it was too little too late, Mr. Speaker. So there were close to 250,000 people who came to the Montreal Trudeau Airport. So, on the land borders, we're talking about 157,000 Quebecers who came home, 37,000 Americans also crossed the border, especially from New York and Massachusetts and other neighboring states. So that was what the first wave looked like. That was some 250 different strains of the virus that were in Quebec.
Now, we recall the episode with the British variant just before the holidays. We had asked for stricter measures at the land borders, but also the air borders. After all, at the time, many people were fed up with the pandemic and wanted to go to sun destinations over the holidays, which was perhaps not a great idea. But ultimately, the federal government didn't do enough. We asked that at least the border with the UK be closed, and luckily, the federal government did do that a few days later. But the variant had already arrived in Canada, specifically in Quebec. Once again, too little, too late. Then, in January 2021, something similar happened. François Legault asked for things to be tightened at the border. And once again, even though this government says that its measures are the strictest in the world, once again we realize that provincial and federal politicians seem to be trying to force the others to take action. No one seemed to take responsibility for setting up the system. People coming back from travel would only get a text message to check if they were actually doing their quarantine. The entire system was a total debacle. On January 29th, the Prime Minister finally confirmed that he would bring in new measures, but they were only implemented a month later, on February 22nd. And then, once again, there was quite a fiasco with the infamous quarantine hotels. Variants keep coming into Canada. Now we're seeing the Brazil and India variants. So even though there are measures currently in place, they are clearly not enough to handle the pandemic. Or at the very least, the measures are not being applied correctly. Mr. Speaker, the situation is critical, as we all know. There are 27 cases of the Indian variant in Canada at the moment, including one in Quebec, as we heard earlier today. The Quebec Minister of Health has said that this variant is particularly concerning because public health authorities are concerned that it may undermine the functioning of vaccines, which are the light at the end of the tunnel for us. We're all hoping that we'll be able to go back to normal once the population is vaccinated. But it's very concerning to see that variants can come into the country and ultimately undermine this. Therefore, we have to take action. We have to tighten border controls. I don't have any more time, Mr. Speaker, already? Well, I guess I'll leave it there. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated my colleague's speech, and I agree with her. There are a lot of lessons that we're going to have to learn from this experience, and we hope that we take them to heart, unlike the lessons that we should have learned from the first outbreak of SARS-CoV in the early part of this century. I wanted to ask her, in terms of the lessons that we can learn about the experience in our long-term care homes. Throughout this country, the conditions in long-term care homes, no matter which province you were in, were found to be very unsatisfactory, with underpaid staff, improper safety measures in place. And that's why we saw the largest numbers of outbreaks and deaths really absolutely devastate our precious seniors in long-term care. Now, I know the Bloc is very key in its defense on the role of provincial jurisdiction, But can the member not agree that we do need to have some kind of standard in place for the workers in long-term care homes to protect seniors? And is there not a way that the Bloc can agree where the provinces and the federal government can come together so that a Canadian, no matter which province they live, can at least be assured of some basic level of care? Would she not agree that there's room, at least for the provinces and the federal government, to come together to establish that baseline somewhere? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Avignon-Lamétis.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamétis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Yes, what happened in long-term care in Quebec was heartbreaking, and that was one of the lowest points of the first wave in Quebec. We will learn from those mistakes. The health network struggled. And what we learned from this book, too, is that at the beginning, we wanted so much to free up hospital beds that we sent seniors back to long-term care where there was no PPE. We endangered those individuals. We will learn from these mistakes, of course. But when we speak of establishing standards, well, healthcare is under provincial jurisdiction. Quebec manages its own health system. It does so well considering its limited resources. It needs more resources. The role of the federal government shouldn't be to establish pan-Canadian standards in an area where Quebec already knows how to manage things well. Instead, we need unconditional funds in Quebec, without strings attached. We need to be able to handle things independently because we have the expertise in health, and the federal government shouldn't be telling us what to do. Yes, we need to work together to find solutions, but for Quebec long-term care, Quebec needs to be able to take care of it.
Honorable député de Saint-
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à ma...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Avignon, Lamétis, Matane, Matapédia. I am saddened because my goal for tonight was not a finger-pointing debate where we would blame each other. I think that we need instead to be focusing on solutions. There will be time enough in the future to investigate the Global Public Health Intelligence Network and why we made the wrong decisions in the past. But right now, we need to look for solutions. There's plenty of blame to go around, but we need to find out what we can do now to protect the lives of Canadians and Quebecers. That's why I would ask my dear colleague what she thinks we need to do now together. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamétis, Matane, Matapédia. 45 minutes or less, please. 45 seconds, I think you mean, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed. Well, in answer to my colleague's question, I think what we need to do now is simple. We need to tighten border controls. Both interprovincial controls, we've seen that Quebec and Ontario are deciding to work together to implement border measures. Although, clearly these measures could be improved because I just crossed the border and I was not stopped, but also international borders. The Quebec government is negotiating with the federal government to be able to close international borders because the Quebec government is very concerned about the variants. So that's what we can do in the short term. Tighten border controls. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by thanking my colleague for Saanich Gulf Islands for tonight's debate. I think she'll be pleased with what I have to say. I think she has the very best of intentions. When preparing the speech, I asked myself, how can we show equally good intentions in a debate like tonight's? The problem for an MP is often that we're asked to be a specialist on every topic, but of course that's impossible, especially on such an important issue as the vaccines. And I must admit that I've been reading about the Indian variant, and I'm starting to be very concerned for my constituents and people in general. And so I wondered how tonight I could contribute a speech that would help us move forward in this fight against COVID-19. And I came up with a simple answer. We need to step aside and listen to specialists and to scientists. Unfortunately, here in the House of Commons, we can't hear from specialists in an emergency debate. But I would like to share with you what I've been doing with my colleagues over the last few weeks. We have consulted research experts, vaccine experts, and I would like to share what I heard. First of all, one of the main problems we have, in my opinion, in Canada is funding for basic research. In various meetings that I held, several stakeholders said that everyone has heard of the Naylor report, which was published in 2017. This report was published in 2017, and I don't want to point fingers. We know that there were problems under the Harper government for funding basic research. And I will tell you, I would like to cite a number that worries me. Out of 48 requests for funding, only 7 are approved. That's very concerning, and it's very discouraging for researchers. It's very discouraging, and we've seen that in the United States, the pandemic has caused people to realize how important it is to fund research. The United States is going to be pouring money into research in the coming years, and we might find ourselves falling behind. Now today, when it comes to funding requests from researchers, the frequency with which these requests are approved has gone from 30 to 15%. So what these specialists are asking for is to raise the level to 25%. I'm referring to the funding request made to CIHR. If we could raise the level of approvals to 25% from 15%, things would be better. Now, I'm not looking to criticize the Liberal government per se. I may come back to this topic a little later. So that's one important element. Now, something else that has been raised is that there is some inconsistency in our strategy. There doesn't seem to be appropriate collaboration between the Department of Health and the Department of Innovation. That collaboration is important. The reason that some vaccines, like AstraZeneca, succeeded is that various stakeholders were brought together in health and research. Various specialists from different fields who came together and who were able to produce a vaccine in a stunningly short time frame. And it's all thanks to the cooperation between specialists in different fields. And in order to continue being constructive, which is my goal tonight, I would say that it's important not to focus on a single platform. I'm not looking to simply criticize the Liberal government, but I think that the same mistake has been made again. Recently, an announcement was made for funding for Sanofi. Now, we know that RNA is an exceptional discovery, and there are other bioreactors that are used. Eggs are used, as with Sanofi, for example. That's the more traditional method that is perhaps a bit outdated. There's also a very interesting method used by Medicago. But again, without wanting to point fingers, it's been difficult with the government. I remember that on many occasions I have made representations to the government about funding for Medicago. And perhaps if the funding had been made earlier, we would be somewhere different today, because they used a really innovative technology using plants as bioreactors. Now, this government put all its eggs in the same basket, no pun intended, with Sanofi. We'll have to see where things go in future, but in my opinion, when we're making scientific decisions for political reasons, that's not a good thing. That is the message that I'd like us to take away tonight. In a time of pandemic, it's never a good idea to make scientific decisions for political reasons. Now, I only have 3 minutes left, but I will give you another example that troubled me. Dr. Kobinger, who was part of the famous task force to create the vaccine protocol for the vaccines we would choose here in Canada, a clear example of a political decision is this government's decision with CanSino. Many specialists warned, no, don't go there. And yet the government persisted, and it ultimately ended up being a debacle. Dr. Kobinger presented some possible solutions that are promising. But my impression is that since he didn't entirely seem to agree with the government's perspective, he was pushed aside. So, with a debate like tonight's, what I'm thinking is that we all need to show humility as legislators. We need to show humility, and we need to allow science to be the guiding light in our decisions. We'll see what the government's reaction is with its recovery plan, among other things, and we'll see if it decides to fund basic research. And if it decides to listen to specialists when it comes to making decisions about what kinds of vaccines to fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's actually Edmonton Strathcona, but thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. It was very, very interesting. He spoke today a bit about the AstraZeneca vaccine and the public dollars that went into developing it. I have to say I'm excited because today I was able to get the AstraZeneca vaccine in my own arm. So that's great news for me. When we talk about the public dollars that are going into AstraZeneca, one of my big concerns that I have, and I've raised it in the House many times, is the Canadian government's unwillingness, I guess, to allow for intellectual property rights to be waived so that other countries can access the vaccine, so that they can continue to make sure that people around the world are getting the vaccine. You know, public dollars went into the development of these vaccines, so I don't understand why there is not that impetus for public good, I guess, through the IP waiver system, the TRIPS waivers. Can he talk about whether or not he would be willing to support that if we could get the bloc to support waiving that intellectual property right?
La députée de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, based on what I've heard from some specialists, we talked to biotech experts. What we heard is that a review of the system could have devastating effects. Now, I'm not here to defend Big Pharma, far from it, but there could be serious repercussions, because what I heard about Big Pharma is that they won't do clinical trials and other research when they don't know that they'll be able to sell the products that they're developing. So this could lead to perverse effects. I'm not necessarily against the idea, but before reviewing the IP waiver system, we should study what effect this could have on biotech research. Now, I'm not a biotech specialist, but based on what the experts have told me, there could be repercussions that we didn't intend. And my colleague on the Health Committee, who is reviewing this issue, would perhaps be able to say more about this. And anyway, I think that we should be cautious on this point.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for Jonquière. I truly appreciate his approach to the importance of science, which is primordial in this debate. I look forward to working together. That's why I would like to ask the member is there a single government in this country that made every decision perfectly? This is such a new experience. It's hard to find the truth or the best approach without working together. What does the member think of that? The honourable member for Jonquière. Yes, I agree. Sometimes politicians have the reflex of looking for a scapegoat when things don't work. It's true that we do that. At the same time, public policy evolves when we learn from our mistakes. To learn from our mistakes, as legislators, we must highlight what I call the badly cut cloth. It's hard to move forward unless we have constructive proposals. And our leader at the Bloc Québécois asked us to consult specialists in order to present a platform with regards to the vaccine, what should be invested in pure science and research, to have a coherent narrative and not simply a political one. I do agree with what my colleague has to say. Often we look quickly for scapegoats in politics, and it's unfortunate. We have time for just a quick question. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague for the tone of his speech. I think that that's the tone we should all adopt. I would like him to tell us more about the importance of basing ourselves on research and development to avoid ending up in a situation like this one where we're trailing behind when it comes to vaccinations. This applies to other sectors too. Focusing on development of other sectors, I'd like him to tell us more about his vision, the honourable member for Jonquière. My colleague for Berthier-Masquinongé is very wise and has really targeted a fundamental issue. I mentioned the NILA report. Well, there are indicators that when it comes to pure research, Canada was not in a good position. What the pandemic has revealed to us is that public health crises, which may become more present with global warming, is such that Canada may be exposed and doesn't have the ecosystem of research necessary to develop vaccines here. That means Canada will have to depend on supply from outside the country. We have to take note of this today. There was an alarm raised with SARS, and now COVID is demonstrating just how expensive that this can be. Not only in terms of the isolation, but the rate of mortality. It's essential to focus on research. Resuming debate.
For Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Windsor West. This debate occurs at a critical time in our country. We have a serious third wave of COVID-19 raging across our nation. We are seeing transmission rates higher than at any time since the pandemic began. We have variants of concern that are now the dominant virus in many areas with greater contagion capacity and virulence. From Ontario, Quebec, Alberta, BC, the North, no area of the country is untouched. This is clearly not a purely provincial problem. It is a national one. And Canadians are exhausted. They are anxious, they are isolated, and they are hurt physically, emotionally, and financially. It is time to state the obvious. Things are not going as well as they could and should. We must do better. Canadians don't want excuses. They don't want spin. They don't want finger pointing. They don't want partisan politics trumping Canadians' health. They do want action, effective, science-based, and coordinated. I think that we must have an understanding of why we're in this predicament to help determine the best path forward, because there is nothing to say that we won't face a fourth wave if we don't effectively analyze how we got here and improve our responses wherever possible. Now, the causes of the third wave are multifaceted. They include the following: poor PHAC preparation. The Auditor General released a report a few weeks ago that is disturbing and objective indictment of a federal government that was unprepared for an emergency. There were repeated warnings to get ready for emergency that were ignored for years. There were long-standing problems that remained unaddressed. We have decades of poor pharmaceutical policy by both Liberal and Conservative governments, which have left Canadians vulnerable to multinational drug companies and foreign governments. The Prime Minister admitted as much when he was forced to acknowledge that countries that produced vaccines would give preferential access to their own citizens. That is now the reality today. We have an inadequate vaccine supply. PHAC confirmed yesterday that we are only able to utilize half of our provincial capacity to administer vaccines because of a lack of supply. That's 1.8 million doses per week versus a capacity to administer 3.1 million doses per week. The truth is that this has caused governments at all levels to be forced to ration vaccine doses and even violate the label instructions of vaccines against the explicit instructions of the manufacturers. We have seen weak and incremental border controls by the federal government. This cannot but have helped introduce and spread the variants of concern. We were late to close borders. In fact, the current health minister said that doing so would be harmful. The border was then closed to certain countries but left open to the US, which was raging with COVID at the time. Most SARS-CoV-2 virus in British Columbia came from Washington state, not India. Perversely, they designed a hotel quarantine policy that applies only to travelers arriving by air, not by land. As we speak, there are travelers using this loophole by flying to the US border and then coming across by vehicle or foot. To this day, we are still allowing international flights from hotspots. A federal government that has relegated most duties onto the provinces, saying all it is responsible for is procuring vaccines and dispensing advice, is not good enough. It is refusing to use tools it has and is content to watch as provinces struggle instead of jumping in and helping with supplementary resources, like other national leaders of federated states, including US President Joe Biden, is doing, like German Chancellor Angela Merkel is doing, like New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern is doing. We have federal and certain provincial governments who are too slow to take decisive action, put short-term economic interests above prudent public health measures, regularly communicate confusing messages, and choose secrecy and self-interest over transparency and accountability, which are vital to maintain public confidence in an age of rumor and inaccurate information. We must learn these lessons. But we also must apply positive proposals about what we can and need to do. Here are some. We need to put public health first and adopt a zero COVID policy. If this means a hard and sharp shutdown of the economy to get us to sustained recovery, let's do it. 2, we need to get control of our borders. Evidence is now crystal clear that countries and jurisdictions that did so drove transmission rates down and reduced the introduction of variants of concern. 3, we immediately must get started on building our domestic vaccine manufacturing with a wartime approach through a crown corporation that is the only way we can truly ensure that Canadians will have access to essential medicines in a time of global shortage. The UK did it, we can too. 4, it's time to invoke the Emergencies Act. This is the exact legislation that was drafted precisely for a situation like we are seeing today. I'm going to spend the remainder of my time on this vital component. Frankly, I'm shocked at the misunderstanding and confusion around this legislation often spread by this government. It is not the War Measures Act. In fact, it replaced the War Measures Act in 1988. The War Measures Act has not existed in this country for 33 years. In fact, it doesn't even contain the word war. The Emergencies Act was drafted with two very different goals. It replaced the scope of the act from war and insurrection to a much different one, including, strangely enough, the outbreak of disease in humans. And it was drafted to cure the abuse of civil liberties that was the hallmark of the War Measures Act. It is Canada's central legislation intended to be invoked in a time of national emergency. Let me read the definition of national emergency in the Act and ask yourself whether this is not the exact situation we find ourselves in today. A national emergency is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it. Specifically, this act also defines a public welfare emergency. I'll read this as well. It means an emergency that is caused by a real or imminent disease in human beings, and that results or may result in a danger to life or property, social disruption, or a breakdown in the flow of essential goods, services, or resources. Colleagues, this act gives the federal government specific powers that are limited to 90 days, targeted to a specific province or region, and that have to be laid before both houses of Parliament for scrutiny and approval. It explicitly says powers shall be exercised in a manner that will not unduly impair the ability of any province. There is no constitutional clash here, and the permission of the provinces is not required. It gives the federal government specific powers that are desperately needed. Here are three. Regulation or prohibition of travel to or from any specified area. Now, this could help control interprovincial transmission, just like the Atlantic provinces so successfully did. It provides for the authorization or payment of emergency payments. This could provide for paid sick days. And it allows for the establishment of emergency shelters and hospitals. Now, up to now, we have had to send in the armed forces to 2 provinces to help provinces with long-term care homes that were overwhelmed. Look at the province of Ontario today, where doctors are warning of overwhelmed ICUs, healthcare workers are exhausted, where patients are being taken off ventilators if they don't have at least a 70% chance of survival, where poor areas are not getting enough vaccines, and where workers are still being forced to go to work sick because they have no paid sick time. I think most Ontarians would agree that this pandemic has overwhelmed the capacity of the Doug Ford government to deal with it. Now, Prime Minister today once again dismissed the Emergencies Act, this time by derisively referring to Tommy Douglas voting against the War Measures Act in 1970. And the Minister of Health today says it's not needed and everything is under control. With respect, these answers are absurd. Tommy Douglas voted against a very different bill that was used to suspend people's civil liberties. We are calling for the use of a modern act to help save Canadians' lives. I ask Canadians, do things look like they are under control and that nothing more is needed by the national government? To ask these questions is to answer them. The Prime Minister has said we need a Team Canada approach. Well, Team Canada needs a captain, and a good captain gets everyone working together, not just his own line mates. So let's now join and truly come together to implement the measures that I believe the vast majority of Canadians know we need and desperately want. Thank you, colleagues.
Questions and comments? We'll first go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honorable colleague for his speech. And I have a lot of respect for my colleague here, so genuinely want to discuss his ideas around the Emergencies Act. And I share several of his concerns in regards to my home province of Ontario. We're seeing it here every single day. But I guess what I'm curious about, and I know the minister earlier in her speech spoke about some of the work we are doing with the provinces. I guess one of the concerns I have, very honestly, is that We are working together collaboratively with provinces and territories right now. And I worry that if we implement something like this, would it cause, you mentioned that introducing this cannot impede the provincial government's responsibilities. What if, say, the province of Ontario disagreed and decided instead to challenge this use in the court? Would that not be a terrible use of time in the middle of a pandemic instead of working collaboratively with the provinces? Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, let me take this first opportunity to congratulate my honourable colleague on her appointment as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. I also have a great deal of respect for her and her excellent representation in the House of her members. I guess to answer in a short way, I remember when Prime Minister Trudeau Sr. Wanted to tackle inflation and invoke the Anti-Inflation Act, and that was challenged by the provinces. The Supreme Court of Canada ended up saying that that was a valid use of federal power. The War Measures Act was used by Prime Minister Trudeau Père when one province faced an insurrection. I think right now we have a national crisis that is at least as important as inflation. And I actually believe that if these powers are invoked in a supplementary way with the provinces, no premier would turn down federal assistance. And I'll just point to one thing, which is this power empowers the federal government to bring in restrictions on interprovincial travel. No province has that power individually. So I think this is an example where the federal government has to step in and use its full powers in order to get control of this. And, frankly, I think Canadians want to see leadership in action, and we'll deal with litigation if that happens after. What's important is saving lives right now.
Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. He talked about the War Measures Act, but with the current structure that we have, could we not learn from what has happened and act more swiftly when it comes to managing borders, especially when variants appear, when investing in research for the future to avoid ending up dependent on outside countries for vaccines? Helping the provinces who are dealing with exponential expenditures. I'd like to hear what he has to say about that. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you for those questions. And I believe I did touch on those very important points made by my colleague in my speech. Absolutely. We must never again allow Canada as a G7 country to be put in a place where we do not have the capacity to produce life-saving medications or vaccines in our own country. And I think that's something that we all should join together from all parties and recognize that and construct the capacity to do so. I also think that it's vital to make sure that we're using every tool at our disposal. I ask this: if we don't invoke the Emergencies Act, which is Canada's flagship emergency legislation at the federal level now, when would we?
We have time for one more short question. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the member for Vancouver Kingsway, for just an excellent speech, factual and then also helpful. In terms of priorities for the government to act on with the list of suggestions that he's made, what would he say is the number one priority now? Is it the Emergencies Act to get things under control? I'd just love to hear from the member with respect to that.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. And I always want to take an opportunity to thank my honourable colleague from Vancouver East, who's also the Deputy Critic for Health, for her extraordinary representation and contributions to this House and country. Yes, I think, to be honest, all the things I mentioned were important, but I think that the most acute crisis in this country right now is going on in Ontario. I think all of us across party lines can share the horror at any doctor in this country, in a G7 country, having to make a determination to take someone off a ventilator because they have a 65% chance of survival. That's the reality in Ontario right now. And so I think that invoking this act now, I mentioned that it has the power to establish hospitals. The federal government could go in right now into Ontario and establish federally funded hospitals and resource them fully with more ICUs. Let's get more ICUs in Ontario, paid for, organized, funded by the federal government. And I don't think any Ontarian would reject that right now.
Resuming debate, and the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to be able to participate in this debate. It's very important. I want to thank those that made it happen and also the staff that are making it happen. I'm speaking in Windsor, Ontario, from the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and as well the special lands of the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi. And Mr. Speaker, I am quite literally, if I walked out my door here, could be in the United States in about a 15-minute walk. And the reality that we face in this region, Mr. Speaker, is on a daily basis, 40% of Canada's trade to the United States takes place here. And even with the pandemic in its full thrust, we've had about 5,000 trucks per day crossing over into the United States for our economy. Part of the difficulty that we're faced with this, Mr. Speaker, is obviously dealing with our borders and our dependency, and I'll touch on that a little bit later. But it's important to acknowledge that Canada and our Confederation right now, where we're at, I believe in many respects is a failed state. It's one where our collective response as federal parliamentarians, and I know you've been here, Mr. Speaker, for a number of different years, and I'll be coming up to my 19th year, and I could never imagine that a federal government would disevolve its responsibility to the point that it has during this pandemic. I think that there's a lot of different reasons that we've come to this point in time, but I think as this is a crossroads, as examining ourselves as a nation, is our failure to be able to protect the citizens that we swore to do so. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that that disappointment comes from a number of different experiences through this process. I see lots of hope and opportunity, and I'll touch on those elements here. But I see, for example, today with the Prime Minister using the War Measures Act and Tommy Douglas as a weapon, basically in this argument against an argument for responsible debate as part of the problem that needs to be fixed. It's important that we actually disevolve ourselves from personalized attacks, and from the Prime Minister to do so when so many people hold healthcare in this country as a central bond amongst ourselves from coast to coast to coast, and a reason to be Canadian and a reason to be different than many places in the world. And it was from Tommy Douglas, and it was from a specific evolved principled position, and to use that is unfortunate this time. In Ontario in particular, Mr. Speaker, we have a very much of difficult time right now. Over 4,000 cases again today. The decision about who gets a ventilator, who does not, these are things that are very difficult. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, it's very important for me to acknowledge all those that have lost a loved one, family members, co-workers during this pandemic. That is never going to come back, and that's going to haunt people for the rest of their lives, is what else could we have done to stop at least one more of those deaths? Could we have done better responding to the crises? And here in my riding here, I had to call for the Salvation Army and the Federal Army to come in on a paid clinic, a paid long-term care facility that had an outbreak that was very significant and an irresponsible result from it in terms of their management, and we lost people. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge that I worry as someone as well too. We see, for example, Asian hate crimes on the rise, not only just here in Canada, but also the United States. And I worry about variants coming from different parts of the world and our continued collective assault by some on others as part of our collective Canadian response as being unacceptable. We have to put this beside ourselves in a way that we can actually work better together, because if we're distracted by those things, then they're going to complicate our situations. Here in my area, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on an issue that's very important for our solution. The member for Vancouver Kingsway, I want to thank him for his work on this, has raised this a number of different times. It was a demise of manufacturing. I've seen that for myself as a representative in the auto sector. I've seen us slip from number 3, 4 in the world to number 11. And that's come from a long period of time where we were told there's just globalization, you can't do anything about it. And we've watched as divestment and lowering corporate taxes would bring different investment. It never did. And so we saw the planned loss really of Connaught Industries, a Canadian manufacturing facility that would actually have provided some solutions. But what we've done is created dependency. Where I came from and where I represent, and basically a few kilometers from here, is auto plants that actually produce Second World War materials to be able to help us during the actual time of crisis. During this pandemic, I can't lose sight of the fact that it was the Prime Minister who in London, Ontario, basically 200 kilometers up the road from here, said that we have to transition out of manufacturing back in 2015. That rang hard for a community here that was fighting to save its jobs, fighting to save its tool and die mold making, fighting to save its automaking, fighting all those things. And ironically, Mr. Speaker, we were able to keep some of those things, and Ford Manufacturing, although diminished in its capacity, produced PPE, as well as Hiram Walkers and other types of businesses struggled to this, and some of them had to restart. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that manufacturing is one of those things that's critically components for our future. It's part of our domestic, really, national security. Been saying that as a New Democrat for many, many years, is that we need national policies on some of these things. And that doesn't mean overtaking provinces like Quebec or other areas, because manufacturing takes place as far as BC. What it means is a supportive, comprehensive, measurable programs. And we used to have some of those things to make sure that we're doing those things. And the SARS issue in this is a great defeat for us. Not only did we actually find out what we needed to do at that point in time, we did nothing, destroyed, and let things rot away, and we let other people become the dominant producers of those things, and more dependency has been evolved. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I've asked for in terms of a process for solutions in this is, again, a national strategy for manufacturing. We're actually going to have measurables and tangibles. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? That means actually the productions of real goods and services. It means innovation, where our patents are no longer shipped out of this country, and they're actually then producing goods and services that we have to buy back. We spend millions upon millions of dollars every single year to develop patents and innovation at our research facilities, at different industries that get tax credits, and there's no accountability of that innovation actually being led to production of jobs in our own economy here. And Mr. Speaker, that has to be something that's going to be a focus for ourselves, and we should be measuring that against the results that we actually see our money going in there. And then those companies that are doing that need to get rewards, where others need to actually be moved against in terms of not getting the supports that are necessary for basically allowing our production to dissipate and to leave somewhere else. We fought here, Mr. Speaker, basically another 5 kilometers from here, where Canadian Innovation, a federal grant from the Liberal government of millions of dollars, went into a plant, and the plant took that technology and innovation, and they shipped that to Mexico, and now sent the jobs to Mexico as well, too, including the innovation. These are the things that won't happen if we actually have a planned economy for this thing, and for manufacturing for vaccines are very important. So, Mr. Speaker, there's other things that need to be done for this. There's no doubt that a pandemic is costing us a lot of money, and it's going to continue to struggle our finances in many respects. So I can tell you this as the industry critic and someone who's put forward the telecom policy that would be more advanced in terms of connecting Canadians, especially when you look at the fact that we actually have some of the highest fees in the world, and we actually have some of the biggest challenges because of a geography, but we actually have control of it. Federal, conservative, and liberal governments have taken in about $25 billion in spectrum auction fees over the last number of years. $25 billion have come into government coffers, and at the same time, you have some of the highest fees that you pay. And I watch in communities like mine, where I have a high rate of poverty, where kids have to basically decide who actually gets the classes, who actually goes online, what businesses can actually afford things, and how they can compete and stay together. And what's important, Mr. Speaker, this is an essential service. It was before the pandemic, it is now. But when you look at students and you look at actual social equality and inclusion, being online is an important factor that needs to be resolved right now. So right now, the federal government is going to take in billions of dollars more in a spectrum auction and not have any terms and conditions to connecting Canadians that are in rural and remote areas. This is something that has to end. We have to give people opportunity, connection, and it's about civil liberties, because it's about your rights of being connected into society right now. It may not seem like the biggest issue at the moment right now, but if we have a pandemic that continues and the variants that continue, then we need to connect Canadians much stronger than ever before, and we have that opportunity, and that should be a solution, something sought off. It's part of our national infrastructure. It's part of our actual identity. It's part of something we can do, and no jurisdiction should be left behind. There's no doubt that we have to do that. I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by thanking all the healthcare workers that have been out there working on the front lines. And this includes, we think of our doctors, our nurses, our PSWs. We think of all those that are, in those kind of profile spots, which are so important and so grateful for them every single day. But let's not forget people that actually, and it's mostly young people, that have to go into the grocery store. In a high area like mine right now, that's actually in one of the hot zone, they have kids that actually go into the grocery store, not getting any more pay, probably not getting the training that they actually deserve, and they're actually making a subpar wage to basically feed the rest of us. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, You could go on for days with regards to migrant workers and so forth and the issues there. But we have to actually change the way that we do things. There has to be fairness and equality. And to pay for this, we'd actually need to have a profits on the pandemic pay. Too many companies that have done so well and so generously padded themselves, had salary increases, had CEO bonuses, a number of different things there. It's their turn to return that back to our country, because if we don't, then we will continue to be a failed state, because it's up to us as a federal representatives to make sure that we're unified. How do we do that? Let's find the things that can do it for us and our families, because, Mr. Speaker, too many of our people have already lost their lives, and we can't get that back, but we can stop more.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I actually agree with the member when he talks about, and a number of members have talked today about making sure that Canada has the capacity to manufacture vaccines moving in to the future, so that this never happens again, so that we're never put into this situation again. In his experience being a critic for industry and knowing so much about the manufacturing sector, I'm just curious what his thoughts are as to the best way that we would put something into practice like this so that we could make sure that we did have that. Is that done through a Crown corporation? Is that done through competitive industry? Like, how does he foresee that rolling out? Because I would agree with him. If we don't learn that one thing from this, then we probably, are being extremely short-sighted. So I'm curious what he sees as the best way to ensuring that we can build up that manufacturing and make sure that it maintains and stays in place for a long time, so that we have this next time we're here.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you. I appreciate the question. I mean, the New Democrats here have been on this for an aerospace strategy, an auto strategy. I won't get into the full details of the forestry, but they're basically their strategies for sectorial development that many countries already do and are actually experts on. And we measure them by the jobs created, the investment created, and the policies. What we have done is large corporate tax cuts over a number of different decades that basically were promising jobs that never came and investment that never showed up. And that has to end. Second to that, I would say, Mr. Speaker, we need a border task force. We have so much of our manufacturing capacity tied into the United States and Mexico. We need to have regular meetings and regular operations that are open, clear, and public. And we actually have logistics, Mr. Speaker, that just-in-time delivery was huge for those things that could be assets to redeveloping and reshoring a number of different things. Ironically, it used to be the pride to say we want to outsource the face with global competition. Now we're back to actually wanting to bring things home. That should have been never lost.
Question et commentaire. La députée.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked about border controls. More broadly, what does he think of the fact that the Auditor General herself criticized the follow-up for traveler quarantines? At one point, she showed that only a third of travelers were followed up with to see if they were respecting quarantines, and that only half were then followed up again with later. This is concerning, especially since new variants are arriving and they're more contagious. My colleague spoke about the importance of border controls. So I'd like to hear more from him on this specific topic, because the Auditor General herself said that this was bungled. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the question. Essentially, we actually need to have more comprehensive supports for our CBSA officers in those controls. I've been well noted for that, and I want to thank today, the fact that our health unit, Dr. Wajid, and as others helped get our CBSA officers in Windsor vaccinated. But we run about 10,000 vehicles a day normally through here. And we're finally getting them, and Michigan's had a major outbreak. So that's where we think we have to have some more resources. We know that we have underperformed in that area, and that's just the starting point.
We have time for one more short question. We'll take from the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks my honourable colleague from Windsor West. Although it's not directly on point for the emergency debate that I asked for tonight, I really couldn't agree with him more about manufacturing, and that we have adopted an approach economically that said that we could have just-in-time delivery of things from anywhere fast. That has significant implications for global warming. It has significant implications for Canada's economic health. And I just wanted to ask him if he sees a change coming, because due to COVID-19, I think a lot of Canadians now want supply chains that are more domestic and want to know that we can manufacture the things that we really need.
For Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. I think that, the fact that to get out of this is going to require, more help from our neighbors. I've asked this government several times to investigate. And most recently, I wrote the Prime Minister again today. You look at what's happening between Manitoba and North Dakota. They're vaccinating Canadians that are trucking and essential workers through there. So I've asked for the same thing for New York and for Ontario and for other places. We have friends out there, but we need to be not afraid to ask our friends for that help. So I'm hopeful that there'll be a return to manufacturing, because there's a lot of pride and innovation that doesn't take place because we offshore everything.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to rise today to discuss such an incredibly important topic, and I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for suggesting that we have this emergency debate, because it is extremely important that we talk about this and that we try to wrap our heads around if there are other ways and of doing things. And I appreciate some of the information that's come forward today, in particular from the member from Windsor West who just spoke before me, talking about manufacturing capacity and where we ultimately need to get to. I think I would start by saying, Mr. Speaker, that I've been extremely proud to be part of not just sitting on the same side of the House as the government, but indeed being part of this particular Parliament, where a number of measures were put into place for Canadians throughout this pandemic. I think back to the beginning of this, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians were confused and wondering about what was next. And I'm not talking about what was next in terms of weeks and months, but literally days. People, our generations, any generation alive really has never gone through this before, with the exception of a few people who may have experienced the pandemic in 1918. And to be there for Canadians, to make sure that they had the supports that they need, to make sure that they were being taken care of, in particular those that really needed it, was extremely important. And so to know that this Parliament was able to come together and to pass emergency measures very quickly to put money into the bank accounts of Canadians that we asked them, in many cases we told them, you have to stay home, you cannot work, we took care of them. And I get a bit of a kick out of the Conservatives from time to time when they stand up and they say, well, it's not the federal government's money, there's only one, and the member from Leeds, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lake said this earlier today, there's only one taxpayer, and yeah, of course he's right. But the question here is whether or not it should have been the burden of everybody, that one taxpayer, to take on the responsibility of what was going on, to take on the consequences of what was going on. The question is not whether or not it was the federal government's money. The question is who should pay for it. Should it be individuals? Should it be those that are struggling? Should they take on the sole responsibility of this? Or should it be society as a whole? So when we say the federal government supported Canadians, we clearly don't mean the federal government somehow miraculously had its own money to do this. We're using the money of society, generally speaking. We're bringing everybody together to get through this together. And that's what happened. That's what we saw happen here. That's what made, in my opinion, a successful go at this. We could have done things a lot better in hindsight. In hindsight, everything is 2020, and there's a lot we could have done differently. But I think that we came together and we passed very important measures to make sure that Canadians would be taken care of. And so now here we are, in the middle of the third wave of this. And I'm going to speak primarily to what's going on in Ontario, Mr. Speaker, because that is the province from which the riding that I represent comes from, but I know indeed this is happening in other parts of the country as well. Today, Mr. Speaker, just under 4,500 new cases of COVID-19 in Ontario, and 32 people passed away. Over 2,200 people are currently in hospital, of which 737 of those are in ICU. And on April the 17th, there were 4,812 COVID cases. That's the highest number that Ontario had ever experienced, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think to myself, and I know we've talked about the Emergency Measures Act in the past, and I'll get to that in a bit. But, you know, we talk about a lot of the numbers of measures that have been brought into place for Ontario specifically. And I just want to highlight some of those because I think it's important. I think it's really important, especially when having that discussion about the Emergency Measures Act and whether or not that should be implemented. So I want to highlight some of those things that did happen. We talk about CERB, the Canada Emergency Recovery Benefit, Mr. Speaker. 3.5 million Ontarians, that's nearly 1 in every 4 Ontarians, was a recipient at one point or another in the Canada Emergency Recovery Benefit. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy protected just under 2 million jobs in Ontario, making sure that employers didn't let their employees go so that when they needed them, when they could use them, even if only temporarily, they could bring them back very quickly. We look to the Canada Emergency Business Account that provided interest-free loans of up to $60,000 to small businesses and not-for-profits. 343,966 loans totaling $18.5 billion as of April the 15th was supplied to businesses and not-for-profits throughout Ontario. The Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance provided relief for businesses who are experiencing financial hardship as a result of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. Over 70,000 tenants were protected by that. 654,000 employees, totaling just over $1 billion, was utilized. And again, you know, I talk about, you know, and a lot of questions about the debt and where this money has come from. It came from society because we determined that it was better for society as a whole to take on this responsibility than watch individuals and watch businesses collapse at a more alarming rate than inevitably still ended up happening to a certain degree. But as we talk about the third wave specifically, you know, there are responsibilities and there were roles in this as things unrolled as to what the federal government would do and how it would do it. And of course, we work with our provincial counterparts to make sure that as things are rolling out, that we can provide them the supports that they need. There have been questions about the Emergency Measures Act and whether or not that should have been implemented or should be implemented. But at the end of the day, I think it's worth, before I talk about that, noting exactly what it was that was put into place. So the federal government, in terms of vaccines, had let the provinces know, in particular Ontario, at the beginning of the pandemic, what the strategy would be in terms of vaccine rollouts. So the provinces and territories were given a schedule going back to the beginning of this year, late 2020, being told this is what you should expect to see coming down in terms of vaccines. This is when you should be expecting to get them. So provinces and territories and the regional jurisdictions were able to, and should have been, and we know were, planning for when those vaccines would come. They were making strategic decisions about when lockdowns would have to happen, when they could start to let up, and it was all around the timeline of those vaccines coming. And what we know, Mr. Speaker, is that the vaccines, although there was a couple weeks in the beginning where there were some hiccups and some moving around of amounts on any given week for about a 2 or 3 week period, what we do know is that by the end of March, in particular in Ontario, more vaccines had been delivered than what had been originally scheduled. So the province of Ontario was able to plan for what to expect. And this is important because I want to talk about what Ontario should have been expecting. And not just should have been expecting, but what they were told to expect. On February the 11th, and there's a clip circulating on social media about where a reporter, I can't remember what news outlet it was, but they were talking to the co-chair of the COVID Science Advisory Table. And the reporter said, okay, I've looked at all of your data, I've seen this, I'm looking at your modeling, but what you're basically telling us is that removing the restrictions that were in place in January, which they were doing at the beginning of February, means dire consequences. Aren't we heading for a disaster? And the response was, no, I don't think you're missing anything. You have it right, and yes, we're heading for a disaster. As a matter of fact, the province was told in that modeling at the beginning of February, they were told that they were going to reach 4,000 cases by the beginning of April. And sure enough, on April the 9th, they had surpassed 4,000 cases with just over 4,200 cases, Mr. Speaker. The 7-day rolling average at that point was 4,300 cases in Ontario. And I'm not bringing this up to point fingers at the provincial government. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I think it's germane to the discussion on implementing the War Measures Act and the Emergency Measures Act and what the federal government should be doing, is that Ontario was told, this is the timeline, these are the vaccines that you will be getting, and this is how you will be getting them. Those timelines were surpassed, and the quantities in those timelines were surpassed the targets. Ontario was also told, if you remove these restrictions, the beginning of February they were told this is the position you'll be in at the beginning of April. And in both cases, the information was correct. They got more doses of the vaccine than they were expecting, and the cases were exactly where they were told. So it's one thing to criticize about the timeline, and I brought this up in a question earlier on of my Conservative colleague when he was discussing this issue. It's one thing to question the timeline from the beginning and to say, well, why aren't we getting more in February? Why aren't we getting more in March? Why is this happening at this time and this time? It's one thing to do that. But the provinces could not say that they didn't know what they were getting. And they did know, and they still chose to do and to act the way that they did, and in the manner that they did, and in particular, that was the situation in Ontario. And so the reason why this is important, Mr. Speaker, is that when we talk about what it is that Ontario has done and the position that it's got itself into, we have to do that in the context of knowing where we were, where we started, and what they were expecting. And since then, the federal government, since then we've seen the reality play out as it was forecasted back in February. We've seen the vaccines continue to roll along and continue to come in at or above the schedule that they were promised, but yet we still end up in this situation. And so I guess, Mr. Speaker, my concern when we talk about the War Measures Act, the Emergency Measures Act, and I'll get to that momentarily, but my concern is that I want to know from my colleagues, and perhaps one of my NDP colleagues can answer this in a question that they asked me, is what more they would have liked to, what they're actually expecting if that act was enforced or implemented or declared, the emergency was declared. Because in Ontario, last week when things really started to fall off the rails, the federal government stepped up and said, okay, we're going to work with the province. So they got together with the provincial government. And they said, we're going to send in some assistance through setting up field hospitals. We're going to help you with self-isolation areas. We're going to send you more medical supplies and more medical professionals. So a number of these measures kicked in not because we had to declare an emergency and send them, but because the province wanted them and we were there to support them to make sure that we could help deliver and get them the supports that they needed. So that happened over the weekend. As we can see, and we heard from members earlier today, I think it was the member from Don Valley West who said he could almost see from his place them setting up the field hospital. We know those measures are working and are in place, and so the federal government is there. The federal government is there to help the province of Ontario. So my question to the NDP was, what more would you expect to get out of engaging this piece of legislation that is the Emergency Measures Act? And I know that the member from Vancouver Kingsway has brought it up on a number of occasions and talked about it, but there is another quote that I didn't hear him speak to that's in that act. He's talked a lot about the act and he's referenced different parts of it about, various different times when it needs to be utilized or what defines an emergency. But there's also another part in it that says an emergency, quote, an emergency, to declare an emergency, quote, when it cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. So there's a specific provision in there that says you can't invoke the Emergency Measures Act if you can deal with this using other laws. And I would suggest to him and to my NDP colleagues that various different things have been happening. Other laws have been utilized, other agreements have been made, other bilateral agreements have been made with Ontario and other parts of the other provinces and territories throughout the country, other regions, in order to get the supports to them. These are actual things that have been done. So it leaves me wondering, what else could there possibly be that they're expecting to get out of in invoking that? It's not as though the federal government is holding back on something because it knows that, well, we better, the federal government's not holding back on anything that otherwise they would be able to implement. We're implementing everything that we can. We're communicating with the provinces. We're working with the provinces. I personally don't see how invoking this measure at a time like this, which would obviously, allow us to step on the jurisdiction of provinces at a time like this, would do anything positive towards that relationship that we have with them. If we genuinely want to work with our provinces, if we genuinely want to work with Doug Ford right now in Ontario, I don't think that implementing a piece of legislation that allows us to go in and start doing something for them and to basically say, you've done a horrible job, get out of the way, we're taking over now, is the approach. I think the approach that we've taken, Mr. Speaker, is the right one. It's an approach of working with the provinces, getting together with them, finding the solutions, seeing what they need, what they want, so that we can then help them to be as successful as they possibly can. Now, just going back very briefly to what my discussion earlier, Mr. Speaker, about the my discussion earlier about the provinces and where, what Ontario chose to do when they chose to do it. Well, they had their decisions to make. So I wasn't laying that out there just to say, well, the province of Ontario screwed this all up and they should have done X, Y, and Z, but they did this. They made their decisions based on their own information, based on how they thought the best way should be to proceed. And I don't agree with that approach. I think it was the wrong approach. I think that if I had known what the timeline would have been in terms of getting vaccines, and I had known what the timeline would have been in terms of the third wave, I could have connected the dots pretty quickly. But maybe there were other factors at play. Maybe they chose to put parts of the economy ahead of health. I don't know. But we do know that they had the information and the data to make the decisions that led to where we are. So I know that my time's coming to an end, Mr. Speaker. I think that you've been signaling me that. I have probably about a minute left, but I do want to say that I am, conclude by saying I'm extremely proud of not just this government, but indeed this Parliament. I know a lot of discussions have been going on tonight. I know there's been a lot of comparisons to different places in the world like New Zealand and Australia. I think when you compare us to our G7 counterparts, when you compare us to the G20 counterparts, Canada has done fairly well. We've obviously suffered tremendously from a health perspective, from an economic perspective. But when you compare us to comparable nations out there, we've fared, I think that the success of this government and this Parliament has shown itself in the fact that our mortality rate amongst the G7 is the second lowest. Our ability to vaccinate people on the, getting needles into arms of people now is amongst the best in the G20. I think we're third, the Prime Minister said, in the G20 and the G7 for that matter. So we're doing well. I think that there's always going to be provincial and other jurisdictions that we will disagree with how we do things, but at the end of the day, I think the best solution is to continuing to work with them in order to protect Canadians.
And comments. We'll first go to the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, I want to thank the member from Kingston and the Islands for his comments. I would disagree with his analysis as far as thinking that the government has done an excellent job. I mean, the Prime Minister put a very far out target that would certainly allow for success by saying, oops, sorry, you are hearing me, sorry, that would have success. So in September. So the question here was that things are opening up in the States. Things are the vaccinations are, everybody's allowed, is now permitted to get vaccinations. We're locked down. I just want to read this, summarize this quick note here I received yesterday. And it's from a constituent who said, I am writing to you to voice my concern over the federal government's COVID vaccine rollout, or more so the lack of a rollout. Where are the vaccines? What's taking so long? Our 19-year-old daughter just had a heart valve replacement earlier this month, and it was bumped several times. Due to the BC government's idea of vulnerability, she couldn't get vaccinated until her age group is called. She is so vulnerable, and now with these variants and cases rising everywhere and no vaccines, I am completely on edge. Do you know when she can be expected to be vaccinated? So we're having a lot of problems with getting vaccinations in BC. Thank you.
We've got quite a few lined up for questions, so we'll need to get on with that. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
You can say what you want about the target of September. You can criticize it and say it was too far out. You can say that it should have been sooner. But what you can't say, Mr. Speaker, is that it hasn't been consistent. It's been consistent from the beginning. From the beginning, it was always said by September. You can say, well, you just set that in advance, but the targets were given in terms of when provinces would get vaccines, and those targets have only been exceeded. So the provinces had the data, they had the schedule, they knew when exactly they'd be getting the vaccines, and they've received more by this point than they were told they were going to get. So if they had an issue with being able to properly plan around that, well, that's a whole different thing we can talk about, but they knew when they'd be getting the vaccines.
Commentaire, la députée de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to start by saying that I'm always quite startled by the paternalistic tone that the Liberals use when they talk about cooperation between Quebec, the provinces, and the federal government. But in any case, I'd like to touch on the topic of the first waves. My colleague talked about the fact that he's very happy with what the government has done regarding vaccines, but I'd like to go back to earlier. only in June did the vaccine committee first meet. So in March, April, May, June, there was radio silence. The Trudeau government lost precious months. And once again, on cooperation and vaccines. Well, does my colleague really think that by saying falsely that Quebec was letting vaccines stay in freezers instead of going into people's arms, when actually it was shown that that was not the case? Does my colleague not realize how this kind of accusation can undermine the cooperation between Quebec, the provinces, and the federal government? I don't think those are good examples.
I didn't say anything about freezers. I didn't say anything about Quebec keeping vaccines in freezers, Mr. Speaker. I didn't even come near to that topic or discussion in my speech. But I find it bizarre how the Bloc member is accusing the Liberals of being paternalistic when here I am telling the NDP we should not be using an Emergency Measures Act that will go and step all over the feet of another province. I'm actually doing the exact opposite. What I'm saying is I don't think we should be taking this particular piece of legislation and utilizing it so that we can go and start telling other provinces what to do. Quite frankly, I would argue that I'm doing the opposite.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. While I can't agree with him around the need to bring in Emergencies Act to help out the situation in Ontario, the situation in Ontario is dire, and I think they need help. I think Ontarians would welcome the help. The question also that I have for the member is this. In British Columbia, our premier has been calling for interprovincial travel restrictions for some time now. And while there seems to be some noise to say that we'll move in that direction, but yet we really haven't seen action in that regard. And likewise, in terms of travel restrictions from hotspots, if you will, early on in the pandemic, the government did take action, although slightly delayed, but nonetheless took action. Will the government actually take action now to restrict travel with respect to hotspots?
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, travel represents 1.5% of transmission, Mr. Speaker. It's not the dominant force in spreading this virus right now. But you'll notice an interesting word that she used there, Mr. Speaker. She said the provinces would welcome help. She's suggesting that the only way to get help to provinces is if we use the Emergency Measures Act and then suddenly are able to deliver help to them. I would argue with her that the provinces are welcoming that help right now. Ontario just got a whole, and I do, as a member from Ontario, I appreciate her sincere concern for our province. In Ontario, there are measures that are being delivered to the provinces. The government announced a number of them last weekend, and it didn't require the Emergency Measures Act. But more importantly, during my speech, Mr. Speaker, I said I really hoped that an NDP member would get up and tell me what more they were expecting in the Emergency Measures Act. I don't believe there's anything substantially more that can be done that can't be done outside of it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start off by acknowledging the great work that the member does, him and his team, in getting really relevant, truthful information out on his social media feed. I know for us in Ontario, that's been really helpful. But my question to him is, we've been listening to the debate tonight, and members in particular from the Conservative Party point to other countries that are opening up. He had a question on that nature tonight. But I'd like to point out the fact that we see our friends and colleagues in Atlantic Canada, our friend from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, actually going to restaurants. Things are opening up. The Atlantic bubble has actually done quite well. And on a vaccine basis, on a per capita basis, actually received less vaccines. But they have all the same federal restrictions in place. So, Mr. Speaker, to the member opposite, perhaps the issue is that continuing to work with provinces and territories, and in the spirit of this debate, is actually learning within Canada from the premiers and the provinces that have actually done quite a good job, where we see their economies opening up and we see vaccinations continue.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, first of all, thank you for that compliment at the beginning. I know that Caitlin, Parth, and Kelly will very much appreciate that nice comment that the member from Pickering made. But she's absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. What we need to do here is to be looking at the successes in provinces that have been successful at this and saying, well, what did they do? Can we help Ontario get to that same place? Well, what did one region do? And I mean, that's the whole point to the federal government. I know that the Bloc looks at that as though we're somehow trying to impose upon them, when really we just want to come and work together collaboratively. I think that's the right approach, Mr. Speaker. I don't think it's going to be done by forcing an Emergency Measures Act onto provinces at this stage in the game.
We're going to squeak one more short question in here. The honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands. I was watching, very intrigued tonight, and I love the discussion between yourself, between the honourable member and the member for Windsor West. And I know that just today, after a question that I asked yesterday to the public safety minister, CBSA officers in Windsor are actually finally getting vaccine today. And I think it's a great thing. But I also would ask the honourable member, there was a lot of discussion around manufacturing. So I'm wondering, to the honourable member, through you, Mr. Speaker, will he please have this same discussion with the public safety officer to allow manufacturing business owners and customers to come across the borders to open that back up? Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I'm sorry if I think I understand the question, but Mr. Speaker, if we haven't, and I'm going back to that question that I had earlier with the member from Windsor, the Windsor area. If we haven't learned anything, if we have not learned from this that we need to boost up our biomanufacturing sector, if we haven't learned from this that we need to make sure that if this ever happens again, we're not put in a position where we're not manufacturing vaccines in Canada, then I think we've really lost our eye on what the really important thing here is. So do I personally believe that? Absolutely. We need to make sure that this never happens again, where we're in a situation where we don't have the capacity to manufacture in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I just want to take a moment to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for requesting this emergency debate tonight. This is a great opportunity to highlight some of the serious concerns that I have with the Liberal government's response to the pandemic, but also to offer some recommendations. We're well over a year into this crisis, and the fact remains that we are in worse shape now than at any other point during the pandemic. People continue to die, and healthcare staff are kind of burned out. Hospitals and ICUs are struggling. Variants are spreading. Millions of students are not in their classrooms. Countless businesses are shut down and workers are without paychecks. And we have a vaccine shortage that is prolonging the pandemic. Throughout it all, we've witnessed a government struggling to meet these challenges head on. And while no one expected a flawless response, time and time again, they've dropped the ball. I've yet to hear the Prime Minister, or any minister for that matter, acknowledge the multiple mistakes that have been made. I don't say this lightly, but the Liberal government has failed. Failed to ensure that we had an emergency stockpile of PPE, failed to safely reunite families, failed to secure enough vaccines to arrive in Canada for the first half of 2021. Regardless of however the Liberals want to spin it, the virus is winning. So until there is an acknowledgement that mistakes were made and we are left scratching our heads if they truly understand the implications of their decisions, or in some cases, their lack of action. So tonight I will share 3 specific recommendations that I want to see the government act upon. The first is to abide by the motion that was passed at our health committee, which ordered the government to allow the committee to review the vaccine contracts at an in-camera meeting. My colleague from Foothills referred to this earlier. We are aware of the confidentiality clauses contained in those contracts, which is exactly why we proposed they be shared at an in-camera meeting. I want everyone to step back for a moment and think about how ridiculous the government's position is. The government sought parliamentary approval to purchase those vaccines, but doesn't want parliamentarians to know what was contained in the contracts. How can we do our job as the official opposition if we're being completely left in the dark? How do we know if the Liberals signed good deals? Well, the answer is that we don't know. From my vantage point, we have a massive vaccine shortage, and every day we find out more shipments are being delayed. Without Pfizer and now the Biden administration, we would even be further behind. We can't measure vaccine successes by the size of Canada's vaccine portfolio. We measure success by getting vaccines delivered to the provinces and into people's arms. There's no other matrix that can be possibly used to evaluate the government's record of procuring vaccines. Provinces need the vaccines now, not 5 months from now. The only information in the contracts that I know to be true is the government paid double for the AstraZeneca vaccines compared to some other nations. At least double in most cases. The only reason we know that little bit of information is because it was contained in an email from the Prime Minister's office in his communications shop. The provinces cannot wait any longer. And just this week, it was announced that the Premier of Ontario was calling on international allies to see if they can send more vaccines to the province of Ontario, to his province. The government of Manitoba has already signed a contract with one of the Canadian pharmaceutical companies, and they just announced a deal with North Dakota to get our truck drivers vaccinated. And I applaud these actions, as it's clear they cannot wait for the Liberal vaccine portfolio to be delivered sometime down the road. The second recommendation is to fix the mail-in process of PCR tests for returning Canadians who live in rural areas. In the last month alone, my office has been contacted multiple times by multiple families about how the government has signed a deal with Purolator and how it is next to impossible to mail back the PCR test. I want the Liberal MPs in the House to know how stressful this is on families, and I will share the contents of an email I received yesterday. A mother of a son who recently returned from university called PHAC to arrange a pickup of the PCR test and was told only Purolator is handling the packages. She then called Purolator and they told her they don't visit the rural community on weekends. After being on the phone for an hour, she finally spoke to someone who was supposed to swing by their farm to pick up the package on Monday. So they waited and waited on Monday and then no one came to pick it up. She then waited on hold for another hour and was told they couldn't guarantee they could pick up the PCR test. Purolator then told her to drive into town to drop off the package on Tuesday afternoon and just leave it outside at the agreed upon location. So by the time the PCR kit was sent, it begs the question, will it still be accurate? And because the PCR test was left outside, will it make the result unreliable? I really don't know. But what I do know is this is happening across rural Canada. She mentioned that her son would have been willing to drive to Brandon to get the test done in person, about 90 miles, rather than try to navigate through this convoluted process. And here's the kicker. Because her son was in the United States, he is fully vaccinated and received both doses. Now, these aren't my words, but she closed out her email to me by saying this whole thing, quote, stinks, end quote. Once again, the government has implemented a plan that sounds good. However, in practice, it's not working. Surely to goodness, if the people can get their online parcels delivered to far-flung places, the federal government could partner with parcel delivery companies to get PCR tests picked up. My last recommendation is to distribute and encourage the use of rapid tests. It was disappointing to see the government disregard the Calgary Airport testing pilot program, which completely took them off guard. We have also seen the Minister of Health question the validity of rapid tests, even after spending millions of taxpayers' dollars purchasing them. It must also be said the government paid a company for rapid test kits without even seeing if they could pass Health Canada's standards, which they were then found to be faulty. Putting all that aside, I know there is a willingness from this government to get more rapid test kits handed out to Canadians, as Industry Canada announced they are launching a, quote, new efforts to increase the availability, end quote, of rapid tests. Multiple provinces are now using rapid tests to help with their screening efforts, and the efforts are paying off. Part of the challenge with COVID-19 is that not everyone has symptoms. However, they can be a carrier of the virus and potentially expose others. With the use of a rapid test kit, schools and businesses have been able to stop outbreaks before they happen. In the UK, 9 in 10 pharmacies are offering free rapid test kits. And now they are offering every citizen in the UK twice weekly rapid test kits to all those who want them. I want to see this success be replicated in every community across this country. As the adage goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Now, these are just 3 recommendations the government can easily adopt and build on. My heart goes out to all those who have lost loved ones and to those who are now on the brink of bankruptcy. I also want to add my heartfelt thanks to all of our frontline service personnel who have worked tirelessly to try to bring this pandemic under control as much as they possibly can. But I want to give, and I also want the government to succeed to get this pandemic over. I know the government can and must do better. So I urge all members, including Liberal MPs, to join us in pushing their ministers to act swiftly. This isn't the time for excuses, and people are counting on all of us to get this right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Let's go first to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, he mentioned rapid tests, and there are 25.4 million rapid tests that we've actually distributed and millions that have gone unused. So I would encourage him to speak to premiers and provinces and territories to actually use them. But my question, Mr. Speaker, this member spoke about mistakes being made. So my question is in regards to credibility, his party's credibility. Mr. Speaker, his party has actually suggested that we end the border measures that we put in place to protect communities. His party also recommended weeks ago that we simply ignore public health measures and open everything up. And we've seen what happened in Ontario when those public health models were ignored. So my question is, in his credibility, does the member opposite still support removing the restrictions at borders? And does the member opposite still support opening everything up and ignoring the public health advice? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague, Parliamentary Secretary, for that question. And of course, we know that the American border is closed. We do know, however, that the action in regards to closing the border to flights coming into Canada was much delayed. We were at least a month and a half after the Americans made their closure. And so the present border closures that we've got in Canada are based on the provincial decisions, as was done with Ontario here just recently. my province in Manitoba has done similar action as well, and these have helped bring the numbers down in some of the provinces. Certainly, it did here earlier on in the summer last year as well. But I think one of the things that we need to look at is the actual delivery of vaccines. As I pointed out, that's the only real measure that we have here in regards to bringing things under control and giving Canadians the confidence that they can actually begin to move around again. It's too early in most provinces yet to do that. But, you know, if we have to wait till the end of September, take a whole 9 months here to get the first shots into Canadian citizens, does that mean it's going to be next July? I think that's the bigger question, before everyone gets their second shot.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, we've seen what happens in terms of rushed reopenings like we have in Ontario and Alberta, both Conservative governments that have been scared and haven't had the courage to stand up for families, for working people, and instead have catered to large corporations and big business and the wealthy. And they've now plunged both of their provinces into record amounts of COVID-19 cases. And we've seen other provinces take very different approaches where they put public health and they put workers and their citizens at the top of their priority list. And we've seen lower numbers. Can my colleague talk about what he would do differently at the provincial level, different than Premier Ford and Premier Kenney?
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I don't have that decision-making powers, Mr. Speaker, but I appreciate my colleague for that question. I think that some of the actions that have taken place in regards to trying to manage the borders, as I just mentioned in answering the Parliamentary Secretary's question, has been a good move. But I also, from being a member of the Health Committee, know that we can have all of the procurement discussions that we want to have, but the only true measure, as I said in my presentation this evening, is how many vaccines you get in people's arms. And we are way behind in regards to that, not only in first vaccines. It's improving because we are now getting vaccines in that 3-month delay that we've had. But that's the true measure, and we still have a very, very few Canadians that have a second vaccine. And if it is going to take us another 9 months before we get the second vaccine in, which from the end of September would be somewhere around the end of, or beginning of July next year, when do we start getting the the booster shots, the third shots that many people are talking about, particularly in the questions that we've asked even on the Health Committee of Health Canada in regards to the boosters that would be available and be needed by those people who may have had some efficacy loss because of the longer waits between vaccines.
The resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for moving this emergency debate. And if I might, Mr. Speaker, if you'll indulge me, I want to read from her letter to the Speaker. Just an excerpt. Across Canada, we've had 8,400 cases a day on average this week. In Ontario, cases have surged to a new all-time high. In British Columbia, the P1 variant from Brazil is becoming dominant. British Columbia has hit a new record for hospitalizations. Across Canada, we're lagging in vaccination, testing, tracing. Our medical health care professionals, researchers, and epidemiologists are expressing alarm. They're exhausted, and they're showing signs of despair. And it's time for more provincial federal cooperation. I couldn't agree with her more. As a matter of fact, it's something that we have been asking for on this side of the House since day one. We've been asking for the government to lead, Mr. Speaker. And while my honourable colleague asked for a nonpartisan debate, I've listened intently to the debate throughout this whole process here in the last couple hours, and each side is taking shots. And our friends across the way, my friend from the Kingston Islands, good soldier that he is, looking a little tired now. He seems to be the only one that's in the House for the longest time now. But they keep saying that we're peddling in falsehoods, and misinformation. The parliamentary secretary just said and questioned my colleague from Brandon Souris, who I want to thank for sharing his time with me tonight, questioned his integrity, questioned our integrity for pushing the government a few weeks back during our opposition day for a plan. We weren't pushing for the gates to open up and everything to be well. We all want that, but we understand that we're gripped in the midst of a third wave of a global pandemic. One that, while we're well over 400 days into now, that lessons should be learned. I think that is what my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands has been asking for. What are the lessons that we have learned so that we can move forward, so that Canadians can have help or hope? And that's really what Canadians need right now, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, my colleague from Foothills spoke of a phone call that he took yesterday from a sister of a 20-year-old young man who committed suicide. As the special advisor to our leader on mental health, as somebody who everyone in this house knows, everyone in this house here where I'm at, and as well in our parliamentary house knows that I'm a tireless champion for mental health. And it is weighing on all of our colleagues, and it's weighing on Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We are facing a social and economic upheaval that has never been seen before. Canadians are angry, frustrated. They're facing higher anxiety. Millions of Canadians have lost their jobs. Over 200,000 businesses have shuttered, have closed their doors. 1 in 6 businesses owners currently at this time are considering closing their doors. So what we have been doing from day one is asking the government what their plan is as we move forward. We, in the opposition, Conservatives, Bloc, NDP, Green, Independents, have been pushing this government for what their plan has been all along the way. We have offered a Team Canada approach. So if you're seeing frustration on the sides of the opposition, it's because we truly have been pushing and trying to have that Team Canada approach. Sadly, what we've seen all across the way is, the government saying, we've got this, thanks, or playing partisan politics. They shuttered Parliament right in the heart of a global pandemic last July and August. They shuttered Parliament to cover up a scandal. That's the truth. Those are the facts. Right when Canadians' relief, the COVID relief packages were coming due, they shuttered Parliament. They kept parliamentarians away from their job. Every day we are faced with more and more constituents that are at their wits' end. Politicians, both federal, provincial, municipal, are facing angry constituents because it's time. It's time for us all to lead and show leadership by hand and being able to give that to Canadians. I've listened to my colleagues across the way point the fingers at the provinces in terms of the vaccine rollout. Well, the inconsistencies with the vaccine rollout lays squarely at the feet of our federal government. As it was said earlier, is they had one job to do, and that was to secure vaccines. Everybody wants to make sure that we are doing whatever we can to open the doors so that we can get back to a new normal, whatever that looks like. And sadly, it's frustrating for me because, Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, I'm probably the most nonpartisan person, as evidenced by the work that I've done across all party lines to get pieces of legislation passed that benefits Canadians. I'll do whatever I can to make sure that we are benefiting Canadians. And I've taken that approach far and wide, even throughout this. I've tried to be a good soldier as well, too, but I'm feeling frustrated because that phone rings every day. And that phone is a business owner that is, probably going to close their doors. They don't know how they're going to make ends meet. It is that employee or ex-employee, that person, that constituent that has lost their job. It is that nurse that is tired. It is that medical professional that is worn out and saying, we need help. Nobody is listening. We need leadership. You know, I haven't even talked about the opioid crisis here in our province, which we've been calling for the government to declare a national emergency, health emergency on that, which has only gotten worse over this pandemic. You know, if you sense the frustration coming from me, it's because I wear my heart on my sleeve, as all of you know. And I'm tired of getting those phone calls from constituents. You know, the Canada Summer Jobs Grant, we were making phone calls this week, and I had somebody that was a beneficiary of a very large summer jobs grant, which they're very thankful for. But they said, sadly, they've had to close their doors. So right there is a personal story that is heartbreaking. And I know all my colleagues get this from all sides of the House. But as our colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands has done and has asked for us, and somebody that is usually not that partisan, she, in her own words, as I'll bring you back to the very beginning where I said, our Canada is lagging in vaccination, testing, and tracing. We could be better. We should be better. You know, the Prime Minister and other Liberal colleagues that want to stand up and trump about all the vaccines they had to go to a program that is designed for third world or have-not countries to get vaccines, to make sure that we had vaccines for Canadians. Early on in the days when we said, why don't we do something about closing our borders? We were ridiculed for fear-mongering and being racist. When early on, when the government said, well, masks are not necessary, and then they said, well, maybe we should be wearing masks. You know, it's all that misinformation as we go along the way that adds to the frustration, that fuels the frustration, that has fueled where we are today in the midst of a third wave of this pandemic. And if we don't do what we need to do today, we are going to be in the fourth wave. Sadly, I think the Prime Minister is more concerned with engineering a pandemic election so that he can guarantee a majority for himself, rather than focusing on the benefits and the well-being of Canadians. We saw a budget that was announced, and it was really just an election budget. We need a plan. That's why we're having this emergency debate today, because we are all frustrated. Canadians are frustrated. And it's time. It's well past the time. You know, I would challenge my Liberal colleagues that are going to stand up and say and question my integrity to tell me what I'm supposed to tell.
I'm sorry, but we have to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly would never question the integrity of this member. I have a lot of respect for him, and I know one thing I totally agree with him is that he wears his heart on his sleeve, and I admire that about him. But I really think we need to keep context here, Madam Speaker, and that's key to this discussion, because the truth is that I haven't seen him do it, but I've seen a number of people from his party do it, especially during question period, where they get up and they challenge, how effective Canada is doing versus the United States as one example, and talking about how the States is so far ahead of us. Well, here's some information, Madam Speaker. As of today, Canada recorded 5,800 new COVID cases for the whole country. By comparison, Michigan recorded 5,900 and Florida recorded 5,600. So, I mean, would he not at least agree in that spirit of nonpartisanship that he was talking about, that sometimes we might overinflate a situation both on this side and that side in order to make a situation look better or worse?
Caribou Prince George.
Here's a fact. Madam Speaker. I heard the honourable colleague talk about comparing apples to apples when in the earlier interventions that he made when people were talking about Taiwan or Australia or New Zealand. Here's a fact. Only 2% of Canadians are fully vaccinated. 2%. And that fact right there lies squarely at the feet of this Liberal government.
Honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for triggering tonight's debate. And my colleague, I mean, he is genuine, and I do appreciate his speech and the work that he does on the All-Party Mental Health Caucus, which I sit with him, and I appreciate him talking about the opioid crisis. He talked about small business owners right now struggling with the mental health challenges they're facing right now, especially in the next 6 to 8 weeks during this third wave. Does my colleague not agree that the government needs to expand the CEBA loan, help with liquidity, help those that have fallen through the cracks, like startups that are getting absolutely nothing right now, that it's critical that we support those small entrepreneurs and those small businesses in the coming weeks so that they can get through this? Because like he said, we're going to lose tens of thousands of businesses, and this is going to be a long-term recovery for those people, not just for their economic recovery, but their mental health and their recovery, Madam Speaker.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. Absolutely. I think we need to be doing everything we can to support our small businesses. There are so many businesses that have fallen through the cracks, our tourism businesses, our seasonal operators. You know, I've got major events in our riding that our municipalities depend on, the Williams Lake Stampede, Billy Barker Days, the BC Northern Exhibition, Vanderhoof Fall Fair. These are all huge economic generators for our region, and those businesses that depend on those events and those communities are desperately hurting. So I honestly think that we need to rethink this, and that we need to be providing more supports for these small businesses, because every day I pick up the phone and there's another business that is closing the doors. So I thank my
one last question from the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. And being from northern British Columbia, I'd like to get his comments on, keeping the camps open for workers who were traveling back and forth early days in the pandemic, and the spread that happened in the northern communities. And now I'm hearing from teachers who are saying, these camp workers are vaccinated. I'm still waiting for my vaccine in an area where COVID is exploding. And I'd just like to hear his comments about the priorities of the provincial government in terms of vaccinating and in terms of the lockdowns.
Member for Caribou Prince George for 30 seconds.
Well, I think that there's fault that can be laid at a number of people's, another number of governments' feet, but squarely at the feet of our Liberal government for failure to secure the vaccinations that were needed on a timely basis to make sure that we can continue that our northern, rural, and remote communities are safe and secure. And we know that they have been unfairly punished in this and left out in this pandemic.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Mary for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before beginning, I would like to inform the Speaker that I will be sharing my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, I rise today in this House. It's about 10:35, and I know that this is a very important debate. And we've lost many Canadians to this pandemic, whether it be directly related to COVID-19 or whether we have lost loved ones and been unable to visit them. And I would like to recognize a particular person tonight, someone here who has served the House for 22 years, and that's the Honourable Don Boudria. He lost his mother yesterday. And I would like to wish him my deepest sympathies on having lost Ms. Loisel, who is an excellent constituent in my riding. And I know that her family is mourning their loss, and she should be very proud of her son who served our communities. And you might remember in March 2020 and in April 2020, all the members in this House, virtually, we were going through the same thing. We had to repatriate thousands of Canadians. We all worked in tandem with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was so very, very busy trying to bring in flights, because sometimes there were airports that were completely shut down. And I know that you yourself, Madam Speaker, and myself and all the members, we had calls 24 hours a day trying to bring these people back home. And for us, that's how the pandemic began for all of us. And we did everything we could to repatriate our fellow citizens. And since March 13, 2020, we have told Canadians not to travel. It's safer simply to stay at home and not travel at all. And that was very, very difficult for a number of members of Parliament, because it was really a tsunami that hit us. No one saw this coming. I mean, this is something that we've never seen in history. And so I'd like to thank everyone who has been involved in this, the government officials who were involved in trying to repatriate all these Canadians. We forget that in April 2021, but that's how the pandemic started for most Canadians, Madam Speaker. And today I would like to also thank all our frontline workers, our first responders, the Eastern Ontario Health Commission that did an excellent job deploying rapid testing. We had people who were able to do drive-through testing in Castleman, and someone who I'd especially like to thank is a doctor in my riding who is in charge of the Eastern Ontario Health Commission. He's done an excellent job, and his job is not over yet. Far from it. He hasn't slept for a year like many of us here today. Once people were repatriated to Canada, then the provinces put measures in place, quarantine measures. And that's when the calls started from our business people, from people who had lost their jobs very quickly, overnight, in fact, because they had to quarantine, and we didn't know much about COVID-19 at the time. And I would also like to thank all the members of Parliament, as I said, but also all the business people who reached out to me at the time and who said, Francis, you have programs in place, but I need a more immediate assistance because I've lost my job. I have no income. I don't qualify for employment insurance. And that's where CERB was created, and that's where it came in. And I'm thinking of my aunt who passed away. She was a hairdresser. And of course, no hairdresser qualified for EI. And for them, CERB was there during the shutdowns of their businesses so that they could help cover their costs. If they had to pay rent, then they had the benefit for that to cover that as well. And that shows that our government is listening and is addressing the needs of Canadians. And it couldn't have been done without a Prime Minister who said, I'm going to do everything I can to help out. And in 2021, that objective, that mission was accomplished. And he continues to work on it. And it hasn't changed at all for the members in this House as well, whether they are here in person or are here virtually. So now we're in the thick of the third wave, and I would like to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands who brought this debate forward. And once again, we're still getting requests. I've got business people who are saying, I don't know whether the wage subsidy, if it expires in June, I don't know if I'm going to survive. We need an extension. And so in the budget that our finance minister presented, yes, we saw that extension. It'll be extended until September. And I know that's going to help so many businesses in my riding. And the same thing applies to the rent subsidy. I know it's going to help so many businesses survive as well. And that is our strategy, and that has been our strategy throughout the pandemic. The businesses need a bridge to recovery, and on Monday, the Minister of Finance stated that she wants to create 1 million jobs by the end of the year. And that is a very commendable goal, because we know that during the last recession, it took almost 10 years from 2008 to 2018 to create all those new jobs, to bring back the jobs that we had lost. And something that is very clear throughout the pandemic, during this pandemic, is the fact that Canadian women have paid the price during this pandemic. And I am so happy, and I cannot I cannot repeat what my wife said when we said that $10 a day daycare, they're not, I can't repeat them in Parliament, but I can say that they conveyed a lot of emotion because she works in the childcare sector, and every single day she hears that businesswomen or women who want to start up a business, how crucial childcare services are. And I heard my colleague speaking earlier about what we can do to help new businesses start up business. And I can guarantee that just the fact that families will be able to rely on $10 a day childcare will open up countless jobs in our communities in Canada.
Will be a game changer for society. I can't say how many female entrepreneurs I've met in the riding and say, Francis, I need some help for childcare. It is a true story in rural Canada, in rural Ontario, and it's also a true story in urban communities. The other point where the other reality is access to rural internet. I know that there's many children who are trying to learn from home and simply don't have access to good broadband access, and access to a reliable internet service should be a right in Canada. And I think, again, that through Budget 2021, we've answered that question in Budget 2019. But we've also added $1 more billion to speed up that timeline to connect every Canadian who wants a connection and a reliable speed connection to everyone. And that means access to offering services. It means access to schooling. It just means access to being able to talk to the family members where we miss so much. Madam Speaker, I think you're telling me I have 50 seconds left. And I just want to finish with the procurement strategy. I have full confidence in the Minister of Procurement. She's done a great job. We started off with an objective of 6 million doses by Q1. We've ended up with 9.5 million. We are going to get 50 million, almost 50 million doses with current timelines by the end of June. That is a lot more to vaccinate every Canadian who chooses to have a vaccine, and including a second dose for those who will choose to have one. Madam Speaker, we are on track, and we've done a good job, and we will continue working with provinces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Sorry, I'm being told that my stuff isn't working by IT, so can I come back?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to turn them off.
We can hear you and we can see you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. IT just called. Thank you to the member for his speech today. One of the questions that I have is, I know that in British Columbia, where I'm at, the numbers are going up, and we have nurses and healthcare providers and doctors crying out for relief. They're exhausted. They're making decisions they never thought in their healthcare provision that they would ever have to make. And it's just extremely stressful. And one of the challenges is that low-income people who need to work to pay for the basic necessities don't have access to paid sick leave during COVID or any other time. I'm just wondering if the member could speak to addressing this issue in a fulsome way for COVID, but into the future as well.
Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that question. And yes, we can hear you loud and clear. I don't know about the system in BC, but I know that in Ontario, of course, there is the federal program, but I know it is you have to pass your 2 weeks in order to get your dollars. But I know in Ontario, they're pushing the Premier to implement sick days, and that means not having that wait period. And I think I would encourage them. I know she's an NDP member, and perhaps that she could speak to her NDP premier. If those sick days are not available in BC, then I would urge her to get the inspiration from the Liberals in Ontario and the Liberals and the NDP in Ontario and push the premiers to implement sick days. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. And I'll start by saying to my honourable colleague for Glengarry Prescott Russell, I look forward to the day we're back in the House of Commons together again. I'm going to ask the honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell to reflect on the answer I would have given the member for Kingston and the Islands when I was in queue to ask. The member for Kingston and the Islands said that it didn't really see the benefit of greater coordination. Now, to be clear, for Greens, we're saying we need a different structure. If it's not the Emergencies Act, it's something else, a task force, something that works. We just saw reports this week. What difference would it make? The Emergencies Act, for example, allows the government to decide where critical supplies should go. That would include vaccines. We're getting reports that Ontario has, for political reasons, not listened to science, not delivered vaccines to the places where they are most needed, where low-income, racialized communities with high levels of COVID were not given the vaccines they should have received in preference for areas where Conservative voters predominate. I don't know if it's true. It's a media report. But it's absolutely wrong. It verges on the criminal. Certainly, there's more we should do to ensure that vaccines go where scientists say they should go.
Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Island, and I too miss her. I look forward to seeing her in the back corner over there where I usually sit, and we usually get to chat about everything else but politics. And to the member, I'd say I hear you on the task force and perhaps creating a new governance structure, but with the amount of vaccines that are coming in within a month and a half, I just don't know if creating a new governance structure right now would be the appropriate way. I would continue to push the provinces, continue to speak to our chief medical officers. I know in Ontario, for instance, I think there's 34, 35 public health authorities in Ontario. I'm certainly in close contact with my own chief medical officer to ensure that we get our fair share of vaccines, to ensure that he has the proper resources, and if he needs access to the Red Cross or the military, then he needs to speak up to the food chain in his area, and I will be that voice in Ottawa. Thank you very much.
Time for a short question from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The question is, and the member just made reference to it, we'll have estimated 44 million vaccine doses before the end of June, and a part of it goes to the importance of the relationships of the provinces and Ottawa working together. Ottawa getting the vaccines and the provinces administering the vaccines. And there is a great deal of coordination between the two levels of government through different departments and so forth. And if he could just emphasize from his perspective the importance of that relationship.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell, 5 seconds.
Thank you, and I agree with this question, and I want to say that coordination is extremely important. I only hope that if provinces need more resources, that they ask the federal government so we can provide them.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. Great to see my colleagues this evening, and I look forward to the opportunity to participating in this emergency debate that was requested by my honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you for this opportunity and for raising a very important issue to, I know, all Canadians that not only are watching but not watching this evening, that are home with their families and preparing for the day ahead tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I rise before you tonight as many parts of our country are plunged into a third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. For 13 months, Canadians and the residents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge have been carefully following public health measures, limiting their interactions, wearing masks in public, working from home, and keeping their distance whenever possible. It has not been easy, but Canadians have risen to the occasion, doing what needs to be done to protect themselves and each other. And I would add, Madam Speaker, at this time, many residents of my riding and Canadians across the country are now signing up to be vaccinated. And I encourage all residents and all Canadians, when they are eligible to do so, to please go and get your vaccine. The way we get out of this pandemic is to obtain the vaccine. And we know that literally millions of them are arriving on a weekly basis here in Canada. And I'm glad and very happy to announce that I will be receiving my vaccine, AstraZeneca vaccine, tomorrow late afternoon. And I look forward to that. I would like to assure Canadians that the Government of Canada has developed and is implementing its plan to respond to the pandemic on all fronts. COVID-19, as we know, is a very contagious illness with significant rates of both hospitalizations and death. Every day in Canada, we are seeing case counts climb and hospitalizations increase. These are real people, Madam Speaker. They have families, and we pray for them that they make it safely back home and they recover from COVID-19. Health Canada has authorized 4 different COVID-19 vaccines, those by Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and J&J or Janssen. Another vaccine by Novavax is currently undergoing Health Canada's regulatory review. All the authorized vaccines have shown to be very effective at preventing hospitalizations and deaths. Health Canada only authorizes a vaccine if it is supported by very robust scientific data and evidence showing that the benefits of the vaccine clearly outweigh any potential risks. Each vaccine has unique characteristics, and all authorized vaccines are very helpful in the fight against COVID-19. Having additional vaccines from different manufacturers can help meet volume requirements to get more people vaccinated sooner and offers more vaccination options. The government has been has been hard at work, negotiating with manufacturers and suppliers to secure significant vaccine supply for Canadians and planning for the vaccine rollout. In the development of this plan, the federal government has engaged and consulted on all levels of government, Indigenous leaders, international partners, industry, and medical and science experts, amongst others. On December 8th, the government published Canada's COVID-19 immunization plan, Saving Lives and Livelihoods. At the heart of the plan are 6 core principles: science-driven decision-making, transparency, coherence and adaptability, fairness and equity, public involvement, and consistent reporting. These principles are governing and informing our vaccination rollout actions. The plan also outlines the 7 steps in the rollout process. These are communicating with and engaging Canadians throughout the campaign, obtaining a sufficient supply of vaccine, obtaining regulatory authorization from Health Canada to ensure safety and efficacy of vaccines, allocating and distributing vaccines efficiently and securely, administering the vaccines according to a sequence of priority populations identified by experts, and collecting data to monitor vaccine safety, effectiveness, and coverage. We are making progress, Madam Speaker, and we are laying the groundwork for great gains and momentum in the coming months. As you no doubt know from the news, we have procured, through advanced purchase agreements, more than enough vaccine doses to vaccinate all eligible Canadians who wish to receive a vaccination. The federal government and the provinces and territories have worked together collaboratively to develop a plan for the fair and equitable allocation of vaccine doses. And without compromising regulatory integrity, we have expedited the regulatory reviews of promising vaccine candidates. Health Canada is using agile regulatory processes to review vaccines as quickly as possible, while maintaining our rigorous standard for safety, efficacy, and quality. Health Canada has hired additional scientists and has established dedicated review teams for COVID-19 vaccines in order to ensure consistency in their review. These teams have been working literally around the clock to expedite reviews. Health Canada's findings are based on a sound and thorough review of all evidence available. The department only authorizes a vaccine following a rigorous review of the evidence to determine that it meets stringent requirements for safety, efficacy, and quality. Health Canada continues to actively monitor and assess the safety and effectiveness of all vaccines authorized for use in Canada. Health Canada is also working closely with other major regulators who are reviewing the same vaccines. These partnerships allow us to share scientific evidence and streamline review processes while still making independent decisions for Canadians. These partners include international regulators in Europe, the United Kingdom, and around the world to share evidence, discuss findings, and combine the best scientific brains to address the COVID-19 pandemic. Health Canada's assessments and regulatory decisions are largely aligned with those of our partners. All vaccines in use in Canada are closely monitored through Canada's Vaccine Safety Monitoring System. We'll keep Canadians informed about what we find out and take appropriate action should any safety issue be confirmed. We will report any adverse events that occur following vaccination and conduct investigations in order to assess whether they were caused by vaccination. We are deeply grateful to have members of the Canadian Armed Forces working within the operations of the Vaccine Rollout Task Force. As logistics experts, they are playing a vital role in the success of our campaign. In addition to the forces, we have engaged the private sector to support the logistics of this ambitious undertaking and to assist with the administration of the vaccines in the provinces and territories. We are enlisting the help of the Canadian Red Cross and other healthcare professionals. Madam Speaker, this is truly an unprecedented situation that we are in, and this has called for all hands on deck. In fulfilling our mandate to provide transparency, we post updates to the Government of Canada's website, canada.ca, on our progress on vaccination administration and coverage, and also provide authoritative information and data on COVID-19. In closing, Madam Speaker, although we must continue to implement the public health measures, we can be optimistic that our efforts will start to pay off if we remain steadfast. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to answering a question or two.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. One of the things that both the member from Saanich Gulf Islands and myself discussed in our speeches, and the reason why we asked for this debate is because we're seeing other actions in other countries and other jurisdictions. And I'm wondering if the Honourable Member could outline what he sees are some of the key learning that we can take forward to make sure that we're prepared the next time, because we've heard from scientists and epidemiologists that the crash in biodiversity on this planet is going to lead to more pandemics and more problems like this. And what is the planning and preparing that we're going to have in place for next time?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the Honourable Member from Nanaimo Ladysmith for their question, and I would say that I share the members and all members' passion and care for and concern for our environment and for climate change and what that is impacting in terms of even of biodiversity. So we must continue to act as a country in terms of transitioning to a green economy. In terms of the question, in terms of what we need to do, we need to pay attention to all signals in the environment. We need to look to what all our international partners are doing with regards to the pandemic and adopt what's working and what's not working. And largely we're doing that. We have some of the most stringent restrictions on international travel. We've encouraged Canadians not to travel at this point in time. We've all stated that to all our constituents, that now is not the time to travel internationally, that we must socially distance and heed the advice of our public health officials. And now, let's get these vaccines. They're arriving. Let's get vaccinated. And I encourage all residents to do so and all Canadians to do so.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was unable to unmute for some reason, but thanks for your patience. And thanks for congratulate the honourable member who I served with on the Finance Committee for 2 years, beginning in 2015 and 17. Time is an essence. We're racing against time. Other economies, our southern neighbors is opening, Australia, New Zealand, part of Europe. And time is an essence because mental health is on the rise. We know we receive all the calls as MPs from constituents. The frustration and anxiety is at the highest level. The question is only a very small percentage of Canadians are fully vaccinated. The majority of Canadians are not. And when can he anticipate, if he's able to outline what will be
apologies, there's a wait. My apologies, the honourable member, but we have a point of order. Yes, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know it is getting late into the evening in this very important debate. However, there is a protocol within the House that all members who are speaking be wearing jackets while speaking. This member doesn't appear to be wearing a jacket right now, unfortunately.
I can put a jacket, Madam Speaker, but this is a very valid point. I think it's an interruption, more or less. So if you excuse me to put my jacket on, then we can, then I can continue if I'm allowed.
Seconds to go put the jacket on. Thankfully, we have. The honourable member for Edmonton Mandon.
Well, I was hoping that the member that made the point of order will pay more attention to vaccinating Canadians than to my jacket tonight. So the question is, when will be the timelines that the honourable member will anticipate that all Canadians be vaccinated in 2 vaccines that necessary to make sure they are safe?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. He is not only a colleague, but the honourable member from Edmonton Manning is a friend, and it's nice to see him this evening. I wish him and his family well, and please stay safe. To answer the honourable member's question, vaccines are arriving by the millions, and I have a great deal of confidence in our Minister of Public Procurement and Public Procurement and the member from Oakville. Vaccines are arriving. We have great coverage for Canadians. We have the largest portfolio of vaccines, and they'll be arriving, and all Canadians who wish to receive a vaccine, if I remember correctly, they will be eligible to do so by the end of summer and going into September. And I think that's great.
One last question from the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Get unmuted here. I enjoyed the member's remarks. But I want to ask him, just beyond vaccines, how is it important that we kind of take a dual approach, that we have to get the vaccines out there, we have to deal with health, we have to put COVID-19 behind us, but to be prepared for the future, what do we need to be doing there, and is the government going the right way?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague, friend, and mentor from Malpeque for that question. Budget 2021 takes us in this direction. We've the government has put out a budget, and yes, we have to do dual track. We have to worry about the health of Canadians, get vaccines into the arms of Canadians. At the same time, we have to focus on recovery and growing our economy again, and that's most certainly what we're doing, and that's what most certainly has been laid out in Budget 2021.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Barrie Innisfil. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And even at this late hour, it's important to take part in this emergency debate. And I really want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for bringing this to the attention of the Speaker, and the Speaker ultimately granting this emergency debate. I think it's an important one to have, not just to look back at some of the issues that we've had, but how we can correct those issues as well, Madam Speaker. And let me begin by providing some advice to the government right off the bat. Roberta Place Long-Term Care Facility is 10 minutes from where I am tonight. And many of you know, Madam Speaker, and many MPs and Canadians came to know about the crisis at Roberta Place Long-Term Care Centre. 71 seniors passed away. Almost the entire staff was infected by one variant of this virus, the UK variant. One person, after 10 months of providing a ring, and the staff working so hard to provide a ring around Roberta Place, it took one person with the UK variant to come into Roberta Place and have that variant effectively become a firestorm through that building, resulting in many deaths of seniors and leaving a community devastated and reeling. So my advice to the government tonight, after hearing some of the breaking news that's going on right now, and the fact that the new variants, the B1617 variant, the BC government and health ministry has indicated that there's been 39 cases of that new variant that has come into the country, which means it's already here. We found out earlier today that in Quebec there was one case of that variant that was identified. My advice to the government right now, and this can't wait any longer, given the circumstances that we went through, we need to shut down flights from where those variants are originating from. We hear tonight that France has banned flights from the countries where that variant is coming from. We hear that the United Kingdom has banned flights from countries where those variants are coming from. It's already here, and we need to do everything we can to keep it out of here for the sake and safety of Canadians, Madam Speaker. So in the spirit of what the member of Saanich Gulf Island was proposing tonight in terms of solutions, this is one that the government needs to act on immediately and take the advice from where it's coming from, Madam Speaker, and that is a community that was decimated as a result of what happened at Roberta Place, with just one person bringing that variant in. The level of anxiety and mental health in this country is palpable. It certainly is palpable within my community of Barrie-Innisfil. There's not a day that goes by, Madam Speaker, where I'm not hearing from business owners. I'm not hearing from moms who are worried about their children as a result of what's gone on. And I think if we're going to move forward and help deal with this crisis, there's a couple of things that we need to focus on in addition to the very serious issue that I brought up right from the start. And that is, we need to get down to the grassroots, the base of truths and facts. People are exhausted, Madam Speaker. There's been a lot of confusing information coming from all levels of government. The lines of government have been extremely blurred throughout this process. Whether it's municipal, provincial, or federal, people are looking to government for factual information. And what we're seeing is people becoming confused. And that's creating doubt, Madam Speaker, among Canadians as to what is the proper course of action. So the one thing that I would encourage the government to do is to be truthful and be factual with Canadians. It's what they need. It's what they want right now, and that means providing information, being open and transparent. There's been several cases over the course of the last several months throughout the course of this pandemic where, you know, we've had to basically scratch and claw and fight and push and pull for information from this government, whether it's the contracts for the vaccines or other issues. So I'm imploring the government to be truthful and factual with Canadians when it comes to information as it relates to all aspects of this, because that confusion, which is creating the doubt, is creating the exhaustion among Canadians right now. And when we go back to the beginning of this crisis, Madam Speaker, there were several issues, and we can learn from these as well. The medical intelligence briefings that were coming in talking about what was happening around the world, particularly in China, the early warning system being shut down. Again, flights from hotspots were coming in from areas like Spain and Italy, all dealing with massive outbreaks of this. And I remember, and I recall being at a joint interparliamentary committee meeting, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about MP flights, and there was some concern that if we banned MP flights, that maybe we were going to scare people into, trying to understand the situation. Like this is a lot of the things that have gone on that need to be corrected, and to get back to that factual information. There was a lot of confusion in the beginning. Should we wear masks? Shouldn't we wear masks? The risk was low. We heard a lot of that's coming out of the government as well. And we knew back in November, Madam Speaker, that we were going to have a serious deficiency with vaccines. We were starting to understand at the time that the government had put all its eggs in the CanSino basket, and we knew, and we were starting to see the UK, we're starting the US were getting vaccines at the time. There were flights that were coming into the United States and the UK with vaccines that were being highly publicized, yet Canada didn't receive anything until December. And so, that's been a challenge for us, especially with the evolution of the variants that have been coming in. And so this virus, Madam Speaker, is not going away. It's going to stay with us. And I think that's adding to the anxiety of Canadians as well. We need to learn to manage it much better. And so mitigating the challenges that exist with this, and that includes vaccines, making sure that there's enough. And clearly, Madam Speaker, there hasn't been enough at this point to get us in the situation. And yes, it's easy to compare to the United Kingdom and the United States. And when Canadians, baseball fans, see Texas Stadium filling up with 40,000 people, and yet we're still in lockdown, that causes Canadians to question where we're at in vaccines. Rapid testing is another issue. This is how we're going to mitigate this problem. But we've not seen to the extent and degree that we've seen, for example, in the United Kingdom, the issue of rapid testing. And I'm aware, and I've got another phone call tomorrow with a company that's looking to get rapid tests approved by Health Canada. But this has been a challenge for many companies in Canada who've put their products in front of Health Canada to be approved. Isolating people. Those with underlying health conditions and comorbidities is critical in managing this crisis, and contact tracing as well, Madam Speaker. And there's other countries that have done that significantly well. And we talked about the app, and the government talked about the app, but we don't hear about that app anymore. And so those are some of the ideas that we can come up with in order to mitigate this. We can't continue by default to lock down the Canadian population, because that heightened anxiety and that fear and the mental health crisis that's happening in this country is really significant. And I know, Madam Speaker, that all of us as members of Parliament are dealing with it on a day in and day out basis as we deal with our constituents. And so I'm asking for what Canadians are demanding of government, and governments at all level, and that is the truth and honesty, and give them some hope as to when this crisis is going to end, because right now there is not much hope. We hear on the news about these new variants. We hear about vaccine distribution and procurement issues. We hear about all that stuff, and it's just adding to the anxiety. So by being truthful with Canadians, being honest with them, and letting them know exactly where we stand, we can provide them with that hope. And finally, Madam Speaker, we need a plan to reopen the economy soon, because we can't keep burdening businesses, people that are employed in those businesses, because it's just going to add to that anxiety and that mental health. And finally, just to thank you again, and I know this has been said several times, to our frontline workers, healthcare, first responders, and others for really carrying the yoke on this crisis, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, I'm trying to understand and to try to comprehend this member's positioning and how it's changed dramatically. Can he explain to this House why he voted in favor not only maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, to set up a plan to reopen our economy immediately. You know, now he's talking about we need stricter measures, we need tighter lockdowns, we need to do this and this and this. The Conservatives are so reactive to everything. Why did he vote in favor and support a motion, an opposition motion, to establish a plan to reopen everything, reopen the economy, when now, a couple weeks later, he's suddenly so concerned that he's completely backtracking and insists that we do the exact opposite?
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
See, Madam Speaker, and I'm actually going to challenge the member on that because he's actually factually wrong. The vote that was presented to Parliament was for the government to present a plan for reopening the economy. It wasn't a plan to reopen it immediately. And I think Canadians and businesses in particular, and the people that are employed in those businesses, are looking for that plan. In terms of shutting things down, I hope he's not confusing my request right off the top. Given the experience that happened here in Barrie with the UK variant, I hope he's not confusing that with shutting everything down. I'm talking about doing what the UK and France did, and that is to ensure that there are no further cases of this new variant coming into this country. We already know they're here, so there actually is danger involved within our country as a result of that. So, you know, thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat. Sorry, and I'm missing one. Cowichan.
Langford.
Sorry, Langford.
Well, thank you to my colleague for Barrie Innisfil. And Madam Speaker, allow me as a British Columbian to really express solidarity with what the people of Ontario are going through. I've heard the interviews with critical care nurses and ICU doctors, and it's really just devastating to hear the strain that they're going through and the incredibly difficult decisions they are having to make. I want to ask my colleague, just because he knows the situation in Ontario, and I know he's talked a lot about the vaccines, but that's going to take some time. I want to know about what the federal government can be doing now, and if the situation gets significantly worse in the days and weeks ahead in Ontario, does he think that there might be room for the federal government to actually start declaring that we do have a public welfare emergency, to actually maybe start constructing hospitals, really freeing up emergency money maybe to provide for paid sick leave? Does he believe that there might be room for that Team Canada approach with a captain at the helm? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for that question. I know that the province has already started instituting plans. They've been, I know locally, for example, there's been additional settings that have and buildings and other things that have been built, and that's happening right around the province. So the province is actually trying to manage as best they can with additional facilities to look after the situation. I know that over the weekend, the Prime Minister and some of the ministers held a press conference, putting on their cape and coming in on their white horse. The challenge is that it is a vaccine shortage issue, and I can tell you, even the local chief medical officer of health today said that there's a vaccine shortage here in our region, and his concern is that there may be a fourth wave coming on top of the third wave that we're previously experiencing. So the vaccines will certainly help. The province is doing their best to try to get more vaccines into additional hotspot areas, but we do need vaccines.
One last question from the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my honourable colleague from Barrie Innisfil, and I really appreciate him raising, because this is moment by moment since this debate started, the confirmation that the B1617 double variant from India, first spotted with one case in Quebec, now is confirmed to have 39 additional cases in British Columbia. So in real time, this debate is dealing with increased threats from the variants. But I will say to him and to all members of this place that I think we'll make more progress if we don't find blame with each other, but recognize everyone needs to work together. And our barriers to working together are baked into things like feeling we mustn't hurt a province's feelings, mustn't hurt a premier's feelings.
A very short comment from the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really hope that I was able to articulate in the spirit of what the member from Saanich Gulf Islands was intending tonight, and that is to provide solutions together, which is exactly what Canadians expect. And to the issue of what's happening in BC with the 39 cases, the one in Quebec, given my experience, given our experience in this area, I am trying to provide the government with an opportunity to act and act quickly, despite the fact that those variants are here to protect further Canadians, which is the intent. Thank you.
We have to resume debate. The honourable member for Port Moody.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise tonight to speak into the urgent matter of COVID-19 as we experience a third wave of the pandemic with new variants worsening the crisis. I stand here tonight with the weight of the frustrations, anxiety, anger, depression, grief, and hopelessness that my constituents and Canadians across our nation are suffering during this daunting hour in history. It's been 13 months since the pandemic lockdowns, and hospitalizations and the ICU admissions are soaring. The nature of a crisis is that it takes us by surprise, and the initial shock can cause us to panic or become numb. But we must inevitably face the reality of the loss, damage, and change, and begin coping with a long-term vision of not only survival, but sustainability. While we cannot fully control the unpredictable, life-threatening nature of COVID-19, we can certainly have control over how we respond. And surely with knowledge, foresight, and proper planning, with a synergy of many strong minds and good hearts coming together, we can limit the damage of the pandemic on our lives and our institutions. If we can navigate the pandemic united, with humility, honesty, introspection, and commit to make things right and do what is right, we can establish the foundation of a stronger future for Canada. We are living in a pivotal moment in Canada's history when patriotism must govern our actions and selfish motives be snuffed out. More than ever, we must set aside all agendas and set the best interests of the people and our future as our priority. So I'd like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for calling us to this debate. In fact, we must move together intelligently and humbly to outwit this microscopic organism. But before we can move together, accountability and integrity must be established, and the government must take note of where they've fallen short with honest self-assessment and change their trajectory where there are electorally driven agendas, and step up to the call for wise leadership to save our nation. But that's a decision they have to make. It's been over a year since the pandemic caused lockdowns across our country, and we have now defaulted to a third wave lockdown. People are traumatized, exhausted, and short on hope from this roller coaster ride. And there's a rise in domestic violence, opioid overdose, and suicide attempts spiking. Drastic lockdown measures have pulverized businesses and industries and stirs unrest as civil rights continue to be challenged. Families can't gather for holidays. Faith communities that offer solace and comfort can't gather. College students are missing out on the joy of campus life experience. The live performance industry has been forfeited from sharing their skills and enriching audiences with their talents. Audiovisual technicians I've spoken with say their skills and techniques, which they have developed over decades, like fine wine, are becoming dull because they have no shows to work. There are serious implications on culture, psychology, and human excellence that the pandemic lockdowns have created for the sake of saving lives. But the root of the devastation is not the lockdown itself. The root of the problem has been the lack of foresight and planning on the part of the government that has prolonged the lockdowns and their severity. The collateral damage from severe lockdowns could have been lessened had the government been more preemptive along the way with better procurement of rapid testing and vaccines to protect Canadians and safely work our way to reopening Canada. During the time I've been serving as a member of Parliament in the 43rd Parliament, I've come to see how this government operates Rather than working collaboratively with the opposition parties, they've been busy proroguing Parliament to shut down investigations on their wheat scandal, delaying procurement of PPE, rapid testing, and vaccines, while putting together an election budget that doesn't address the need for adequate healthcare funding support to the provinces, and a tremendous amount of spending with no viable plan for job creation and economic growth. And these are things that give us hope. The member from Caribou, Prince George, introduced a 3-digit national suicide prevention hotline, but the government has not moved on it, despite the spikes in suicide numbers. South of the border, our neighbors are vaccinated, and that's why cases and hospitalizations are dropping. Their businesses are opening, their patios are busy, as fans gather to watch in person the sports and games. If Canadians were vaccinated in January and February, we could have prevented a third wave. But by the end of February, only 4% of Canadians had received their first shot. And today, only 2% of Canadians are fully vaccinated. Our current situation was avoidable. Could this third wave have been avoided had the government done things differently? See, Madam Speaker, the health minister allowed our pandemic early warning system to be shut down just months before COVID-19 hit. And the Prime Minister sent hundreds of thousands of masks, gloves, and gowns from the government's own reserves to China. And a month later, our own healthcare professionals were lacking and told to economize on their PPE. The borders weren't shut early enough, and the virus spread. The Prime Minister couldn't decide whether or not Canadians should wear masks, and the Health Minister purported that their risk was low. COVID-19 response benefits rolled out slowly and took months to fix after Conservatives and other opposition parties raised concerns and offered productive solutions to help Canadians. Now we are behind our allies in securing future COVID-19 vaccines. We should not be turning to plans that were made for poor countries to access our vaccines. And when the House of Commons summons the contracts that were ordered to be released on procurement and it's not done, then accountability is questioned. But tonight, I do not say these things to condemn the government or to stir up more scrutiny, because I believe we're in a time where there's a great opportunity here to change the trajectory if we could only be honest and humble enough to assess our shortcomings. If there is anything this season is teaching us, it is to have better care for our fellow humans. With the exposure of injustices and vulnerabilities in our society, from gender-based violence like domestic violence and racist hate crimes, with the recent spike in anti-Asian hate crimes and sexual misconduct in our military, as we are looking into right now, we're in a season we have an opportunity to drain the swamp. There is no time like now to get to the root of our culture and make things better. Madam Speaker, I hope that accountability will lead the way, because without it, everything else is merely optics and lip service. Canadians deserve better. Our democratic institutions, which our veterans and fallen heroes have fought for, deserve better. I hope we can focus more on legislating things that will give Canadians more hope. That as politicians, we will break the curse and the cycle of long-standing history of corrupt politician and actually give thought to caring for the people. I did not struggle through my life to be here to do things for electoral reasons. I came here to serve the people of Canada and my constituents. And I think that was the heart of many people who came here originally, but somehow politics has led them astray in the wrong directions for different reasons. And I just want to encourage the government and all colleagues across all aisles. Let this moment be a turning point for Canada's Parliament, that in this moment of crisis when Canadians need us the most, we will do the right thing, even if it costs us a few inconveniences. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. I think what we must also remember in this chamber is truth and honesty, which there was a lot lacking in that speech. But while I'm on that, Madam Speaker, the member spoke and referred to the UK and referred to vaccinations would have prevented all these lockdowns. However, the Prime Minister in the United Kingdom actually acknowledged that it was lockdowns and strict public health measures that when they actually saw cases increasing in their third wave, that was the thing that allowed them to continue to vaccinate and allow the vaccinations to do their work. So, Madam Speaker, my question is this. The members opposite have weeks ago moved motions and supported motions to just open up the economy, ignore public health, just open everything up. In addition, the members actually, the health critic for the Conservatives actually wanted us to remove our strict quarantine measures at the border for people entering this country and applauded those who challenged those measures in the court. So would the member please let us know if she still supports removing the border measures and lifting all restrictions despite public health being against it?
Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question, but my head is kind of spinning because I can't seem to extract the truth in what she's saying. I don't think I made reference to the UK, first of all. I was talking about the US south of the border, and absolutely not. There needs to be a safe process to recovering the economy and opening Canada. Lockdowns are there to protect people, but if vaccines were in place, then, and enough of it, then these lockdowns wouldn't have to be severe, so severe, and these drastic measures that have had a huge mental health toll on so many people. We have to factor those in. So when I talk about foresight and having a long-term sustainable vision on how to handle crisis, that is exactly what I'm referring to. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from Port Moody Coquitlam, for her speech, very heartfelt words. And in our province, British Columbia, it's clear that the most important place for transmission is in the workplace. And everywhere it's low-income workers that are most affected. They have to go to work or they lose pay because they don't have paid sick leave. So don't you think that the first thing we should do is to bring in real effective paid sick leave across Canada so that sick workers stay at home where they want to be and where we want them to be?
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Port Coquitlam.
I really appreciate my colleague. I always enjoy his questions and the work that he's doing. I believe that just as any workers who are unable to have their livelihood, make their livelihood right now because they're sick, whether it's that or anything else that makes them vulnerable, this is a time where we need to provide support in real time. Otherwise, it means nothing. So in terms of support for workers who are sick, absolutely, we need to respond to them and help them. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for honourable colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam. I think she inadvertently used the word corrupt in relation to people in this House. And I want to maybe not ask a question, but just put it as a comment. I'm concerned that we are not doing what we should do as a nation to protect our population. I firmly believe it's not the fault of any one political party, certainly not the fault of any one politician, and nothing whatsoever to do with corruption. I believe it's deeply rooted in the notion of federation, where fear of offending a province is overriding what should be leadership to protect lives. I don't know if she has any comment on that, but that is my comment.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam, 15 seconds.
Thank you for that question and for raising this debate tonight. I think corruption at the core has to do with lack of moral integrity, and whether it's in the form of not owning up to that moral courage to do what is right, that's how I look at corruption.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Hall Emmer, my good friend. Madam Speaker, first let me start off by saying thank you. Thank you to the healthcare workers and essential workers that have made life so much better for the rest of us because of their sense of commitment to be there in a very difficult time in our history. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to be able to extend my condolences to those who have lost a loved one because of the coronavirus. Our constituents want us to work together and to do whatever we can to battle the COVID-19. When I think of solutions, two things come to my mind. We need to respond to the needs of our provinces. When provinces come to Ottawa, we need to respond in the very best way that we can. We also need, number two, I would suggest, or possibly even number one, is to encourage people to continue to do the right thing. And it's important that we encourage people to become and get vaccinated. We have learned a great deal through this process, Madam Speaker. Physical distancing, wearing a mask, washing your hands. We understand the importance of a local manufacturing capacity. And we do need to review what has taken place over the last number of months. Madam Speaker, these are all very important aspects, and I suspect will be given the time that's necessary in terms of the people that are making these critical decisions. Whether it is the Parliamentary Secretary from Health who's with us here this evening, to the Minister of Health, to the other ministers, our Prime Minister, and so many others on all sides of the House that are trying to contribute positively to combating the coronavirus, a virus that has killed, a virus that has caused so much damage to our society, both from a social and an economic point of view. We indicated at the very beginning, Madam Speaker, that our first priority would be to have the backs of Canadians. And that was stated by the Prime Minister long ago. We worked in a Team Canada approach where we developed programs that have helped millions of Canadians in every region of our riding. I could cite what I personally believe the most successful program of them all, the CERB program, well over 8 million people. I can talk about how we supported small businesses through the Emergency Wage Subsidy Program, the Emergency Rent Subsidy Program, the Credit Availability Program, or how we helped individuals by listening to the needs of people with disabilities or our seniors through one-time payments. We've recognized from the beginning the importance of the national government working with provinces and territories and Indigenous leaders. I could cite, for example, the Provincial Restart Program, a program that invested billions of dollars to give towards provinces so that we can, in fact, be in a better position. The government has been open from day one to ideas and solutions and ideas that would actually modify programs that we had put into place from scratch that didn't even exist before. The government has been there in a very real and tangible way. Canadians have learned a great deal, as the government has. As we continue to work with those that are wanting to work with the national government, and even those that might be reluctant to be there in a tangible way. I think of the Return to School program, with working with school divisions, making sure school divisions had financial support. Not to mention the many different other organizations that are nonprofit, charitable, you name it. And the government has been there in a very tangible way, protecting industries, whether it's aerospace, agriculture. Madam Speaker, we have a plan and we've been administering the plan. One would have to be blind not to recognize that, Madam Speaker. 44 million doses of vaccines will be in Canada before the end of June. Population of Canada, 37.5 million. I am concerned about the Conservative, our official opposition's approach. It has changed. It's not what it was before mid-June. The Conservative opposition began to shift their approach in dealing with the coronavirus back in the summer, big time. And I can cite examples. Even today, I can give a very good example, and I want to do that, Madam Speaker, because I think it illustrates what the real agenda of the official opposition is. Here is something that was said earlier today from the member from Brandon, and I quote, "The government of Manitoba has already signed a contract with one of Canadian pharmaceutical companies, and they just announced a deal with North Dakota to get our truck drivers vaccinated. I applaud those actions, as it is clear that they cannot wait for the Liberal vaccine portfolio to be delivered sometime down the road." What was the purpose of the members making that statement? Think about what other Conservatives have been saying this evening. One Conservative said truth and honesty, that the government needs to have truth and honesty in what they're saying. I would suggest to you, at the very least, there's a lot of misleading that's taking place that's coming from the official opposition. So look at the statement that was made. The member, and he is not the only member on this specific issue with Manitoba, is trying to mislead Manitobans and possibly Canadians. He's trying to give the impression that Manitoba doesn't have the vaccine doses, and that's why the Premier had to go to North Dakota in order to get more vaccines to support long-haul truck drivers that are going into the United States. Here's a report that came out April 1 from the Winnipeg Free Press from a reporter that's fairly well respected, Tom Broadbeck. Editorial comment, and this is April 1. The province has received 248,000, again, April 1, 248,180 doses of vaccines, all of which it has had since March 26, and has administered 199,322 of them. The province still has an inventory of almost 50,000 doses, and an amount that is expected to soar within the arrival of more shipments this week. Earlier today, Madam Speaker, I was told that Manitoba has had somewhere in the neighborhood of 350,000 plus doses, and yet there's well over 100,000 doses that have not been used. In the release that I read, it said 150,000. So the Conservative Party uses that to try to give a false impression, as if Ottawa is not getting the doses out. They say, well, only 2% or something of that nature has received a double dose. They know full well, listen to what the healthcare experts are saying. Stay away from the Conservative opposition. We know the most effective, and it's the provinces that are administering this, they realize the most effective way at protecting the population is to get that first dose out. Provinces know that. The Conservatives also understand that, Madam Speaker. But they choose to intentionally try to give an impression that 2% of the population is actually being covered. Madam Speaker, I could cite many different examples over the last number of months of where the Conservative Party intentionally tries to misrepresent the reality. It's as if they are in full campaign mode and they don't really care in terms of what's actually happening in our communities, Madam Speaker. It's time for them to stop thinking about the election and start getting back to where they were back in
April, May, and June of last year of 2020, when there was a whole lot more cooperation and an idea that the Conservatives could actually contribute as opposed to being so partisan.
And I have to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to give way to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. You're on.
Yes, yeah, thank you. So it's interesting that the parliamentary secretary refers to the middle of last June about the opposition to the Liberals as far as their COVID response. It's around this time that the CanSino agreement was being made with China, and that led to the problems we're facing today. So does the parliamentary secretary not recognize that the incompetency of the Liberals has led to a big delay on vaccinations, which are impacting us today and costing lives and causing a lockdown? The Liberals have, by their choices, and started to procure later on. Does he not recognize that this third wave rests upon them and not the provinces, not the opposition? Will he not take, and will the Liberals not take responsibility for this? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, wanting to be parliamentary in my language, that's garbage. Absolute total garbage. You know, the Conservatives try to say, well, it's because we were trying to get a deal with China. We had 7 other agreements. There are negotiations that were taking place with other companies. The member cannot tell me another country out in the G7 or the G20 outside of the US and the UK that has actually had or has more doses on the basis of 100. Canada is doing exceptionally well in comparison. And to try to give an impression that everything was on hold because of something that went bad in China is just wrong, because there were negotiations that were taking place with a wide number of companies. And Canada, as a result, is in an excellent position to ensure that Canadians will, in fact, get the vaccination. And we're doing superb by working with provinces today and getting them not only delivered, but assisting where we can.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to continue on with that line of questioning about vaccines, because it's clear that we would have been ahead of the game. We would have had vaccines sooner had we the ability to make those vaccines here in Canada, as we once did. We had a Crown Corporation. Why doesn't the government take this opportunity, a golden opportunity, and create a publicly owned Crown Corporation whose sole task is to make vaccines and other critical pharmaceuticals for Canadians, as we once had with Connaught Labs, and let's do that again so we'd never be in this position again. We won't have to negotiate with anybody. And he can talk about how many companies we've negotiated with. Let's have a company of our own that can do this for Canadians so we're never caught in this situation again.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And Madam Speaker, you know, the idea of making sure that Canada has manufacturing capability is an excellent idea. And this is something that months ago that we've actually supported by investing literally hundreds of millions of dollars, if not directly, indirectly, to ensure that that's exactly what's going to happen. You know, we've lost that capacity, and we are restoring that capacity, and we're committed to doing so. I appreciate the question.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary. Just as a point of small personal record, I'll get my vaccine on April 29th. That's the first available date for someone 66 years old in this province, and that's why I didn't come to Ottawa for the budget. But my question is this to the honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Is the government open to the idea of pulling together a high-level group of our public health experts, our scientists, our epidemiologists, and asking them the point-blank question, should this country shift our focus to get to zero COVID as opposed to letting it live among us for longer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm glad the member is going to be getting her vaccination, and I'm sure she'll get a lot of attention, and I hope she gets a lot of attention, because the more, as members of parliaments, we're leaders within our community, and I get mine on May 3, I believe it is, at the Royal Bank downtown, the Royal Bank Convention Center, and I'm going to encourage my constituents to get the vaccine, as I know the former leader of the Green Party will do likewise. One thing I am not is a health expert. Recognizing that,
On that note, we have to resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a shame that we couldn't hear the end of the answer on the part of my colleague, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the President of the Privy Council. Madam Speaker, in the time I have, I would like to begin my remarks by commending the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for having convinced the Speaker to allow this emergency debate to be held on the matter of the third wave of COVID-19, this virus. And Madam Speaker, she has set us a challenge. How can we have a debate in such a way to ensure that parliamentarians can cooperate together better? And that's very important, Madam Speaker. I must admit, Madam Speaker, that during the debate over the past few hours, I have been asking myself, what happened? Because at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a great deal of goodwill among all political parties to work together, because we were in the midst of a crisis, and we knew that everyone had to do their part to help Canadians. And I've been wondering, what's happening? And here's an example of what I mean. A very current example of excellent cooperation. And you know, Madam Speaker, sometimes we don't realize things that are happening right in front of our nose. And here's my example. It is the Caucus of Black Parliamentarians. For close to a year now, this caucus, that is made up of members from all political parties, this caucus has come together to promote the interests of Black Canadians and to fight systemic racism against Blacks. And this evening we had a meeting with members from all political parties who left aside their partisan politics and instead worked to ensure the interests of Black Canadians. And the link between that and the current debate is that we know full well that when you break down the data in Canada, we know that unfortunately cultural communities and racialized Canadians are more skeptical, and they have more vaccine hesitancy than other Canadians. And that brings me to observe, unfortunately, that those people are overrepresented as a proportion of the victims of COVID-19. And those are people who are more likely to die of COVID. Why? Because it is those people, the most often, who are our essential workers. They are people who work in long-term healthcare centers. They work in hospitals. They're on the front lines to ensure that all the rest of us are protected. They're really on the front lines of this battle we're waging against the coronavirus. And these are the people who are the most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, it's so very important that we leave partisanship aside in order to protect these people who allow us to maintain some semblance of normalcy in our lives. And Madam Speaker, that means that there is an onus upon us that is much higher. We must be accountable in what we say, in the numbers we present, in the advice on the directives that our medical authorities have issued. And as parliamentarians, we are responsible for sharing that information and for telling Canadians the truth. We don't want to fearmonger. We don't want to play partisan politics. We don't want to tell them half-truths. Madam Speaker, it is true. About 2.8% of Canadians right now have received both doses of the vaccine and are fully protected from the coronavirus. That's true. It's only 2.8%. But, Madam Speaker, that is just a small part of the story. The rest of the story, which is just as important, and I might say that it's even more relevant, is that 25.9% of Canadians on April 21st, today, have had at least one dose of the vaccine. Madam Speaker, we rank third in the G20 and second in the G7, or rather third among the G7 countries in terms of the vaccines. And unfortunately, we will have to stop there because it is midnight. I was trying to signal to you.
The motion carried. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.